February 3rd, 1941. Hitler hosted an important military conference in preparation for Operation Barbarossa, Nazi Germany's upcoming invasion of the Soviet Union. Although Hitler was determined to crush the Soviet Union in a short summer campaign, this was destined to become a titanic clash between two ruthless empires, leading to the largest and most costly war in human history. Hitler was sufficiently aware of the profound scale of the conflict and the momentous consequences it would induce, even in the shortened form that he conceived for it, that by the end of the conference he ominously pronounced, "When Barbarossa begins, the world will hold its breath." Nor was this just another bombastic outburst, typical of Hitler's unrestrained hubris. In a radio address on the day of the invasion, June 22nd, 1941, the British Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, told his people, "So now this bloodthirsty guttersnipe must launch his mechanised armies upon new fields of slaughter, pillage, and devastation. And even the carnage and ruin which his victory, should he gain it, though he's not gained it yet, will bring upon the Russian people, will itself be only a stepping stone to the attempt to plunge 400 or 500 millions who live in China and the 350 million who live in India into that bottomless pit of human degradation over which the diabolic emblem of the swastika flaunts itself." It is not too much to say here, this pleasant summer evening, that the lives and happiness of 1,000 million additional human beings are now menaced with brutal Nazi violence. That is enough to make us hold our breath. If the spectre of an expanding Nazi empire caused the world a sudden collective gasp, Churchill's words of defiance signalled Britain's determination to go on opposing Nazism, and at the same time offered an open-ended alliance to the Soviet Union. It was an alliance born more of necessity than of pre-existing goodwill, for these were the darkest days of World War II. Nazi Germany had amassed the greatest invasion force in history. In the string of preceding campaigns, the opposing nations of Europe had fallen in short order to German aggression, leaving the Soviet Union as the sole remaining continental power. With the planned conquest of Soviet territories, Hitler stood to gain immeasurable raw materials, freeing him forever from Britain's continental blockade, and providing him with the strategic freedom to wage truly global warfare. Yet the Soviet Union was a very different adversary from any of Germany's previous opponents, and Hitler was well enough aware that Germany's internal constraints, most notably on the economic front, necessitated a short, victorious war. Thus, Operation Barbarossa was designed to defeat the Soviet Union decisively in the summer of 1941. The importance of Hitler's new war in the East was understood by all sides at the time as the definitive moment in the future fortunes of the expanding World War. Either Hitler would soon stand almost untouchable at the head of an enormous empire, or his greatest campaign would falter, something no government at the time believed to be likely, resulting in the dangerous Allied encirclement Hitler was aiming to eliminate forever. It is, therefore, not an overstatement to say that the German invasion of the Soviet Union represents an extraordinary turning point in world affairs, central not only in our understanding of World War II, but indeed as one of the most profound events in modern history. Many histories have sought to understand the failure of Operation Barbarossa by tracing the movement of armies through to the Great Battle of Moscow in the winter of 1941 and 42. The central importance of this climactic battle in studies on Operation Barbarossa is effectively explained by its common acceptance as Germany's first major defeat in the war against the Soviet Union. Germany's sequence of unprecedented battlefield victories, ending in the ill-fated drive on Moscow, has sufficed to persuade many historians of its fundamental significance and fixated their attention on the winter battle as Operation Barbarossa's crucial point of demise. Long before the first snows of winter began to fall, however, and even before the first autumn rains brought most movement to a halt, in fact, as early as the summer of 1941, it was evident that Barbarossa was a spent exercise, unavoidably doomed to failure. Germany's failure in the early weeks of the campaign is perhaps not immediately apparent because it does not include the conventional historical benchmark of a great battlefield defeat. Indeed, according to most histories, the period is characterized by apparently extraordinary successes for the German armies. Encirclements at Belostok, Minsk, Smolensk and Uman are often framed by emphatic references to the impending collapse of the Soviet Union. Accordingly, it is with a measure of skepticism that some listeners may first judge the paradoxical claim that it was in fact Germany whose demise was being assured in the summer of 1941. A short explanation of Germany's defeat in this period might best be provided by a simple theoretical concept devised by the renowned German strategist and historian Karl von Clausewitz, based in large part on his first-hand observations of the Napoleonic Wars. Clausewitz's timeless study vom Kriege, on war, established numerous maxims of war, which in many cases are still upheld today. Clausewitz's theory of the culminating point of the attack provides a useful intellectual framework through which to view Operation Barbarossa. Put simply, Clausewitz established that most attacks diminish in strength the longer they continue, whereupon a critical point is eventually reached, at which the power of the attack is superseded by the strength of the defence. This, he determined, to be the culminating point, or climax, of the attack, which he then added was usually, but not always, followed by an extremely powerful enemy counterblow. This basic hypothesis formed an intriguing theoretical starting point for my own questioning of the literature concerning Operation Barbarossa, and posed the problem of whether it was possible to predate the German military failure in 1941. As a result, Clausewitz's culminating point formed a conceptual beginning to what I believe subsequent research has confirmed, that German operations in the East had failed by the middle of August 1941. Attempting any manageable re-examination of the Barbarossa campaign requires both a clear sense of purpose and a certain limitation of scope. Confronting the immense scale of Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union has been made somewhat easier by the relatively small number of motorized divisions which made up the German army in 1941. These were concentrated into 4 panzer groups, upon which the success of the Barbarossa blitzkrieg was made dependent. This study focuses mainly on the 2 largest panzer groups, Panzer Groups 2 and 3, assigned to Army Group Centre in the middle of the German front. The study seeks to use these vital formations as a test case, through which one can understand the overall success of German offensive operations in the earliest period of the war. The bulk of the research was conducted in Germany, at the German Military Archive, Bundesarchiv Militärarchiv, in Freiburg im Breisgau, with additional resources provided by the Military History Research Institute, Militärgeschichtliches Forschungsamt, in Potsdam, and the Humboldt University in Berlin. The study is divided into 2 parts. In the first, there is a broad assessment of the conceptual planning for the campaign, as a basis for what would need to be achieved in the war itself. The second part, and the main body of the work, deals with the first 2 months of the war, and follows the progress of the panzer groups towards their respective goals. Research was concentrated on the 4 highest tiers of the Army's field commands: Army Group Centre, the subordinate 2 panzer groups, the 5 corps making up the panzer groups, and their constituent 16 divisions. The wartime records for these various commands are not always complete, with valuable elements sometimes unavailable. This either means the documents were destroyed in the war, have simply not been found and remain missing, or that they were captured and remain in Russian custody, where access for scholars has sometimes been limited or withheld. Nevertheless, the period covering Barbarossa is well served for detailed primary research on the motorized elements of Army Group Centre. Once located, the files reveal themselves to be something of a mixed bag. From the army group down to individual divisions, all command structures were required to keep a daily war diary, but oddly, there appears to have been little standardization in content or style. Most of the war diaries were typed, but in some cases, as for example with the 14th Panzer Corps, the whole diary was recorded in a barely legible handwritten script. In many diaries, entries were made continually throughout the day, with the exact time of each entry recorded in the margin. In some cases, however, a single entry was recorded, summarising the whole day. The content of the diaries also varied greatly. Some diarists limited themselves to recording strictly factual details, often only an updated positioning of the various units, without any other commentary. Others offered a more general coverage of the situation, and even on occasion gave tactical details on the battles themselves. The diversity between the various war diaries suggests that there was no standard format for record-keeping, beyond what the diarist saw fit to include. A guideline was reported in the war diary of the 3rd Panzer Division, but more than likely it applied only to this division, perhaps because more than one man was charged with making entries, or to ensure conformity with the express wishes of the commanding officer. At the top of specially printed pages for the war diary was the heading, Descriptions of the Events. Important. Assessment of the situation, enemy and own, times of incoming and outgoing reports and orders. Even so, and atypically of the normal rigidity of German military bureaucracy, widespread discrepancies remain between the war diaries, making a large sampling essential to an accurate overview. Beyond the war diaries themselves, there was also much to be gained from files containing numerous appendices, often only discussed in brief in the war diaries. Yielding further value were the files filled with incoming and outgoing daily orders, Tagesmeldungen. Supplementing the archival research, there are a number of published primary materials that proved invaluable to this study. Among the most useful were the assembled collection of documents edited by Erhard Moritzin, Fall Barbarossa, and Hugh Trevor Roper's edited English translation of Hitler's War Directives, 1939 to 1945. The OKW War Diaries and the 3 volumes of Holder's own war diary are standard works, but indispensable to any comprehensive study. The published version of Bock's diary is a trustworthy translation, and another vital primary reference. A selection of post-war memoirs have also been used, but it is important to add that a distinction was made between those sources produced at the time of the war, that is, diaries, military reports and orders, speeches and so on, and those published after the war, usually by former German generals. These men generally sought to cast themselves in a more favourable light, either with full prescience of political and military events, or as innocent functionaries, subject to the baneful effects of Hitler's military interference. Accordingly, these post-war accounts are in many cases tainted, distorting their historical objectivity. Nevertheless, as problematic as they are, World War II memoirs cannot be entirely excluded as source material, because the authors sometimes provide the only existing record of certain historical events. When used, they have been considered critically and backed, whenever possible, with collaborating evidence. Although this study is essentially a top-down history, focusing on events at the highest level, the bottom-up perspective of individual soldiers has also been included. Using a wide selection of letters, war diaries and memoirs, the soldier's view is interspersed throughout the discussion of the military campaign. As a matter of orientation for the listener, it should be noted that some place names in the Soviet Union appear throughout the documents and published literature with certain variations in spelling. To avoid confusion, these have been standardized in my text, even sometimes in direct quotations. As a matter of principle, I have rejected the all-too-common inaccuracy of referring to the Russians as if the Soviet Union consisted of a generic, singular national group. Exceptions have only been made when the point in discussion does refer to an individual national group. Direct quotations from German documents, which almost always refer to all members of the Soviet Union as the Russians, have not been changed. It is sometimes suggested that histories written solely from the German perspective, or vice versa, are somehow one-sided, and thereby unable to render as accurate a judgment as those studies which claim a duality of source material. This could be the case depending on the exact subject under examination, but on the whole, the mistrust of studies focusing exclusively on one aspect or participant is unwarranted. To argue otherwise shows no understanding of the fact that almost all good studies are built on the back of countless specialised works, which illuminate specific aspects of the conflict from one side or the other. Furthermore, one must appreciate the enormity of the war in the East, which makes mastery of the mammoth stock of Soviet or German archival material on any subject or period an ambitious claim. It is certainly possible to combine the two successfully, but this should not be mistaken for the benchmark of good research. Specialised studies not only have a legitimate place in the discourse, they tell us a great deal that more general accounts cannot. Nor is it always necessary or advantageous to make comparisons between Soviet and Nazi views or methods, which often differed radically. In the English language, the Eastern Front of World War II is already underrepresented, given its overall importance to the war, and asserting that researchers can only make a useful contribution if they possess a working knowledge of Russian and German is ridiculous. If the counterclaim is that it is only possible to understand the war by looking at it from the point of view of all participants, then we will need to look far beyond just German and Russian sources. In many ways, the Eastern Front is a smaller-scale world war in itself. A glance at a contemporary map of Europe, to identify where the many battles took place, reveals that more than a dozen countries hosted this war at various points between 1941 and 1945. Their people and their soldiers, who often worked and fought for one side or the other, or both, have their own stories to tell. Moreover, when one looks at the constituent countries which made up the Soviet Union, one can count 15 successor states whose people fought in the Red Army. Yet not all the conscripts plucked from Central Asia, the Transcaucasus, the Baltic region, or the Far East spoke Russian. Nor did the countless ethnic minorities, such as Tatars, Bashkirs, Chechens, Chukchis, and many others who were drafted into army service. Germany's war was also shared by significant forces from Finland, Romania, Hungary, Italy, Slovakia, and even a division from Spain. Additionally, thousands of volunteers from Norway, Denmark, France, Holland, Belgium, Croatia, and Bosnia served in Hitler's Waffen-SS. Although the war was dominated by forces using the Russian or German language, it was not exclusively so. Thus, charting the complexities of the war will require specialised studies on all participants, and only through these can we gain a comprehensive overview of the war in the East. Given the overall importance of Operation Barbarossa to the development of World War II, it is surprising how limited the research has been. The planning phase of this enormous operation is a good example. Only a handful of specialised works exist, and none is recent. The most comprehensive are those by Ernst Klink and Barry Leach, appearing in 1983 and 1973, respectively. Leach's work takes in more than simple military planning, and therefore does not have the detail of Klink's study. But, building on the work of Andreas Hillgruber, Leach clearly sets out the startling overconfidence of the Army High Command in 1940-41. Robert Cecil's 1975 study backed this conclusion, but discussed the military planning in even less detail, which left Ernst Klink fertile ground to produce a definitive work, and his endeavours remain until now unsurpassed. Klink was the first to identify the Army's own independent planning for the invasion of the Soviet Union, even before Hitler's order. He also explored in detail the emergent split between Hitler and the OKH over the strategic direction of the campaign, as well as detailing the concerns Hitler held in the region of the Pripyat marshes. As groundbreaking as Klink's research was, Operation Barbarossa remains the largest military operation in history, and accordingly, more attention needs to be devoted to its origins. Beyond simple military considerations, Attempting any analysis of Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union inevitably brings one into contact with some of the most fervently contested debates of World War II. Central among these is Hitler's rationale for turning against his Soviet ally, and the struggle between those who see the decision on purely pragmatic grounds and those who see it as the fruition of a long-espoused program for Eastern expansion. This debate opens a wide-ranging discussion that is beyond the current scope of this study. However, the underlying assumptions and prejudices through which Hitler and his army commanders viewed their war against the Soviet Union up until the end of August 1941 are important for my purposes. For this reason, some discussion of the debate and its historical context is required. With deserved moral authority, and for the benefits of political necessity, the immediate post-war period encompassing the Nuremberg trials was largely devoid of serious debate surrounding the origins of the German-Soviet War. Instead, Germany's lone responsibility and guilt for having waged an aggressive war was judged both deliberate and absolute. The harmony did not last long, however, as Cold War rivalry, mixed with some honest quests for historical truth, prompted the US State Department to publish a volume of captured German documents dealing with the Nazi-Soviet pre-war relationship, and indicating a degree of blame for Stalin's commitment to the secret protocols contained within the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The Soviets responded with their own publication entitled The Falsifiers of History, contesting the authenticity of the American evidence and asserting their own Marxist-Leninist interpretation, which emphasized the role of monopoly capitalists in rearming Germany and later channeling German aggression eastward. The first concerted scholarly study into the period immediately preceding the outbreak of war came from Swiss historian Walter Hofer and demonstrated an intentional, premeditated policy on the part of Germany for further expansion through war. This was contested in the 1961 thesis by A.J.P. Taylor, The Origins of the Second World War, which caused considerable controversy and began years of debate over whether there was an established, planned program for Eastern expansion, as outlined in Mein Kampf, or whether, as Taylor argued, Hitler was a simple opportunist, seizing his chances as they arose. Notwithstanding some of the more radical arguments forwarded by Taylor, his main line of reasoning found its supporters, as well as a significant body of detractors. The debate extended to Germany, where Taylor's revisionist argument was largely rejected. Shortly thereafter, a landmark work by Andreas Hillgruber appeared that contributed more than any other to the achievement of a factually based middle road between the competing extremes of communist and German apologist interpretations. The latter, sponsored largely by former generals, suggested that Hitler alone dominated the decision-making process, but that he was mentally too erratic to follow a detailed plan. Moreover, the generals asserted that Hitler's constant interference in military operations was solely responsible for most of the major military defeats. Many even subscribed to the preventive war theory, which centered on an unproven assumption equating Soviet expansionism in Eastern Europe with a determination to attack Germany. Communist theories took the diametrically opposed view, blaming Hitler and his fascist cohorts for unleashing a war of unsurpassed aggression, supported all the while by Western capitalist powers, who accordingly were not seriously interested in containing Germany during the summer of 1939. Similarly, the post-war contributions of the German generals were depicted to be those of a self-serving clique, aimed at absolving their caste of guilt and restoring militarism to Western Germany. Hillgruber's study rejected both of these views in favour of a meticulous review of the available evidence, which highlighted the dominance of an ideologically driven quest for living space, Lebensraum, as the guiding principle of Nazi foreign policy. This set the tone for many instructive future studies, with the concept of an ideological interpretation interwoven with pragmatic considerations of the political and strategic kind, as Hillgruber himself had emphasized. The acceptance among many historians of ideology as a fundamental component of Hitler's strategic outlook did not exclude occasional challenges from new revisionists, nor alter the unrelenting attitude of Soviet and East German historians, more interested in the ardent adherence to entrenched dogma than historical truth. Debate also resurfaced with renewed vigour in the late 1980s over the preventive war theory, with the old line of the German generals repackaged to include supposed new evidence that amounted to no more than a reproduction of existing documents in an unconvincing attempt to provide a guise of academic merit. The first-rate studies produced to rebut these pseudo-academic apologists' works not only revealed their yawning lack of credibility, but have contributed greatly to clarifying the pre-war motivations and political manoeuvring of Stalin and Hitler. While debates on the origins of Hitler's war against the Soviet Union form an important background to the first part of this study, dealing with the strategic conceptions and operational planning for the campaign, the central thesis, that the German military campaign failed in the summer of 1941, remains to be proven in the second part, looking at the progress of the war itself. Here, the existing literature has far greater implications for the study, and therefore a comprehensive orientation is required, both to familiarise the listener with the field of study and to provide a clear historiographical context for the present work. Seldom are works of military history popular bestsellers, but in 1998 that feat was achieved by Anthony Beevor's Stalingrad, a comprehensive and authoritative account of that epic battle. For many listeners, particularly in the English-speaking world, it was undoubtedly an introduction to the lesser-known conflict in Eastern Europe during World War II. Beevor's study traced the fighting from the beginning of the war in June 1941, with the opening assertion, "Seldom had an attacker enjoyed such advantages as the Wehrmacht in June 1941. Beevor's statement is certainly not exceptional. Histories lauding the victorious progress of the Wehrmacht in the first 2 years of the conflict form a characteristic representation of the war. With unprecedented victories and comparatively bloodless battles, the temptation to overestimate German strength has always been great. In the case of Barbarossa, this tendency has been further aided by the poor standing of the Red Army following Stalin's purges, and its chaotic reorganisation following its disastrous performance in the war against Finland in 1939-40. Russell Stolfi has taken such logic so far as to suggest that historians have largely underestimated the offensive capabilities of the German army and overestimated those of the Red Army, leading to his revisionist thesis that Operation Barbarossa represented a realistic war-winning alternative for Germany. Accordingly, Stolfi sees the invasion in glowing terms, allowing him to draw the ill-informed and dangerous conclusion: Hitler showed impressive decisiveness in ordering the attack against the Soviet Union, an indomitable will for which he has not received adequate recognition for the potential consequences. Not all histories which describe Germany's promising state of affairs in the prelude to Barbarossa hold to such radical and misguided views. Nevertheless, they lack a required understanding of Germany's core military and economic institutions that, in relation to the scale of the undertaking and Germany's wider geostrategic position, offer little cause for optimism. Histories covering the early stages of the campaign are often equally problematic. Striking statistics detailing the extraordinary number of Soviet prisoners of war, or the huge quantities of equipment seized and destroyed, tend to dominate many of these accounts, impressing upon the listener the magnitude of the German victory, and suggesting the campaign was not only a realistic undertaking, but one that could only have failed by the narrowest of margins. This line of argument began, like so many falsehoods of World War II, in the memoirs of former German generals. As Field Marshal Erich von Manstein wrote after the war, "Thanks to the superiority of German staff work and the performance of the combat troops, we achieved extraordinary successes that brought the Soviet armed forces to the very brink of defeat. Such representations passed all too easily into established histories, producing characteristically upbeat assessments of German operations in the early period of Barbarossa. Oxford historian R.A.C. Parker's 1989 study, Struggle for Survival, concluded, "By any standard of military accomplishment, except that required by Barbarossa, the achievement of the German army in Russia was incomparable. This superb instrument, the most effective land force ever known, won the biggest victories in the history of war. The 6 months campaign of 1941 can be summarized very simply. The immense German superiority was not quite great enough." In similar fashion, the renowned British historian Richard Overy asserted in his 1995 book, Why the Allies Won, "The wide, even grasslands of the Soviet Union showed German armoured forces at their most deadly in the summer of 1941. Against overwhelming odds, some 3,648 tanks against an estimated 15,000 Soviet tanks, the Panzer armies cut swathe after swathe through the Soviet defences, virtually destroyed the Soviet tank and air arm, and brought the Soviet Union almost to the point of collapse." While the shattering defeats suffered by the Red Army remained categorical, they were only achieved at a cost so great to the Wehrmacht as to quickly preclude any hope of final victory in 1941, and at no time succeeded in eliminating major Soviet resistance. Overy himself makes the valid observation that in truly explaining the outcome of wars, reliance on straightforward statistics or basic facts can be misleading, and it is on this point that many hitherto recorded histories of Operation Barbarossa may be found to be at fault. Indeed, the German armies did make enormous territorial gains, destroy vast quantities of Soviet war material, and capture enemy soldiers in the hundreds of thousands. A true appreciation of their success, however, can only be gauged from a relative accounting against the cost to German forces. The imposing figure cited by Overy of 15,000 Soviet tanks, of which the overwhelming majority were antiquated models, in varying states of disrepair and manned by barely trained crews, is of less significance to an industrial power capable of sustaining and ultimately replacing the loss than it might represent to a nation less well-resourced. By the same token, the much lower rate of loss suffered by Germany proved calamitous to an army already heavily overtaxed and finding itself increasingly incapable of replacing losses or meeting its growing operational requirements. Robert Cetino's various histories about the Prussian and German army have attracted a wide and deserved readership. Yet his 2007 book on the Wehrmacht's demise in 1942 includes a chapter on 1941 that recounts the German army's initial progress in Operation Barbarossa in the most glowing terms. Cetino writes, "The opening of Operation Barbarossa saw the Wehrmacht pound the Red Army senseless, methodically encircling and destroying huge Soviet forces at Bialystok and Minsk. In this opening phase, the Germans fought the Kesselschlacht to perfection, taking hundreds of thousands of prisoners and overrunning a huge swath of territory as large as Britain. The operational plan for Barbarossa called for destroying as much of the Red Army as close to the border as possible before it could retreat into the endless depths of the country, and it could not have worked much better than it did." Cetino later continues, "A month into the campaign, the Germans could look with satisfaction on their progress. The Red Army seemed to be coming apart at the seams. Things only got better through July. The third Great Kessel at Smolensk yielded up another 348,000 Soviet prisoners by the end of the month. As always, the Wehrmacht maneuver scheme had been a thing of beauty, completely baffling Soviet attempts to counter it." Cetino does go on to describe the difficulties of the 1941 campaign, but this arises in his narrative as something abrupt and sudden, as if the factors which undermined Barbarossa were not present, much less having a terribly corrosive impact, from the beginning of the war. Accordingly, it is only after the dizzying success of the initial weeks that Cetino concludes, "It was at this very moment with Soviet Russia seemingly on the ropes and the Red Army having apparently dissolved, that Barbarossa began to fall apart. A comparable angle appears in Andrew Nagorsky's 2007 history of the Battle of Moscow. It is only in early October 1941, according to Nagorsky, that German operations began to lose what he presents as their lofty superiority. The German forces finally advancing on Moscow, while still victorious and formidable, weren't quite the juggernaut that they had been during the early weeks of Operation Barbarossa. With the early progress of the campaign still commonly recorded as a further laurel for the Wehrmacht, there should be little surprise that challenges to this portrayal, namely from East German and Soviet historians, were accorded little serious consideration. Albert Seaton, in his extensive history, The Russo-German War, 1941-45, dismissively concluded, "On the Soviet side, there has been an attempt to build up the Smolensk battle, July and August 1941, to the proportions of a victory." Following this lead, the long-since discredited historian David Irving later claimed, "Hitler had every reason to scent victory throughout July 1941. Although legitimate criticism may be made of the communist predisposition to explain Soviet successes as proof of the virtues encompassed in a Marxist-Leninist ideology, there remains surprising value in the strictly factual substance of their historical research. As early as 1961, Wolfstern and Ernst Stenzel suggested that the West German preoccupation with the early success of Barbarossa gave it an artificial and undeserving prominence in the discourse. In 1962, Hans Busse challenged what he saw as the West German attempt to aggrandize the Hitler-Halder command crisis of July and August 1941 into an explanation for the failure of the summer campaign. He argued that this belittled the role of the Red Army and placed the onus for failure on a German strategic decision, rather than adequately acknowledging the countermoves and strengths of the Soviet Union. A few years later, in 1965, Helmut Gupfert provided an insightful article assessing the early period of fighting on the Eastern Front, in which he highlighted the sizable inconsistency between Germany's operational goals and available forces. The resulting attempts to encircle large Soviet armies and operate in such depth, while exposed flanks were suffering constant, albeit ill-coordinated counterattacks, was simply too taxing on German strength. The result, Gupfert argues, was an unsustainable rate of loss in momentum, rendering the operational plan doomed to failure. And this was clearly evident in the beginning phase of the campaign. The problem of gaining any form of acceptance for these works in the West was that their interpretation fitted all too well into the familiar communist mythology of a superior socialist society, pitting the heroic Soviet people against German fascist invaders, and concluding that a Soviet victory was inevitable from the very beginning. Not surprisingly, such an interpretation stimulated no special interest in the West, and with the end of communism in Europe, few have bothered to revisit such tainted works with any notion of uncovering historical truth. Yet, judged on their intrinsic scholastic value alone, and without the heavy baggage of supporting a redundant ideology, the work of Soviet and East German historians provides an interesting starting point for a fresh discussion of the initial period of war on the Eastern Front. A recently published study by Heinz Magenheimer highlights the need for a corrective approach. According to Magenheimer, it is a gross distortion of the facts to claim that the energetic Soviet defense east of Smolensk had dealt the Germans a defeat and thereby prevented their immediate further advance on Moscow. However, even Magenheimer had to concede, even if resistance by the Red Army had diminished after the Battle of Smolensk, the German troops would have required a break of about 3 weeks for replenishment and supply, particularly in order to increase the offensive power of the weakened armoured formations. In spite of dismissing the contention of communist historians, the question of how these armoured formations became so badly weakened, and the significance of this for the continuation of the campaign, does not appear to have influenced Magenheimer's earlier assessment of the fighting around Smolensk. So far, the only Western historians to present major studies challenging conventional wisdom on the subject of Barbarossa's failure in the summer of 1941 are Brian Fugate and Russell Stolfi. Both authors have attempted far-reaching reinterpretations of the campaign, drawing thoroughly divergent conclusions that have remained deservedly marginalised. Fugate's 1984 study, Operation Barbarossa, Strategy and Tactics on the Eastern Front, 1941, elaborated the bold thesis that the Soviet High Command successfully carried out an ambitious plan, conceived of by Marshal Georgy Zhukov, to sacrifice its first strategic echelon in order to disrupt German concentrations and catch them unawares with a stronger second strategic echelon anchored on the Dvina-Dnieper river line. Thus, Bock's army group was being lured into a cleverly devised Soviet trap. Detractors of Fugate's theory rightly pointed to the absence of any solid archival evidence to back up this elaborate Soviet plan, and this probably inspired Fugate's second book, co-written with Russian historian Lev Dvoretsky, Thunder on the Dnieper, Zhukov, Stalin, and the Defeat of Hitler's Blitzkrieg, which appeared in 1997. The second book expounded the same thesis, with supposedly new evidence in the form of a February 1941 wargame that allegedly confirmed Zhukov's master plan for the coming war. Yet even Fugate and Dvoretsky acknowledge that the facts surrounding the February wargame are less than certain, and they cannot hope to convince sceptical readers with scant footnotes and no bibliography. The redeeming feature of Fugate's first study, particularly of value when one disregards his implausibly far-fetched theory of Soviet strategic planning, is his use of German archival sources in detailing the demise of German offensive strength over the summer of 1941. Here, parallels with Gopfert's work acquire significance, given Fugate's accurate assessment of the effects of heavy fighting on grinding down the German panzer and motorized divisions, particularly in the Yelnya salient. The second study by Russell Stolfi, Hitler's Panzer East, World War II Reinterpreted, 1991, postulates the contrasting thesis that the German strategy for the conquest of the Soviet Union represented a perfectly realizable plan, which was only confounded by Hitler's ruinous insistence on halting the drive on Moscow in August 1941. In addition to glaring factual errors, Stolfi's thesis is laden with contentious assertions and beset by dubious methodology, underlining the difficulty of supporting a largely untenable case. Even if Moscow could have been seized by the autumn of 1941, as Stolfi claims, there is no evidence to suggest that this would have precipitated the collapse of the Soviet war effort, as he assumes. Furthermore, Stolfi's assessments of Soviet losses, material strengths, and intentions rely often on German wartime intelligence reports, which were naturally prone to prodigious inaccuracies. Elements of the study are so erroneous as to make it both unhelpful in understanding the events of summer 1941 and, in many regards, actively misleading, especially to readers unfamiliar with the period. A case in point is Stolfi's inexcusable omission of discussion relating to the widespread German atrocities in the East by both the SS and the German army, particularly given his repeated highlighting of war crimes committed by Soviet forces. Indeed, the only major point on which Stolfi's thesis renders an accurate judgment is his final conclusion that the summer of 1941 represented a clear shift away from a Blitz-style campaign to one already bogged down in an unwinnable war of attrition. Although major studies are lacking, a number of West German historians have proved closer to the mark in describing the lessons of war in the early period of conflict on the Eastern Front. Despite failing to acknowledge the much earlier contributions of their East German counterparts, to which these works owed a degree of creative debt, during the 1980s, West German historians presented the Battle of Smolensk for the first time as something other than a resounding German victory. Ernst Klink provided one of the few German operational histories of the campaign and succeeds well, in spite of relying too much on the diaries and files of the OKH and OKW, which fail to reflect the full extent of the campaign's problems, clearly made evident in the reports of the combat units. In another study, Andreas Hilgruber argued that the second half of July 1941 was decisive for both the military developments on Bock's front and the wider implications these were having on Japan's strategic deliberations. John E. Tajian's short article complemented Hilgruber's assessment by reviewing the Battle of Smolensk through the useful prism of Clausewitz's culminating point, which alludes to some of the themes subsequently confirmed in this study. In the same vein, Anglo-American historians researching Soviet military operations have provided an array of evidence suggesting that the Battle of Smolensk played a much more important role in blunting the German offensive than previously thought. An attempt to understand the persistence of controversies surrounding the German-Soviet war requires a brief introduction to the difficulties confronting historians looking into the literature from and about this period. First, because of the unprecedented scale and complexity of the war in the East, the historian is confronted by a daunting array of archival material. As a result, in spite of some fine studies published over the years, many principal subjects of interest remain shrouded in mystery. The associated holes in research have contributed to many unproven conceptions about the war flourishing without basis in fact or scholarly methodology. These ideas, usually first recorded in popular post-war accounts, may fail the rigorous standards of serious examination, but have nevertheless made an indelible impact on the general understanding of events. The belief that General Mudd and General Winter were the real culprits behind the 1941 failure of the Barbarossa campaign is still commonly heard and even published today. Furthermore, there is a persistent determination in some quarters to accept the post-war fabrication of a sanitized German army, disbelieving the incontrovertible evidence relating to crimes by the Wehrmacht. Such notions have helped mould popular knowledge of the war in competition with accepted understandings, and demonstrate the susceptibility of history to distortion. Nevertheless, the challenge for historians is not simply one of a misinformed mass versus learned scholars. The field, like any other academic discipline, provides ample room for disagreements regarding many elements of the war. The previously discussed controversies surrounding Hitler's decision to invade the Soviet Union, Barbarossa as a preventative war, as well as rival East and West interpretations, have provided more than enough fodder for energizing debate. Moreover, in the English-speaking world, a further challenge has long existed, because of the skewed representation of the German-Soviet war, which is often subsumed within the Anglo-American war effort, or largely eclipsed by it. For the war on Germany's Eastern Front, which involved literally millions of combatants and countless battles along the Soviet steppe, including some on an extraordinary scale, typically struggle to register a mention, even in the most detailed studies. By contrast, much smaller battles in northern Africa, France and Italy have been given far greater prominence and have become the subject of much research and debate. This pro-Western orientation tends to take account of only the largest and best-known battles on the Eastern Front, and then frequently accords to them a prominence similar to those battles fought at the time by the Western Allies. Thus, the Soviet offensives at Moscow and Stalingrad are commonly discussed with the same degree of detail as General Auchinleck's Crusader Offensive and General Montgomery's Second Battle of Alamein. The corresponding gulf in significance between these battles is too often overlooked, generating a disturbing misconception that continues to widen because of the further preoccupation with the Anglo-American bombing campaign and the Battle of the Atlantic against German U-boats. Many Western representations of World War II, therefore, offer a slanted perspective, which belittles the contribution of the Soviet Union and consequently hinders our understanding of the Eastern Front in World War II. More recently, concern has also been raised about the methodology of the war's research and the dominance of German source material, which, since the post-war era, has formed the backbone of many Western accounts. Initially spawned by the flurry of memoirs by former German officers, who also produced many early studies for the US Army Historical Division, their groundwork was built on by the later release of German archival records, and the subsequent emergence of many proud, veteran-inspired, wartime unit histories, often lacking a discerning historical objectivity. By contrast, the absence of free access to Soviet source material and the brazen bias of official publications largely removed a competing remedial. The result was a scripted appraisal of the Red Army, laden with accounts of military ineptitude and assertions that the Red Army was saved from defeat by the huge size of the Soviet Union, the harsh climate, a pitiless disregard for human life, and sheer weight of numbers. While these interpretations largely scorned Soviet combat performance, the burden of blame for German blunders and miscalculations was typically laid squarely at the feet of Adolf Hitler. Although such stereotypical views have been debunked, their persistence in various quarters and to varying degrees has continued to exert influence, particularly as a popular explanation for events in the opening stages of Operation Barbarossa. Consequently, secondary accounts have frequently adopted an uncritical approach, presenting German successes as evidence of the lofty skill and professionalism of the Wehrmacht, while, in contrast, the lamentable Red Army is seen to survive almost in spite of itself, and owes its later success only to lessons learned from the Germans. In addition to reassessing the famed German blitzkrieg on the Eastern Front in the summer of 1941, there is a need to review another event, similarly fraught by oversight and worthy of investigation. Accurately referred to by Alan Clark as the first crisis of the Eastern Front, the struggle for operational control of the panzer groups between Hitler and the OKH has commonly been treated in the literature as little more than a through-way station on the road to disaster at Moscow. Yet it is because of this power struggle, against a backdrop of the failing strategic plan, lagging operational timetable, and the rapidly eroding strength of the all-important panzer divisions, that the crisis acquires its heated intensity. Not only did Halder believe, before the invasion, that Moscow represented the surest war-winning solution, but as he grasped the seriousness of the complications arising from the campaign, Moscow assumed a critical status for him, upon which all hope for victory hinged. Likewise, Hitler foresaw the attainment of economic objectives as the essential element in ensuring Germany's success. Yet the crisis in command has generally attracted only passing interest among historians, while the course of operations ending in the final demise of Barbarossa at Moscow has remained the principal focus of the literature. A critical review of the German summer campaign tells us a great deal more about the significance of the crisis, which, if anything, confirmed the defeat of Barbarossa rather than precipitated it. The campaign, which had by no means been won in the first stage of operations, now depended, with rapidly diminishing strength, upon a decisive blow in the second. The stakes for Germany could not have been higher, but even more alarming than the stark choice of options at hand was the realization that German mobile forces, with their available strength, operating at such depth, and against such large-scale ongoing resistance, could not possibly strike a war-winning blow in the remainder of 1941. Thus, the vigour with which Hitler and his generals fought each other over the strategic direction of the campaign, paralleled, to an extent, by the vitality with which some historians have since debated the respective alternatives, seems neglectful of the real issue at stake, that by late August 1941, Germany's defeat of the Soviet Union was doomed to fail. The eminent British military theorist and historian Sir Basil Liddell-Hart observed in relation to Operation Barbarossa, the issue in Russia depended less on strategy and tactics than on space, logistics and mechanics. Although some of the operational decisions were of great importance, they did not count so much as mechanical deficiency in conjunction with excess of space, and their effect has to be measured in relation to these basic factors. In the straightforward analysis of space, logistics and mechanics, it becomes clear that a central failing of Barbarossa belongs to inherent structural flaws in the German army, which presented a fundamental problem to the prospects of the campaign, beyond the not inconsiderable complications caused by the Red Army. When taken together, these factors make it somewhat naive to frame Army Group Centre's strategic dilemma of July and August 1941 as the essential choice between victory and defeat, if only the correct option was chosen. In fact, the confrontation over strategy was brewing long before the invasion began, and took little account of the deeper problems undercutting the German war effort, problems that were not recognised before the war, nor fully appreciated in its initial weeks. In short, the complex relationship between space, time, and striking power reveals the extent to which Germany had overplayed its hand in the summer of 1941, and the consequent triviality of strategic manoeuvring after the fact. An obvious conclusion that may be drawn from this particular appraisal of the initial period of the war is that, with the aggregate loss of momentum throughout the three German army groups, and the resultant inability to end the war on the Eastern Front in a Blitz-style campaign, the culminating point of the attack had been reached, and the war, as a result, had turned. Of course, Germany was still capable of major offensives on certain sectors of the front, and could achieve impressive successes at the operational level. But none of this could change the fundamental disparity between Soviet staying power and German offensive strength. As soon as Germany ceased to threaten a knockout blow, and a longer, grinding war ensued, economic factors came into play, which favoured the Allied war effort even before the direct entry of the United States into the conflict. Indeed, 2 days after the German invasion, the US President Franklin Roosevelt pledged, "We are going to give all the aid we can to Russia," signalling his intention to extend the Lend-Lease aid program currently arming Britain to the Soviet Union. Previous assessments of the German summer campaign in 1941 have assumed the implicit success of Hitler's armies, especially in Army Group Centre. Accordingly, the proposition of an early turning point in the war has centred solely on strategic options, pitting Kiev against Moscow, and debating the best method of defeating the Red Army. Yet the two sides to this debate misinterpret the real determinant of what constituted the turning point in the early period of the war. Simply put, the issue is not a strategic question of when and along which axis of advance the drive to victory was to be achieved, for these questions assume that such an accomplishment was even possible in the late summer of 1941. In fact, the German motorised divisions were simply too exhausted to achieve anything more than operational successes on certain parts of the front, aided greatly in this endeavour by Stalin's baneful strategic direction, and certainly could not hope to end the war before the winter. Thus, the turning point of the war took place in the summer of 1941, not as a result of any one decision or battle, but rather as the general consequence of many factors broadly represented by the harsh terrain, vast distances, fierce Soviet resistance, and internal German weaknesses. Previously, the debate over turning points in the war has focused on the great battles of the Eastern Front, with opinions split between those advocating the Battle of Moscow, winter of 1941 and 42, Stalingrad, winter of 1942 and 43, and Kursk, July 1943. Winston Churchill, in his comprehensive history of World War II, nominated the spring of 1943 as the Eastern Front's turning point, while studies by Geoffrey Roberts and Mark Healey have argued for Stalingrad and Kursk, respectively, as the decisive encounters which determined the outcome of the war. More prominently, Richard Overy has taken a longer view, which finds no answer in 1941, and instead asserts, somewhere in the changing fortunes of war between 1942 and 1944 lies the heart of the answer to our question of why the Allies won. If, indeed, this period does explain the Allied road to victory, it may not necessarily address the timing of the Axis defeat. Yet Overy specifically singled out 1943, noting that in the aftermath of Stalingrad, then, slowly, the tide turned. The first major defeat of the war was inflicted. Over the next 12 months, the Red Army drove German forces from much of western Russia on a broad arc from Kursk to the Caucasus. These Soviet victories marked the turning point of the whole war, as victory in 1919 had turned the tide of the Civil War. In a more recent publication, Overy has highlighted Kursk in July 1943 as the war's turning point. Klaus Reinhardt's thorough assessment of the battle for Moscow provides a convincing case for the German army's demise in the east, and certainly puts beyond doubt the ultimate failure of the Wehrmacht in 1941. Nevertheless, the focus is squarely on Moscow as the definitive turning point, in spite of acknowledging the overarching importance of a short war in the strategic conception of the campaign, the failure of which entailed numerous and fundamentally adverse military and economic consequences. Indeed, one might say that irrespective of any other factors, the continued large-scale resistance of the Soviet Union in September 1941 points to the fact that Operation Barbarossa had already failed in its core function. Hence, it is instructive to look at the less familiar side to Germany's defeat in 1941 by focusing on its early failure, which occurred, paradoxically, at the height of Germany's success in the East. While most academic works require a certain historiographical orientation in order to familiarise their audiences with the field of study and underscore the value of the research to the discourse, an operational history of Barbarossa requires more. This is because it concerns an area of history that many in the German academic establishment reject. Even in the Anglo-American world, there are those questioning the continuing relevance of military history. Yet this takes on an entirely new dimension in Germany, where the field has long since been absent from the universities. Aside from those historians teaching or otherwise involved within the Bundeswehr, German Army, and Professor Bernhard Kroner at Potsdam University, there is no formal education in military history available in the country. What is even worse, many students and academics think this is to their benefit, and seem horrified at the suggestion of running courses discussing military campaigns and battles, instead of the more staple interactions with Homer and Luther. It strikes me as odd that such opinion can claim to be promoting the knowledge base of the student body, while at the same time arguing for a restriction of the university curriculum. Who can say what the loss is to German academic discourse, when nobody bothers to study it and find out? The result has left the field poverty-stricken in Germany, a deficiency only somewhat mitigated by the outstanding works produced by the Bundeswehr's MGFA, Military History Research Institute, in Potsdam. The underlying problem in Germany, as in the United States, is largely one of image. However, apologists for military history in Germany face such deep-seated antipathy that there is a burning need to counter the widespread misconceptions and the damage resulting from them. In Germany, more than 65 years after the end of the war, histories such as mine are surprisingly rare, because they have still not overcome the critical questioning of why such studies should even be attempted. No such taboo or equivalent phenomenon occurred in the Anglo-American world, where the righteousness of the war and the ultimate military triumph led to a proliferation of literature, which eagerly embraced military campaigns as a legitimate subject for academic pursuit and the popular press. In Germany, however, discussion throughout the long post-war period has often concluded that such questions of military history are of much lesser importance than the deeper issues surrounding the rise of the Nazi Party to power, the role of ideology, mechanisms of state control, and the regime's litany of criminal activity. Questions of a military nature were, at best, seen as illuminating background to the progress of other, more relevant issues and events, or, at worst, a shameful and altogether irrelevant undertaking, misconstrued as profiting from the lessons of war merely for the benefit of future conflicts. An entrenched pacifist sentiment born of the enduring national guilt Germany has felt since the end of the war accounts in large measure for such views. It also illustrates the deep sense of responsibility most Germans feel towards their past, as well as an overwhelming acceptance of their country's role as a highly aggressive power which committed acts of unrivalled brutality. Until only recently, these events forestalled any open expression of national pride among Germans, and only lately, as challenges have emerged, has debate begun about whether the country should re-embrace patriotism. In identifying the evils of their Nazi past, Germans have naturally taken aim at the rampant militarism that dominated the Third Reich and the regime's proud trumpeting of German and Prussian military history. Unquestionably, the Nazis were skillful manipulators, especially when it came to propaganda, and the use of history as a powerful tool in this process was no different. The lavish indulgence in military history under the Nazis reflects only their self-deceiving interpretation of the past and cannot be taken as an accurate or representative view of what the field seeks to achieve. Indeed, given the central importance of the military ethos in Hitler's state and the unrelenting warfare the Nazis directed, discouraging the study of these events is more harmful to the legacy of their crimes. In coming to terms with its Nazi past, Germany's openness has allowed many encouraging lessons to be learned. In fact, I would contend that Germany serves as a fine model for other countries with proverbial skeletons in the closet. Banishing military history, however, is one of the wrong lessons, which has hindered rather than contributed positively to Germany's progress. For an Australian historian, familiar with the long persecution of our indigenous Aboriginals and the difficulties they endure to this day, Germany's unadorned candour in dealing openly with its painful past compares admirably. Yet Australia is not an exception. Many nations are unwilling to accept any measure of responsibility for their blackened pasts, particularly when it relates to 19th and 20th century abuses that continue to impact on their societies. Their reluctance reinforces the contrastingly open attitude Germany has adopted, although there are those who would perhaps justifiably point to the unique nature of the Holocaust in fomenting this state of affairs. Drawing attention to Germany's comparative historical openness is not intended as a mark of pride for Germans. It is nothing more than what is required, nor is it a faultless process. Germany's internal debate over its history is not devoid of occasional challenges from radical quarters of the historical community. The West German Historikerstreit, historians' dispute, that erupted in the 1980s is a perfect example. Still, while Germany retains a comparatively clear conscience in its acceptance of the past, the unduly critical view of histories focused on military operations persists. When I began my research for this study, I was initially surprised at how little work had been done in Germany on the strictly military side of Operation Barbarossa. The reason for this lack of material only became clear later in context of the prevailing taboo. The rejection of the field as a serious undertaking has undoubtedly stymied a good deal of work and left many gaps in our understanding of German militarism. The neglect was metaphorically exemplified when at least one map I ordered at the military archive had to be immediately returned for restoration because of damage sustained from years of accumulated mould. It would surprise some in the English-speaking world to learn that although German schoolchildren are taught much about Hitler's rise to power and the Holocaust, they learn next to nothing about the campaigns and battles their country fought in World War II. As a result, the name Kursk means more to many Germans as the namesake of a Russian submarine tragedy in which 118 sailors died in 2000, than as one of the most significant battles of World War II, in which many thousands of German and Soviet lives were lost. Teaching children about wars is not a matter to be undertaken lightly, and there can be no question of its sensitive nature. But neglecting our violent past should not be misconstrued as protecting children. Indeed, given the horrific impact of wars, particularly World War II, and the opportunity granted to learn valuable lessons from these periods, more education, not less, seems in order. Whatever direction Germany's public education system takes is ultimately a matter for the Germans themselves, and my comments express a preference, not a criticism. I reserve stronger judgment for higher levels of education in Germany. Of course, there is no official restriction on the study of military history, nor is it difficult to gain access to the military archive in Freiburg. But this does not mean that the intellectual environment embraces, to say nothing of encouraging, the study of war. The tendency to reject military history as a serious undertaking is all the more disappointing because it discounts its inherent importance to related fields of study. The vital interaction between the radicalization of Nazi policy in Europe and the day-to-day progress of the war would surely count as a noteworthy example. Although there are some fine studies by German historians, a great deal of work, particularly on Germany's Eastern Front in World War II, remains to be done. Doubts by some German intellectuals, often backed, as I discovered in my time at the Humboldt University, by significant elements of the student body, about the underlying meaning or suspected motives of such research, must be judged on a case-by-case basis, and not be allowed to cloud the field as a whole. Certainly, such fears are not completely unjustified. Any in-depth look at military histories in the English language reveals there is an all-too-common tendency for histories to adopt a brazen tone of glorification, becoming a medium for patriotic embellishment and national pride. Although such dubious contributions do not dominate the scholarly field, they are nonetheless present, and in some instances have been well received by large audiences keen to embrace romantic depictions of their country's exploits in war. Still, misguided and potentially damaging rogue elements are a challenge to all fields of study, which debate in an open forum. Indeed, it is the absence of informed opinion that allows radical theories to gain credibility. Investigating Germany's military history is unlikely to spawn a rise of similarly ill-conceived, misguided publications. The well-established culpability of Germany for crimes perpetrated between 1933 and 1945 has left Germans much more inclined to assess their country's exploits in war critically and objectively. There is also a much more limited tolerance for forms of nationalistic expression, because it is still inextricably linked to the rhetoric and actions of the Third Reich. Thus, advocating the proliferation of military history in Germany's contemporary historical discourse entails little risk, but promises a good deal of important research. To that end, I hope the following work can make a modest contribution. Part 1. Strategic Plans and Theoretical Conceptions for War against the Soviet Union. Chapter 1. Fighting the Bear. The Evolution of Early Strategic Planning. In August 1939, the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, otherwise referred to as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, set out the partition of Poland following an agreed invasion, first by Hitler and later Stalin. The pact heralded a new degree of cooperation between the two nations, while the secret agreement on spheres of influence in Eastern Europe and Finland had the important ramification of ensuring security for Germany's eastern border. This freed Hitler's hand for the war he found himself fighting against France and Britain, and allowed for the heavy concentration of his forces in the West. Hitler's subsequent campaign in May and June of 1940 seized control of the Low Countries, knocked France out of the war, and effectively secured control of Germany's western flank. It was only at this point that substantial forces were redirected towards the Reich's eastern border, which was the result of both the changed strategic situation in Europe and the events unfolding in the east, beyond Germany's frontier. Stalin was moving quickly to absorb his share of the territory allocated to him under the Nazi-Soviet Pact, and the remarkable successes Germany achieved in the West added to his sense of urgency. Finland had already been forced to yield territory in the Winter War, 1939-40, and by the middle of June, the Baltic states were completely occupied and eventually absorbed into the Soviet Empire as member republics. June also saw Soviet forces occupying the Romanian regions of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina, heightening German fears that Soviet ambitions might extend as far as Romania's oil fields at Ploesti, which were vital to Germany's war economy. With these concerns in mind, and indeed before the Soviet armies had completed their occupations on the Baltic and in Romania, The first operational plans were drawn up to provide contingencies in the unlikely event of a Soviet attack. This first plan envisaged an offensive type of defense, which placed emphasis on blunting the initial attack and then launching a counter-offensive at the earliest possible opportunity. As the Chief of the Army General Staff, Franz Halder, observed in his diary on June the 18th, "Everything we have should be used for offensive action." On June 26th, the transfer of the 18th Army was ordered from the west to shore up Germany's eastern defences, with the bulk of its 15 divisions in place by the end of July. Following discussions between Halder, the 18th Army's commanding officer, Colonel General Georg von Kuchler, and his Chief of Staff, Major General Erich Marx, a new directive was drawn up under the title Deployment Instructions for 18th Army. This involved a fundamental departure from the earlier plan by adopting a wholly offensive posture based on the assumption that Soviet preparations could be identified and attacked before operations began against Germany. Even at this embryonic stage of Germany's concept for war in the East, the plan was not simply an offensive reaction to a war already in progress, but rather an action which represented the beginning of a war. Thus, we might well consider the deployment instruction for 18th Army as the first distinct plan for a German attack on the Soviet Union, even though this involved only limited, immediate objectives, and was not the result of any directive on Hitler's part. On July 21st, the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Walter von Brauchitsch, met Hitler to receive instructions regarding the future conduct of the war. The outcome of this meeting was reported back to Halder by Brauchitsch, and the resulting account in Halder's diary offers many clues to Hitler's strategic deliberations, indicating consideration of an attack on the Soviet Union. Hitler believed that Britain was beaten, but that Churchill continued the war only in the hope that either the Soviet Union or the United States would soon come to his aid. The objective, Halder noted, was to smash the Russian army. Such an undertaking was estimated to require between 80 and 100 German divisions, and they could be expected to encounter only 50 to 75 good Soviet divisions. The attack was thought possible as early as the autumn of 1940, but accordingly there was some concern about the ability of the Luftwaffe to support operations in the east as well as against Britain. German strength was to be concentrated in the north and south for advances along the Baltic Sea and into the Ukraine. Halder also wrote of political aims being the creation of a Ukrainian state, a separate Belorussia, and a confederation of Baltic states. Hitler's strategic vision at this point was still rather erratic, jumping between options aimed at finding the elusive resolution to cement his victorious war. The confusion was reflected in the emerging war plans of the OKW, Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, High Command of the Armed Forces, and OKH, Oberkommando des Heeres, Army High Command, where contrasting priorities required radically different armament programs. The OKW called for U-boats and aircraft for the ongoing war against Britain, while the OKH would require tanks and men for the invasion of the Soviet Union. At this point, Hitler did not yet see the invasion of the Soviet Union as the long-prophesied showdown with Bolshevism and the achievement of living space, Lebensraum, but rather as a chiefly strategic manoeuvre, designed to clarify to the British the hopelessness of their situation and result in a favourable peace for Germany. Yet even in Hitler's proposed war on the Soviet Union, Halder's notes suggest that this was not a proposition for full-scale war, but rather something more limited, in line with the deployment instructions for 18th Army already prepared. In either case, Hitler commented at the time of the French capitulation, in comparison to what had just been achieved, war against Russia would represent nothing more difficult than child's play. Sandkastenspiel. Upon hearing Brauchitsch's report, Halder instigated a new round of strategic study, briefing the Operations Department, the Department of Foreign Armies East, and the Military Geography Department. The first reports were presented a few days later, and the discussions that followed centred on the deployment directive for the main German thrust. The head of the operations department, Colonel Hans von Griefenberg, proposed a strong southern grouping in support of operations directly into the Ukraine, where intelligence indicated the large concentration of the Soviet 6th, 12th and 5th armies were located. Halder, on the other hand, argued for a powerful northern deployment, capable of striking towards Moscow, with a subsequent secondary operation into the Ukraine, compelling the Soviet forces there to fight with reversed fronts. The notes of Lieutenant General Gerhard Feyerabend, who served in the Army General Staff Operations Department, indicate that Halder believed the drive to Moscow would result in a decisive battle with the bulk of the Red Army, presumably involving a rapid redeployment from the south. Feyerabend noted that victory in such a campaign was regarded by Halder as the prerequisite for the political collapse of the Soviet Union. Despite the planning and preparations advanced until now by Halder, there had still been no formal decision announced by Hitler, nor had he issued specific orders that a plan for an aggressive war in the East be prepared. It was on July the 29th that Hitler informed the head of the Wehrmacht Operations Department, Colonel General Alfred Jodl, of his decision to invade the Soviet Union in May 1941. When told of this decision, Jodl's deputy, Major General Walter Valmont, described a chorus of objection followed by an hour of bitter debate. The consternation Valmont claimed to have witnessed centred on the dreaded prospect of a war on two fronts, long since the bane of German military planners. Jodl sought to counter with assurances that victory in the East would stimulate the Luftwaffe with a new pitch of efficiency and allow it to be deployed once again in full strength against England in the autumn of 1941. He also asserted Hitler's belief in the inevitable confrontation with Bolshevism, claiming it was better that the war be fought now at the height of Germany's military dominance in Europe. Following the meeting with Hitler, Jodl ordered his staff to begin planning, under the operational name Build Up East, Aufbau Ost, facilitating the movement and concentration of forces into the poorly developed regions of western Poland. Additionally, an operational study was ordered, to be authored by Lieutenant Colonel Bernhard von Lossberg, in preparation for a campaign against the Soviet Union. This study was later to prove the first document in the evidence of the prosecution at Nuremberg, charging German commanders with complicity in planning and waging a war of aggression. 2 days after Jodl's meeting with Hitler, on July the 31st, a major conference took place at the Berghof, Hitler's mountain retreat. Present, along with Hitler, were the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Grand Admiral Erich Raeder, Chief of the High Command of the Wehrmacht, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, Jodl, Halder, Brauchitsch, and, representing the Luftwaffe, Lieutenant General Hans Jeschneck. The formalities began with a briefing by Raeder regarding the state of preparations for the invasion of England, the preference of the Navy being for the postponement of any cross-channel attack until at least May of 1941. Hitler was made well aware of the risks involved, owing to serious complications with the weather and German naval deficiencies. The Admiral even raised veiled objections to the Army's invasion plan on such a broad front. When Hitler finally spoke, it was clear that Raeder's address had only confirmed his own misgivings about the operation. Politically astute, Hitler was aware that Germany's prestige following the victory over France was at an all-time high, and could plainly see the risks involved in a cross-channel invasion in 1940. Thus, he arrived at the question, if there was not to be an attempted landing until the spring of the following year, which even then would involve considerable risks, how best should Germany proceed in forcing Britain's recognition that the war was in fact lost? The root of such thinking stems from Hitler's belief that the British cause was a hopeless one, and that refusal to accept terms was maintained only in the lingering hope that either the United States or the Soviet Union would eventually join the war against Germany. Hitler, therefore, resolved to eliminate the Soviet Union, which he believed would have the dual effect of directly removing one threat and simultaneously removing the other by consequence of the tremendously increased power Japan would enjoy in the Far East and the Pacific. The result, Hitler prophesied, would leave Germany master of Europe and the Balkans. Halder's diary spells out the new direction in Hitler's strategic thought, and hints at some of the reckless assumptions, which astonishingly were allowed to persist throughout the numerous planning phases and operational studies. With Russia smashed, Britain's last hope would be shattered. Decision. Russia's destruction must therefore be made part of this struggle. Spring, 1941. The sooner Russia is crushed, the better. Attack achieves its purpose only if Russian state can be shattered to its roots with one blow. Holding part of the country will not do. If we start in May 1941, we would have 5 months to finish the job. Object is destruction of Russian manpower. The campaign was to aim for nothing less than the total destruction of the Soviet state and the occupation of the industrial western regions of the country. To do this, Hitler spoke of 2 operational thrusts, one through the south towards Kiev, and the other striking north through the Baltic states and then on towards Moscow. The 2 operational groups would then link up for a subsequent drive on the oil fields near Baku. Following the defeat of France and the reduction in the size of the army to 120 divisions, the demands of a major new campaign in the east prompted Hitler to reverse his earlier decision by directing an increase in the size of the army to a new total of 180 divisions. This denoted 120 divisions for use in the east, with the remainder on occupation duties in France, 50, Norway, 7, Belgium and Holland, 3. The conference, on July the 31st, formalised the effort to prepare operational studies for war against the Soviet Union, and can thus be identified as a watershed in Hitler's strategy for waging the war. Significantly, the reception of this momentous news by Hitler's most senior commanders was without protest or dispute, and stands in sharp contrast to the impassioned disputes arising from the timing and operational plans for the Western campaign. In particular, Halder noted only the day before that maintenance of good relations with Russia would be preferable to the alternative of confronting a two-front war. This draws attention to the twisted logic adopted by Hitler and accepted by his generals, that in order to deny Britain her final hope of Soviet involvement in the war, an invasion of that country was necessary. Ideological precepts were clearly a guiding force in the army's conceptualization of war with the Soviet Union, and this would become more and more evident as the planning stages progressed. Some thought was given to the long-term challenge a rearmed and modern Soviet army would pose to German hegemony in Europe, but these concerns were by no means at the forefront of strategic planning or decision-making in the summer of 1940. Indeed, Soviet prospects for offensive action in Europe posed concern only for Romania and Finland, but certainly were not believed to include any aggressive intentions towards the Reich. 2 ways to skin a bear: the Marx and Lossberg plans. The Chief of Staff of the 18th Army, Major General Erich Marx, had already been working on contingency plans for war with the Soviet Union since receiving orders from Halder in early July. On July the 29th, he arrived at the Army High Command headquarters in Fontainebleau to be briefed again by Halder on the increasing scope of the operations now being anticipated in the East. A long-time acquaintance of Halder, and a man of high standing within the General Staff, Marx was then charged with preparing an operational study that would become a principal cornerstone in the theoretical foundation of the final Barbarossa plan. Completed in the first week of August, Marx's plan, entitled Operations Outline East, Operation Centerwurf Ost, envisaged 2 main thrusts, one to the north and one to the south of the Pripyat marshes. The stronger of these 2 pincers was to be stationed in the north, striking from East Prussia and Poland, as Marx, at Halder's urging, determined Moscow to be the decisive key to eliminating the coherence of the Russian state. Seine Eroberung zerreißt den Zusammenhang des Russischen Reiches. To achieve this, he directed the powerful Northern Army Group to take the most direct approach to the Soviet capital, using one of the best road systems in the country, which proceeded via Minsk and Smolensk through the Orsha corridor, between the Dwina and Dnieper rivers. A secondary force would break off from the main group to strike north and seize Leningrad via Pskov. In the second theatre of operations, south of the Pripyat marshes, the objective was to prevent a Soviet advance into Romania, vital for Germany's supply of oil, by advancing on Kiev and the middle Dnieper. From this point, future operations would be worked out in close cooperation with the Northern Army Group and could vary between an advance due east towards the industrial city of Kharkov or northeast towards a direct link-up with formations in the north. The elimination of the bulk of the Red Army in the western districts would enable a rapid advance into the distant hinterland, thereby safeguarding Germany from the perceived danger of strategic bombing raids. The ultimate objective was to reach a line extending from Rostov in the south to Gorky, east of Moscow, and up as far as Archangeliska on the White Sea. Such an advance, it was believed, would lead to the collapse of organised Soviet resistance and the denial of resources necessary for the further conduct of major operations. The Soviet Asiatic regions were not believed to be greatly developed, and were consequently judged incapable of sustaining large-scale Soviet resistance. The campaign was to embody 4 distinct phases of operation, through which Marx hoped to achieve final victory. The first involved pushing back the vanguard of the Red Army to their older fortified lines of defence, calculated to be roughly 400 kilometres from the German starting positions. This first stage was thought to require approximately 3 weeks, and included the optimistic observation that if the German armoured units were able to penetrate the Soviet lines fast enough, an effective withdrawal of large-scale formations might be prevented, and the outcome of the campaign decided in this first phase. Failing that, a second phase would be necessary, requiring the breakthrough and encirclement of the Soviet defensive positions extending to a distance of between 100 and 200 kilometres. Marx stressed the importance of achieving a clean penetration of these lines, or, he warned, there existed the danger of scattered Soviet units carrying on resistance and needing to be eliminated one at a time. For this stage of the operations, Marx anticipated that 2 to 4 weeks would be required. The third phase was predicated on the success of the second. Its objective called for the simultaneous advance on and capture of Moscow, Leningrad and the eastern Ukraine, a distance of 400 kilometres further east. Yet the timing of the operation depended on the condition of the army's motor vehicles and the extent to which German gauge railway tracks could be laid for resupply. There was also a question surrounding the condition of Red Army forces. If they were assessed to be still capable of offering resistance, a further pause might be necessary in order to overhaul engines and carry out maintenance. The length of time allocated to this phase was between 3 and 6 weeks. The fourth and final stage was the occupation of the Soviet Union up to the Don, Middle Volga and Upper Dvina. This was not thought to involve any serious opposition, and was even termed a railway advance, requiring between 3 and 4 weeks. Marx believed the Soviet strategic response would suffer from a fundamental dilemma. On the one hand, they might wish to adopt a similar strategy to that used in 1812, and fall back into the depths of their country, but being unable in a modern war to abandon lines of supply and sources of production, Marx concluded they would be forced to hold a defensive position in the western part of the country. The line, Pluzg-Beresina, the Pripyat marshes, Zabruch, Pruth, was thought most likely for this purpose by Marx. But he also suggested a retreat as far as the Dnieper, with delaying actions being fought to slow the German advance and cover the Soviet withdrawal. In Marx's opinion, the only exception to this defensive response was a possible Soviet offensive into Romania to cut off German oil supplies. He also held the Soviet Air Force and Navy, he specifically made reference to the submarine arm, in high regard, expecting them to adopt an offensive posture, contributing to the blockade of Germany and launching strong air attacks on the Romanian oil fields. The Red Army's strength was estimated to be 151 infantry divisions, 32 cavalry divisions, and 38 motorised brigades. Of these, Marx believed 55 infantry divisions, 9 cavalry divisions, and 10 motorized brigades were tied down on the borders of Finland, Turkey, and Japan. The conclusion Marx reached, therefore, was that only 96 infantry divisions, 23 cavalry divisions, and 28 motorized brigades were available for operations against Germany. It is also significant that from Marx's information, no appreciable increase in the total number of Soviet units was thought possible before the spring of 1941. German strength for the invasion of the Soviet Union by the spring of 1941 was aimed at being 147 divisions, 110 infantry and mountain divisions, 24 panzer divisions, 12 motorized divisions, and 1 cavalry division, a total which did not include occupation forces in Scandinavia or Western Europe. In the conduct of operations, the emphasis was on speed and surprise to penetrate Soviet lines and envelop their major formations before they could reach lines of prepared or natural defences. Marx also planned to hold back a large part of his total force in a central reserve to compensate for the expanding funnel shape of the theatre into which the German armies were to advance. 44 members of the Army Group Reserve were sent to assist. 4 were allocated to the panzer divisions, 4 to the motorised divisions, and 36 to the infantry divisions. Of the Army Group South, 5 were allocated to the panzer divisions, 6 to the motorised divisions, and 24 to the infantry. Lastly, of the Army Group North, 15 were allocated to the panzer divisions, 2 to the motorised divisions, 50 to the infantry divisions, and 1 to the cavalry divisions. The campaign to defeat the Soviet Union was estimated by Marx to require between 9 and 17 weeks. But interestingly, he refused to rule out an indefinite state of war continuing in the distant East on a much smaller scale. In the weeks following Marx's submission of his operational study, he continued to reflect on the possible outcome of a war with the Soviet Union, putting his thoughts to paper. He named his new study Evaluation of Situation Red, Beurteilung der Lage Rot, which envisaged an outcome considerably different from that which he described in his initial analysis. His preliminary focus was on the larger geopolitical ramifications of a war with the Soviet Union, but he also addressed new considerations in his strategic analysis for a campaign in the East. To begin with, he foresaw with certainty an enemy coalition between Britain and the Soviet Union that would be joined shortly by the United States, who, Marx noted, were already involved economically. This would see the Axis placed in the grip of a powerful blockade, while having to defend on all sides. With this, the Allies would have achieved their precondition for offensive operations from both the East and in the West, with an Anglo-American landing in Europe. The Soviets would just have to ensure their survival against the initial German blow to take advantage of the collective power and subsequent counterattacks that would eventually be unleashed against Germany. These, Marx thought, could arise towards the end of 1941, but were more likely in 1942. Such a scenario, therefore, placed great emphasis on defeating the Soviet Union quickly in order to eliminate a dangerous enemy and ensure Germany's economic survival. Marx still held to his earlier belief that, once the most prosperous areas in the Soviet Union were occupied, Soviet resistance would crumble and Situation Red would not materialize. But in order to occupy the European districts of the Soviet Union, further study was needed to assess the prospects of success. Marx now concluded that the Soviet command would probably react systematically to the German invasion by constructing numerous defensive lines, rather than relying wholly on a stand-along the Dnieper-Dwina line, as his earlier study assumed. Such a conclusion calls into question his whole timetable of advance, as presented in the earlier draft. Marx received responses to his evaluation of Situation Red from Lieutenant General von Tippelskirch, Senior Quartermaster 4, and Lieutenant Colonel Eberhard Kinzel, head of the Department of Foreign Armies East, Abteilung Fremde Heere Ost. Neither foresaw events with such potential foreboding as Marx did, and consequently their respective answers concentrated less on dealing with the dire implications of Situation Red than assuring Marx how and why this would not come about. Significantly, there is no evidence to suggest Marx's follow-up study ever reached Halder, and, therefore, its veiled warnings had no impact on future planning. While enlightening in its own right, Marx's evaluation of Situation Red also reveals a great deal about the intellectual process employed in planning the Eastern Campaign from the earliest stages. The unquestioning assumptions of Marx's operations outline East that, as will be seen with subsequent army studies, made no assessment of the ability of the Wehrmacht to achieve victory in a single campaign, proved symptomatic of the responses he received to the evaluation of Situation Red. Such blind supposition of success, among the very body charged with establishing the operational parameters and feasibility of the campaign, is strong evidence of the closed circle of discussion and debate that was fostered within the Army General Staff. It also hints ominously at the vast and unseen implications of an invasion of the Soviet Union. Halder himself bears a significant degree of responsibility for such stifling of independent thought, having dissuaded Marx from launching the main thrust of his attack into the Soviet Union from the south, emphasizing instead the primary importance of Moscow for the victory in the East. This further led to his discounting Marx's forecast of an indefinite state of war continuing in the East, on a small scale, even after reaching the final line of advance. The General Staff's exuberant self-confidence towards an Eastern campaign, no doubt boosted by the spectacular collapse of France only weeks before, also reflected long-held prejudices of a racial and cultural kind, which memories of World War I appeared only to confirm. Olaf Gruller has suggested that Prussian-German disdain for Russian military power can be traced back 200 years to Frederick II of Prussia. The more recent set of beliefs were influenced by a so-called Tannenberg myth, which contrasted a natural German military superiority with barbaric Russian hordes capable of atrocities. In addition, Germany's academic experts on the East, Ostforscher, were profoundly influenced by entrenched stereotypes, adding a guise of merit to the ingrained anti-Slavic and anti-Bolshevik beliefs. The future commander of Panzer Group III in Army Group Center's invasion of the Soviet Union, Colonel General Hermann Hoth, described the bestial cruelty of the Russians during their 1914 invasion of East Prussia, while his counterpart, Colonel General Heinz Guderian, later to command Panzer Group II, observed after World War I, while in Mitau on the Baltic, "The Bolsheviks cavort like beasts." As the inferior foe image supported central precepts of the National Socialist agenda and paralleled prevailing views already widespread within the armed forces, one begins to identify not only the willing acceptance of Nazi ideals, but the general's own role in initiating and propagating them. As a case in point, Halder preempted even Hitler in strategic planning for a war in the East, which, much more than providing a defense of Germany's eastern border, called for a first strike attack against the Soviet Union. Christian Hartmann, in his biographical study of Halder, suggested that the Chief of the General Staff's views may have been shaped, or at least influenced, by his personal experience on Germany's Eastern Front in World War I. Halder only spent a few months in the East in 1917, but this was shortly before the final Russian political and military collapse. In spite of such self-inflicted deception, the audacious liberties taken in the early planning of the Eastern Campaign cannot simply be passed over as the byproducts of blatant ignorance or die-hard prejudices. The General Staff demonstrated a wanton lack of professionalism, ignoring unfavourable intelligence and failing to consider in depth such critical questions as logistics, climate, and the imposing spaces which extended not only the depth of operations, but, owing to the expanding funnel of the Soviet landmass, the breadth of the front line. Among the intelligence reports supplied to Marx for his operational study, There is believed to have been a draft copy of the Military Geography Department's soon-to-be-published study of the Soviet Union. This forwarded the standard arguments in favour of the occupation of the Ukraine, Moscow and Leningrad, but went on to suggest that the oil wells of the Caucasus were probably too distant to be included in the German sphere of control. Nevertheless, the report concluded, even if such far-flung regions could be directly administered, it would still not ensure a cessation of Soviet resistance, owing to the substantial development of Asian Russia. This region was no longer a backwater of sparsely populated indigenous peoples, living as nomads or in isolated settlements. On the contrary, the report presented an impressive picture of modern development. Beyond the Urals and Caspian Sea lived 40 million people, with developed agricultural and industrial resources, and the western section had an increasing network of railroad communications. The report concluded that the principal enemies in any attack were space and climate, with the vastness of territory being of the utmost importance. The German military attaché in Moscow, Lieutenant General Ernst Köstring, the foremost German military expert on the Soviet Union, fluent in Russian and stationed in the Soviet capital since 1935, was undoubtedly another source of authoritative information for Marx. Although he did contribute to the intelligence-gathering process, his voice, unlike head of the intelligence-gathering Department of Foreign Armies East, Lieutenant Colonel Kinzel, was distinctly critical. He believed there was nothing to gain in a proposed war that could not be secured politically, so long as the German Wehrmacht remained strong and undefeated. Militarily, Köstring observed in August 1938 the Red Army, even amidst the worst of Stalin's Great Purge, retained a formidable fighting capacity. The Red Army, as a result of the liquidation of large numbers of senior officers, who applied themselves to their task very ably for 10 years, advancing theoretical and practical training, has now lost a degree of its operational level ability. The best commanders are now gone, yet there is no indication or proof that the strike power of the majority has sunken so low as to no longer constitute a significant factor in the event of a war. In early September 1940, Holder recorded a conversation with Köstring, in which the veteran Soviet observer noted improvements within the Red Army, but added that it would still require a further 4 years before it reached its former level. Köstring also warned of the demands the terrain and conditions would cause the Wehrmacht, to which Holder noted, movement in the various parts of Russia will present significant difficulties for motorized units. The following month, Köstring again emphasized caution in an intelligence report prepared for Foreign Armies East. Here, he stressed the defensive qualities of the Red Army, which reinforced the appearance of a formidable and serious opponent, although Köstring pointed out that it was still incapable of conducting large-scale mobile warfare. Köstring again highlighted the difficulties of movement in the east. He drew attention to the absence of roads and extremes in weather, which he concluded were the Soviet Union's greatest allies, along with time and space. Yet not all of Köstring's urgings can be taken at face value, especially his post-war claim, accepted by some historians, but unsupported by available records, professing his prescience of the Soviet industrial developments east of the Urals, and emphasizing, therefore, the irrelevance of Moscow as a strategic key to victory. Operating under orders from Jodl, Lieutenant Colonel Bernhard von Lossberg began work on his Operational Study East, Operation Studie Ost, on or shortly after July 29th, and completed it, much later than Marx, on September the 15th. This meant, of course, that Lossberg had the benefit of learning from Marx's Operations Outline East, which, in addition to the fact that Lossberg was supplied with much the same material from the General Staff, accounts in large measure for their many similarities. Yet the delay between the completion of the two studies allowed Lossberg to incorporate into his planning the rapidly changing political situation unfolding in Eastern Europe, namely in Romania. The imposed resolution to the escalating conflict with Hungary in the Arbitration of Vienna, August 30th, secured for Germany the ability to use Romania as a staging ground for the coming war against the Soviet Union, and thus created a strategic option not open to Marx. In essence, however, the Lossberg plan bore many similarities to the Marx plan, so, in order to avoid repetition, I shall focus on those factors which diverged appreciably from Marx. Lossberg opened his study with the following outline of objectives. The aim of a campaign against Soviet Russia is to destroy the mass of the Soviet army in Western Russia, to prevent the withdrawal of battle-worthy elements into the depths of Russia, and then, having cut Western Russia off from the seas, to advance to a line which will place the most important part of Russia in our hands, and on which it will be easy to form a shield against Asiatic Russia. Unlike Marx, who anticipated a significant Soviet withdrawal to established defensive positions, Lossberg did not think that this was the most likely Soviet reaction in the event of a German invasion. He foresaw three possible scenarios. First, a preemptive Soviet attack that he discounted on military grounds, while acknowledging that a degree of risk existed to Finland and Romania. Second, and most likely in Lossberg's estimation, the Red Army would mount a vigorous defence of its western border to protect Soviet Air Force bases and, because its status as a military power made a retreat, according to Lossberg, doubtful. Third, the Soviets would revert to their 1812 strategy of withdrawal in depth, meeting the Germans only where necessary as rearguard actions. This, however, was also viewed as improbable, owing to the valuable economic importance of the Ukraine, which Lossberg judged could not be abandoned. The Red Army was therefore expected to hold the line in the west of the country, on or near the border, where, Lossberg concluded, in the event of an early commitment of strong Soviet forces, the Red Army would be defeated, and an orderly withdrawal of the bulk of the army would become unmanageable. Lossberg's plan called for three simultaneous thrusts into the Soviet Union, each directed by its own army group and deployed to the north, 2 groups, and to the south, 1 group of the Pripet marshes. Of the 2 northerly army groups, one would attack through the Baltic states, across the Dvina towards Leningrad, while the second and most powerful army group, equipped with the bulk of the motorized and panzer divisions, would proceed due east towards Moscow, with encirclement battles centered on Minsk and Smolensk. For the southern army group, Lossberg envisaged 2 main areas of concentration, one striking from southern Poland, and the other from Romania, along the northern shore of the Black Sea. The goal was to enact a double envelopment of Soviet forces between the Pripet marshes and the Black Sea, eradicating resistance before attempting a crossing of the Dnieper. The army group would then have to assess the degree of continued Soviet resistance in ascertaining the scope of further operations, which, Lossberg suggested, would be the occupation of the eastern Ukraine and a linking up with elements of the northern army groups. Significantly, Lossberg perceived more clearly than Marx the tremendous field of operations in which the campaign would have to be fought, and consequently planned his initial strategic movements with some consideration for the difficulties of logistics and supply in mind. Accordingly, the large Central Army Group heading in the general direction of Moscow was to wheel north at some point, possibly east of the Dvina, and cut off the Soviet forces along the Baltic in a huge pocket. Apart from the military triumph this would represent, Lossberg foresaw the strategic importance of allowing forward supplies through the Baltic ports for the continued advance onto Moscow. Lossberg also appreciated to a greater extent the scale of the logistical problems confronting operations in the depths of the interior, where possible resupply through Baltic or Black Sea ports would have little influence. For this, he sought to alleviate the strain on standard resources by emphasizing the use of captured broad-gauge Soviet trains that he hoped could be acquired in the newly won regions. Lossberg sought to underline this point by stating that without the use of Soviet railways to facilitate the latter stages of the advance, a transport system based only on roads will be insufficient. In spite of Lossberg's enhanced consideration for the operation of large armies over such great distances, his improvised remedies appear woefully inadequate when, in conclusion, he resolved to select the final line of advance, Arkhangelsk, Gorky, Volga, to Stalingrad, Don to the Black Sea. For the single campaigning season envisaged, such an effort represents optimism that has turned to folly. Lossberg also identified internal dissent as a reliable source of support for the German effort to conquer the Soviet Union. He believed that the Ukrainian population's traumatic experience under Stalin's enforced drive for collectivization would lead to German forces being greeted as liberators from communist oppression. Encouragement of a popular pro-German, or at the very least, anti-Soviet sentiment could be fanned by German espionage and extend as far as direct participation in the conflict, with Lossberg foreseeing a use for the population in the sabotage of crucial Soviet railway links. Looking even further ahead, Lossberg anticipated a Ukrainian government could be formed, subservient to German wishes, and aiding in the occupation of the immense territory. This brief insight into Lossberg's political aspirations for the war in the East represents the infancy of the planning stages in which he took part. In the final Barbarossa plan, there would be no attempt to win over any of the Soviet people. Hitler was later to make clear the ominous racial and ideological dimensions of the war to be conducted against the Soviet Union and his disregard for the Slavic peoples who inhabited the region. Yet Lossberg's assumption that non-Russian peoples would largely support Germany's invasion, with the exception of the Baltic states and other newly acquired territories, was not backed at the time by substantive evidence, and subsequently, in part as a result of Germany's brutal new order of administration, proved not to be a widespread phenomenon in the initial period of the war. Much less than providing aid to the German advance, the likelihood of active hostility among the non-Russian peoples of the Western Soviet Union would require an ever-increasing deployment of strength to ensure German control. Such dire repercussions represented a significant reversal of a key assumption upon which Lossberg's plan was built, undercutting another basis of support and placing further demands on the already overstretched resources. Just as Marx had done, Lossberg's plan never questioned the ability of the Wehrmacht to achieve victory and concerned itself only with the best method of achieving that end. His outline of the campaign included no timetable for operations, and is remarkably vague concerning the critical advance of the main army groups. There appears a wanton lack of consideration for the difficulties Soviet countermeasures could represent, and an astounding underestimation of the size and robustness of the Soviet economy. Lossberg believed that even if one considered the Ural industrial area, it was impossible that Russia can remain capable of resistance after losing her western territories and contact with the seas. In any case, attainment of the final line of advance would, in Lossberg's estimation, allow bombing of the Ural region. The delusory assumptions seen throughout Lossberg's study are symptomatic of the army's inflated self-assurance and unquestioning conviction of their own superiority. It is not without significance that Lossberg notes at the beginning of his study the considerable difficulty he encountered in obtaining accurate intelligence about the enemy. Geoffrey Magagi has pointed out the tendency among senior figures in the Army High Command, including intelligence officers, to fill the void of information concerning the Soviet Union with cultural preconceptions of die-hard stereotypes. Central tenets of such preconceptions, identified by Andreas Hilgruber and Michael Burley, date back as far as the Crimean War, and cast the Russian Empire in the opposing roles of an aggressive colossus looking to expand westward, and an internally fractured state unable to resist an external attack. Such contradictory, double-sided notions fit well with National Socialist precepts, allowing, on the one hand, convincing arguments for the pursuit of Lebensraum in the East, while also providing a faux image which depicted the Soviet state as a threatening, godless enemy of cultured Europe, providing the justification for a preemptive war. The early planning stages of Barbarossa reveal a muddled process, where information was produced to match major decisions already taken, rather than information being gathered on which to base major decisions. Here, the exuberant overestimation of the Wehrmacht's own blitzkrieg represents an obvious source of blame. Most German generals were trained and educated in forms of military maneuver and organisation unsuited to the requirements of rapid mechanised warfare or close air support. Thus, while they showed little surprise at the swift defeat of Poland as a small secondary power, they were largely united in their opposition to the Western campaign, and were therefore astounded at both the totality of the victory and the apparent ease with which it was carried through. Consequently, their faith in blitzkrieg reigned supreme, with little attention devoted to the necessary mechanics of this process in logistics and technical support. Nor was there any real appreciation for the fundamental differences that existed between an Eastern and a Western theatre of war. Such intellectual bankruptcy speaks strongly of the decline in excellence within the German general staff, and the ease with which events were allowed to overshadow judgment and reason. The disassociation from reality not only affected the planning stages of the campaign, but pervaded most levels of the Wehrmacht's organisation, including its armaments programme. The large expansion in the number of infantry and motorised divisions forced such large production demands that they could not be met without everything being subordinated to the army. The result was a prioritisation of equipment, with the army favouring its much-needed Mark III and Mark IV tanks, in addition to the new 50mm anti-tank gun. Yet, even in this narrow selection, estimates for production capacity differed greatly from actual output, indicating that an immense effort needed to be made in order to lift production. In July 1940, a monthly goal of 380 tanks was envisaged, but by August this figure was revised down to 200. In September 1940, a mere 121 tanks were produced in the course of the month. This, however, did not stop new targets being set on September the 14th, which aimed for the extraordinary figures of 2,000 Mark III and 800 Mark IV Panzers to be delivered by April the 1st, 1941, requiring a monthly output of 466 tanks starting immediately. The absurdity of such projections is another plain confirmation of the regime's tendency towards delusional practices, forming a chief impediment to realising the extent of its limitations and responding accordingly. The expansion of the army also had profound implications on the already serious shortage of motorised transportation within its ranks. Even before the army's expansion to 180 divisions was decided, Hitler wanted to double the number of panzer divisions to 20, as well as raise the number of motorised divisions to 10. Production capacity simply did not exist to achieve this fanciful goal in any realistic timeframe, so the divisions were created by simply reducing the strengths of those already in existence, a solution which immediately solved the problem on paper, but offered no practical benefit to the army's strength. In managing this process, Colonel General Fritz Fromm, Chief of the Land Force Armaments and Commander-in-Chief of the Replacement Army, informed Halder that the activation of new panzer divisions required so many vehicles that those allotted to the infantry divisions would have to be reduced further. By the end of September 1940, Halder was complaining in his diary that there was not enough motorised transport to meet even the most urgent needs of the army, and as a result, further cuts would have to be made to the mobility of divisions in the 13th and 14th waves. Further considerations of even more fundamental importance to the conduct of operations in the East arose in November 1940, when Halder met with the Army Quartermaster General, Major General Eduard Wagner. Concerned primarily with the issues of supply and logistics, Wagner came to report his findings based on the premise of keeping some 2 million men, 300,000 horses and 500,000 motor vehicles supplied. Such an undertaking, he frankly assessed, would allow for an advance of between 700 and 800 kilometres, given projected fuel consumption. In addition, foodstuffs and ammunition supply would suffice for only the first 20 days. Such a troubling appraisal should have evoked considerable concern, with plans afoot to march far deeper into the Soviet interior. At the very least, a delay in operations of many weeks would be required before the army groups could gather their strength to reach Leningrad, Moscow, and the eastern Ukraine. This was plainly not in line with the rapid victories predicted by the operational studies, to say nothing of reaching the distant Caucasus oil fields or the Volga. Most probably, Halder tempered such a foreboding forecast with the optimistic anticipation of the Red Army's swift defeat, allowing for an unopposed railway advance further east. In any case, it remains clear that the campaign was driven in its conception by grand strategic and macroeconomic considerations, above more pertinent questions such as available strength, logistical possibilities, and a sober respect for the ever-present element in war which Clausewitz dubbed friction. Crisis postponed. From War Games to Directive Number 21. Although there is some debate among historians regarding the finality of Hitler's decision for an attack in the East between July and December 1940, it is enough to reassert the importance of his ideologically driven program for Eastern expansion, through which war and the conquest of Lebensraum remained inevitable components. Yet, throughout 1940 at least, Hitler chose to emphasize the more pragmatic rationale for his invasion plans. Speaking at the beginning of December, Hitler told Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, the future commander of Army Group Center in the invasion of the Soviet Union, that the Eastern question is becoming acute. He pointed to the supposed development of links between the Soviets and Americans that he said suggested a corresponding link existed with England. Awaiting such an outcome, Hitler insisted, was dangerous, and thus, he concluded, if the Russians were eliminated, England would have no hope left of defeating us on the continent. In spite of Hitler's confused strategic manoeuvring, resulting from his lack of a clear direction, as well as the unexpected developments in North Africa and Greece, resulting from Mussolini's ill-fated invasions, there was remarkably little distraction from the overall planning for Operation Barbarossa. Even before his arrival, the state visit of Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov was seen as irrelevant to the question of an approaching conflict. On the same day Molotov arrived in Berlin, November the 12th, Hitler issued War Directive Number 18, which, under the title Russia, stated, political discussions for the purpose of clarifying Russia's attitude in the immediate future have already begun. Regardless of the outcome of these conversations, all preparations for the East for which verbal orders have already been given will be continued. Further directives will follow on this subject as soon as the basic operational plan of the Army has been submitted to me and approved. The Marx and Lossberg plans formed the basis for the final draft of planning, which was prepared under the supervision of Lieutenant General Friedrich Paulus, the recently appointed Senior Quartermaster 1. The two studies set out some of the basic underpinnings of the German plan. They reveal a great deal about the Army's expectations for success, and also hint at the many divergent operational objectives that, as we will see, become a major subject of contention between the Army and Hitler. The studies by Marx and Lossberg shared a common acceptance that victory rested on the rapid penetration and encirclement of major Soviet forces positioned west of the Dnieper-Dwina rivers. Further operations would be conducted in secondary phases, after periods of recuperation and based on indeterminate factors such as Red Army strength, position of neighbouring army groups, and distance to major population centres. As the advance continued, resistance was calculated to weaken accordingly, reducing the strain on operating deep in the interior. Economic collapse was also seen as an unavoidable consequence of the Wehrmacht's occupation of Western Russia, as the loss of essential raw materials, farming lands, and industrial centres would cripple the Soviet Union. Finally, both plans settled on grossly unrealistic final lines of advance that, perhaps more than anything else, highlight the grandiose objectives set for the short campaigning season. To test the effectiveness of the strategic thinking thus far formulated, General Paulus, under instruction from Halder, conducted detailed map exercises at the beginning of December, which brought together the departmental heads of the Army General Staff and utilised the consolidated files, Russia, provided by the Foreign Army's East Intelligence Branch. In the exercise, it was estimated that Germany could field 154 divisions, including 18 Panzer and 18 motorized infantry divisions as well as 10 Romanian divisions. These would face 125 Soviet divisions with 50 tank and motorized brigades. Interestingly, after listing the relative army strengths and making no mention of German reinforcements, Paulus factored in a Soviet subsequent build-up, which he said would arise from Red Army units being transferred from other regions and newly raised formations. He calculated this would add another 30 to 40 divisions in the first 3 months of the war, and within 6 months the figure would rise to 100 divisions. In his appreciation of the unparalleled ability of the Soviet state to generate new forces, Paulus showed considerably more foresight than his contemporaries in the General Staff. Although still an underestimation of real Soviet potential, it is significant that previous studies made no mention of, and therefore no allowance for, the critical element Soviet force generation could, and indeed did, play in the German failure in 1941. Marx and Lossberg concluded, as Paulus ultimately did, that the opening weeks would largely decide the campaign. Although, Paulus added, calculations of enemy strength were of primary importance when it came to determining the objectives and the timetable of the German offensive. Paulus recorded the results of his wargame in 2 stages, the first being 8 days after the start of operations, and the second after 20 days. In the first period of analysis, the most revealing observation concerns the movements of Army Group Centre, which, Paulus stated, faced the problem of how to achieve its assigned task. Bold thrusts by columns of armoured formations will be made deep into enemy territory, and the withdrawal of major enemy forces into the depths of Russia will be prevented. The 2 panzer groups designated to the army groups soon found themselves overstretched, meeting strong opposition on both inner and outer flanks, as they simultaneously tried to prevent the withdrawal of retreating armies, while also meeting concentrated counterattacks from forces not previously engaged. 3rd Panzer Army was attacked so heavily that it was compelled to stop and form a front, while also recalling its advanced units, which were pushing further eastward. The conclusion reached by the Blue, German, commander was that the Red, Soviet army aimed to counterattack and destroy the leading Blue armies. The significance of this is clear. The forward elements of the Blue forces represented the cutting edge of the operational knife upon which German blitzkrieg theory depended. Blunt the knife, and the opportunity for rapid penetration of the enemy front is lost, eliminating the mobility of the army and leaving the marching infantry with a predicament not unlike that faced by Napoleon's slow-moving Grande Armée. In response, Paulus thought infantry corps should be attached to the panzer groups in order to assist in the initial attack, and thereby free the motorized infantry to advance as quickly as possible. The infantry would then march in the wake of the column, providing support where possible. Although such an initiative represented an improvement, and could aid the advance in the opening days of the campaign, it was nevertheless a temporary solution, which failed to resolve the problem properly, as the inevitable gap quickly developed between man and machine. The second period of assessment Paulus undertook focuses on events after 20 days of action, which he described as severe fighting. The line reached and the timetable of the advance, he stated, were proceeding in accordance with those planned. Yet Paulus's positive appraisal did not disguise the fact that major objectives of the campaign were still far from being fulfilled. In his assessment of the Soviet forces, Paulus noted that as a result of its stubborn resistance, the Red Army had suffered heavy casualties, but had managed its withdrawal to the line Dnieper-Upper Dwina, establishing there a new continuous front. This was a fundamental failing of the Blue forces. The outline for the campaign included, among the army's tasks, the instruction, having made the initial breakthrough, to strive with every possible means to isolate and destroy in detail Russian formations before the enemy is able to form a new corporate front. Other factors influencing the overall outlook included observation of road and railway traffic, indicating the transfer of new forces from the Caucasus and the Far East, that, in addition to large-scale army replacements and the formation of new units, was estimated to stiffen Soviet resistance considerably. Furthermore, the Blue commanders doubted that the Soviets would remain on their current defensive line, electing instead to trade space for time and fight only delaying actions in a general withdrawal to Moscow. On the German side, the condition of the Blue Army necessitated a rest period of approximately 3 weeks for concentration and reorganization of forces, reconditioning the panzer and motorized units, and, most importantly, the establishment of frontal supply bases. For Paulus, the need to resume the advance as quickly as possible was clear, yet the tasks allotted to each of the 3 army groups, along with their current distribution of forces, soon gave rise to a new debate. Army Group South's long front dispersed its armies over a wide area, hampering its efforts to produce a concentrated force capable of isolating Kiev. The group commander therefore asked for the temporary use of armoured units from Army Group Centre, as well as the release of some reinforcements from the Army General Reserve. The same plea was made by the commander of Army Group North, who needed to advance his right wing in order to provide essential flank support for the renewed drive of Army Group Centre. The commander of Army Group Centre recognised the importance of both operations, but argued that the seizure of Moscow, as the principal objective, required the central panzer groups to be at their maximum possible strength, and, as a result, Army Groups North and South would have to make do with their existing forces. The discussion highlights a fundamental dilemma facing German commanders in the East: how to balance the ratio of force to space. As the advance continued, the front expanded substantially, in depth and width, resulting in an ever-increasing dispersal of manpower that was exacerbated by casualties and logistical constraints. This ultimately forced a general weakening of the front, which soon stalled the simultaneous advance of the army groups and forced choices to be made regarding priorities. In Paulus's war game, the choice was clear. Moscow would be the objective towards which all army groups would work. The lesson for Paulus seemed obvious. The Wehrmacht did not enjoy a substantial quantitative superiority and could not raise reinforcements on anything like the scale of the Soviet Union. Given the geographic dimensions of the theatre, the size of the German deployment, and the critical time factor, the effectiveness of the Wehrmacht's mobile units was of paramount importance in determining the outcome of German fortunes in the East. Orders for the second phase of the campaign placed the highest priority on the capture of Moscow, with operations to begin not later than 40 days into the war. Leningrad in the north and the Donetsk Basin in the south were clearly designated as secondary objectives, with army groups north and south providing flank support for the main thrust. Here, the account provided by Paulus ends, but he does offer an insightful discussion of the overall exercise. This opens with the frank admission that the general conclusion was that the German forces were barely sufficient for the purpose. This worrying assessment implies grave consequences, given that Paulus's mandate limited the exercise purely to questions of military strategy, and that his war game offered no analysis of the logistical difficulties or the distinctively harsh conditions of climate and poor infrastructure prevalent in the East. Paulus then commented on the woefully inadequate size of the Army General Reserve, which contained just 11 divisions for a front stretching 1,200 miles, with poor means of lateral transportation. He declared that it was generally accepted that the whole reserve would have to be committed as early as the second phase, and that, as a result, the armies would have to be self-sufficient, creating reserves from within their own frontline units. The line of final advance, Volga to Archangel, was dismissed by Paulus as far beyond anything that the German forces available could hope to achieve. He then added, "But it is a typical example of the megalomaniac extravagance of National Socialist political thinking." If that is indeed the case, such a statement speaks for itself about the degree of National Socialist thinking within the armed forces, given that both Marx and Lossberg, with the subsequent approval of higher command, suggested this line as their final objective. It seems clear that the outcome of the war game demanded, at the very least, a reassessment of the plans for war against the Soviet Union. The mock battles had proved a far more sobering encounter for the Wehrmacht than was suggested by the conquering tone of the earlier operational studies. The many troubling questions and subjects of concern presented by the war game raise an essential question. In what new direction would Paulus take the planning of Barbarossa, given the unpromising events he himself had witnessed? In order to answer this, one must consider the character of the man who, throughout his career, and especially in his role as commander of the 6th Army at Stalingrad, 1942 to 1943, displayed a methodical devotion to duty and distinguished himself as an unquestioning supporter of Nazism, unaccustomed to conflict with his superiors or bold independent action. General Erwin Janicke, a personal friend of Paulus and subordinate in the 6th Army, wrote, "In spite of his intelligence, Colonel General Paulus was far too pliable to cope with Hitler. I am convinced that this is the real and deeper cause of his failure." Given this assessment, it is perhaps not surprising that Paulus took no action to persuade Holder or any others in the High Command of the results emerging from the war game. Indeed, nothing at all was done to reflect what Paulus claims to have learned. Paulus had stated that the exercise's primary objective was to gather information and suggestions for the first strategic concentration of troops and their approach march. Seen in this light, Paulus may have deluded himself into thinking that such a far-ranging critique of the whole operation was uncalled for. Instead, Paulus preferred to trust in the general air of confidence fostered within the High Command, rather than risk rocking the boat with pessimistic objections. This shameful inaction further demonstrates the depths to which senior officers within the General Staff had sunk, and the associated loss of professionalism. It also suggests that Paulus was a convert to the megalomaniac extravagances of National Socialist political thinking that he so readily attributed to others. On December the 5th, 1940, Hitler met again with Holder and Brauchitsch, as well as the chiefs of the OKW, to hear the army's report on operational intentions. In typical fashion, before his generals could present their proposals, Hitler used the high-level gathering as cause for another long-winded overview of the general military situation. This covered at length the many operational possibilities being considered in the Balkans and Mediterranean, but, as Holder noted, Hitler saw the definitive decision concerning German hegemony in Europe as arising from the struggle against Russia. According to Hitler, in comparison to the German Wehrmacht, the Red Army was weaker in armaments, personnel, and especially leadership. He predicted that, once hit, the Soviet state would suffer a collapse greater than France had earlier that year. Yet he also warned against simply pushing the Soviet forces back without breaking through the front and encircling the bulk of the Red Army. He cited the Volga as the point where the campaign could conclude with air raids able to destroy the remaining armament industry in the distant east. When Holder was finally able to take the floor, he kept his focus wholly concentrated on the planned operation against the Soviet Union, beginning his address with a summary of the geographical conditions to be encountered there. Holder reported that the most important armament centres lay in the Ukraine, Moscow and Leningrad, with the Soviet Union's agricultural requirements also dependent upon the Ukraine. The Pripyat marshes formed a natural barrier which divided the operational area into northern and southern zones, with the most favourable road and rail networks laying in the northern sector, along the Warsaw-Moscow road. He described the transportation network in the southern zone as bad, and emphasised the advantage of the northern sector for large-scale movement operations. Holder stated that the greater portion of the Soviet army was deployed in the northern sector, in close formations, set behind the former Soviet-Polish border, with extensive field fortifications and supply routes. He postulated that the Dnieper-Dwina line represented the Soviets' easternmost point of defences, given their need to protect vital industrial assets. Accordingly, the army, with special emphasis on the panzer forces, would have to ensure that, once the initial breakthrough had been achieved, there was no re-establishment of resistance before the great rivers could be secured. Of critical importance in the evolution of the strategic planning was Halder's assertion that an especially powerful thrust should be made from the area around Warsaw to the Soviet capital, Moscow. This, he stated, would proceed through Minsk and Smolensk in tandem with advances by the northern and southern army groups on Leningrad and Kiev, respectively. In outlining his objectives, Halder allowed no room for ambiguity regarding the direction of Army Group Center, nor the primary importance he attached to Moscow. Like Hitler before him, he pointed to the Volga and to the area around Archangel as the overall area to be occupied in the campaign. The army, he suggested, would invade with 105 infantry and 32 panzer and motorized divisions. With the conclusion of Halder's address, Hitler rose again to voice his general agreement with the proposals thus far presented by the army. But he also sought to redirect his audience's attention to the main points as he saw them. With careful attention to the language Hitler used, it is not without significance that he began by pointing out that the most important objective, wichtigste Ziel, lay in not allowing the Red Army an orderly withdrawal. He went on to state that the blows dealt to the Red Army had to be of sufficient strength to prevent any prospect of recovery. This, he then explained, required the use of panzer forces to encircle the strongest enemy elements and destroy them. Army Group North was to seek encirclements in the Baltic states. Army Group South, in combination with Romanian forces, would do the same in the Ukraine, while Army Group Center, far from then being assigned Moscow as its absolute priority, was to be prepared to send considerable forces, erhebliche Teile, northward to assist in the drive on Leningrad. Hitler then declared that the question of whether army groups north and south, following the destruction of enemy forces opposing their fronts, should proceed to Moscow or into the region east of the capital, could not yet be decided. Finally, Hitler acknowledged that the figure of 130 to 140 divisions for the whole operation was adequate. Halder spoke one last time before the conclusion of the meeting, but rather than confronting Hitler over the apparent difference of opinion concerning the importance of Moscow, he commented only on the secondary issues of moving troops to their assembly areas and the number of divisions to remain garrisoning the occupied countries. It is quite clear that the two men foresaw different objectives in the secondary stage of the campaign. For Halder, the drive on Moscow was to be the decisive event of the war, whereas Hitler showed only marginal interest and concerned himself more with the destruction of Soviet forces. It is typical of their relationship, and a reflection of the disjointed method of communication within the High Command itself, that Halder chose not to pursue his argument, even though we know from subsequent events that he fiercely opposed any compromise on Moscow as the primary objective. Paulus confirmed that from the very beginning there existed a sharp divergence of opinion between Supreme Headquarters, Hitler, and the Army General Staff regarding both the manner in which the operation should be conducted and the intermediate objectives that should be set. Yet the blame in this case must lie more with Halder, as Hitler undoubtedly assumed his preference predominated, while Halder either surreptitiously opted to try and force Hitler's hand at the opportune moment, that is, during the campaign, or he simply felt that the initial blow would remove any serious threat from the Red Army, and the secondary phase of operations would be a straightforward drive eastward. In any case, the results postponed the conflict, and ensured that this fundamental difference of opinion was to become a crisis in July and August 1941. The degree of complacency demonstrated by a man of Halder's prominence and responsibility in such a fundamental aspect of the coming invasion highlights another facet of the conceited overconfidence shown by the Chief of the General Staff towards the most important military undertaking of the Third Reich. It also attests to his inflated perception of his own ability, confident that his plan held greater merit, in spite of his poor, unimaginative and ultimately rejected proposal for the attack in the West, Plan Yellow. Yet Halder was not alone in his supercilious estimations. Brauchitsch himself later described the coming campaign in the following terms: massive frontier battles to be expected, duration up to 4 weeks, but in further development only minor resistance is then still to be reckoned with. Halder's diary for December the 5th, 1940, took a confident tone towards the forthcoming campaign and stated simply that the Russian is inferior. But beyond such bias, indistinguishable from the standard National Socialist racial prejudice, he also commented on the state of Soviet equipment. He portrayed the Soviet Air Force as antiquated, even in comparison with the older German models. Their artillery batteries were noted to include a few modern designs, but he dismissed the majority as rebuilt old material. Most importantly, Halder extolled the clear superiority of the Mark III German Panzer with its 5cm gun, and estimated production of 1,500 units by the spring of 1941. Soviet tanks, Halder concluded, were largely distinctive for their poor armour. On November 28, 1940, OKH ordered the Chiefs of Staff of Army Groups A, B and C to carry out independent operational studies on the proposed invasion of the Soviet Union. Two of these, by Generals Brennick, Army Group C, and von Salmuth, Army Group B, were not dissimilar from the operational approach developed and tested by Paulus. Yet the third study, by the Chief of Staff for Army Group A, General Georg von Sodenstern, completed December 7, 1940, presented a novel approach which called for an envelopment by two army groups deployed to the north and south of the Pripyat marshes. This would be aided by a smaller central army group, advancing into the marshes and driving the assumed significant enemy forces into the developing German pincers. Upon completion of this first phase, the united northern and southern army groups would then drive directly on Moscow, with their flanks covered by subsidiary thrusts towards Pskov, Toropez, Kursk and Kharkov. Sodenstern's narrow front of advance, which neglected contact with either the Baltic or Black Seas, proceeded from a recognition of the vastness of the territory and the resulting dissipation of strength along the line. Having seized the vital industrial heart of the country, it was then hoped that such a bargaining chip would help secure grounds for a favourable peace settlement. Sodenstern's study seems radical in comparison with the other proposals presented, and there is some unqualified evidence to suggest that he had doubts about the success of the campaign. This may account for the unorthodox operational approach he adopted. Yet the degree of influence, if any at all, Sodenstern's study had on future planning within the OKH remains unclear. On the 13th and 14th of December, Halder hosted a conference with the Chiefs of Staff of the army groups and armies. Its purpose, as Halder put it, was to outline the military-political situation, based on our version of a discussion with the Führer. The analysis encompassed the broader European situation, and was not restricted to the coming invasion of the Soviet Union. But Halder pointed out that the struggle for hegemony in Europe would be resolved only through war against Russia. The result for the army, he continued, was a single-front war, requiring between 130 and 140 divisions. The Air Force, however, would have to undertake a two-front war, while the Navy cleared the Baltic. With no irony intended, Halder finished his summary. We do not seek conflict with Russia, but must be prepared for this eventuality by spring 1941. Not surprisingly, Halder's selective account of his discussion with Hitler included no mention of the rift over Moscow, nor, as will be seen, his determination to circumvent Hitler's authority on the matter. Following the conference on December 5, 1940, and Hitler's broad satisfaction with the proposals presented by the army, preparations began in earnest on a new draft war directive to be compiled by the operations section of OKW. Walter Vollemont, Jodel's deputy in charge of OKW planning, later testified that the first drafts were completed with the firm approval of the operations section of the OKH, meaning that the concentration of effort was directed towards the unambiguous goal of Moscow. As one may expect, Halder maintained a watchful eye on developments, hoping to secure a written endorsement of his own plan in the form of one of Hitler's all-important war directives. Lieutenant Colonel von Lossberg composed the document, and the first draft was presented to Jodl for his revision on December 12, 1940. Jodl expanded on the detail to include some matters of secondary importance, but in substance accepted the basic conclusions of the draft. The text was returned to Lossberg on December the 14th for modification, and resubmitted to Jodl on December 16th for final approval. On December 17th, Jodl took the text to Hitler, who, not surprisingly, ordered a considerable alteration. The new text, in line with Hitler's pronouncements of December the 5th, now read, "In the theatre of operations, which is divided by the Pripyat marshes into a southern and a northern sector, the main weight of the attack will be delivered in the northern sector. 2 army groups will be employed here. The more southerly of these 2 army groups, in the centre of the whole front, will have the task of advancing with powerful armoured and motorised formations from the area around and north of Warsaw, and routing the enemy forces in White Russia. This will make it possible for strong mobile forces to advance northwards and, in conjunction with the Northern Army Group operating out of East Prussia in the general direction of Leningrad, to destroy the enemy forces operating in the Baltic area. Only after the achievement of these essential first tasks has been made safe, which must include the occupation of Leningrad and Kronstadt, will the attack be continued with the intention of occupying Moscow, an important centre of communications and of the armaments industry." Importantly for Halder, the main weight of the attack was still placed in the centre of the front, and Army Group Centre was to start out along the road to Moscow, which remained consistent with his own plan. Yet in deference to the undisputed precedence enjoyed by Hitler's preference, Halder devised a cunning solution. In what probably seemed to Hitler a pedantic fuss over semantics of no real consequence, Halder arranged for some subtle word changes, which he felt left the future course of operations open to some interpretation, as well as denying Hitler the absolute endorsement such a document would otherwise have provided him. The fact that Halder resorted to such a deceitful technique shows he was fairly certain Hitler would oppose his recommendation. By the same token, this clash of equally unyielding wills leads one to question the wisdom of delaying such a dispute until the campaign was underway. In the final text of Directive No. 21, issued December the 18th, 1940, Halder ensured Army Group Centre's redirection towards Moscow would take place once Hitler's northern objectives had been made safe. Sicherstellung, a substantial amendment over what had formerly been described as settled, Erledigung. The difference was the more subjective interpretation that one could apply towards the achievement of Hitler's goals. In an even more blatant example, Halder successfully arranged for the inclusion of a clause at the beginning of the section on conduct of operations, which declared Hitler in agreement with the army's plans. The passage opened, A. Army, approving the intentions reported to me. In Genehmigung der mir vorgetragenen Absichten. Halder was evidently seeking to tie Hitler down to the army's point of view, providing himself with pivotal counter-arguments against the resistance he expected in the future. Halder's scheming, unknown to Arlemont at the time, prompted the latter to conclude, the army, suddenly faced with this major alteration in its plans, accepted the situation in silence. As the situation developed, however, he noted, it later became known that their reasoning was that in time the course of the campaign would compel even Hitler to go back to the original army concept. Such a dangerous and naive assumption on the part of the army, Warlemont regarded as, to a certain extent, taking the easy way out. Furthermore, it proved no more than self-deception. Thus, Directive 21 formalised the titanic clash between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, and, unspoken and unknown to most, the same document drew the lines for a similar clash, clearly foreseen by Halder, which would plunge the German High Command into its own crisis. The idea of shifting the main attack of Army Group Centre to the north did not originate with Hitler, but rather formed an integral part of Lossberg's operational study east. This has raised some questions about whether Hitler ever saw Lossberg's study, or if, in fact, he came to this conclusion of his own accord. Likewise, Jodel's role in advising Hitler remains a point of conjecture, as he was no doubt aware of Lossberg's study and could have presented the idea to Hitler and supported it again during their December 17th meeting. A report by Lossberg of Hitler's discussion with Jodl on December 17, 1940, retraced many of the main points set out by his own operational study east, including the shift of armoured forces to the north to assist in the clearance of the Baltic states before the advance on Moscow was undertaken. Beyond the direct importance of Moscow in the coming campaign, Directive No. 21 also outlined the underpinnings for both the German plans for victory in the east and its associated assumptions about the Red Army and the Soviet Union. Under the subheading, General Intention, the German aim was for daring armoured thrusts to destroy the bulk of the Red Army in the western regions of the country. The success of these early operations would prevent the escape of battle-worthy elements and allow the remaining enemy forces to be energetically pursued to the final line of advance along the Volga to Archangel. Not surprisingly, the absence of a rigorous critical review of the earlier operational studies allowed many of their fundamental errors and misconceptions to flow directly into Directive No. 21. Notably, the assumption that German operations would continue after the initial encirclements, in the form of a pursuit, suggests major operations would no longer be necessary. Even in the question over Army Group Centre's deployment to the Baltic or Moscow, the victory fever pervading the planning deemed it necessary to add, a surprisingly rapid collapse of Russian resistance could justify the simultaneous pursuit of both objectives. Finland and Romania were identified as Germany's two main allies, offering direct involvement in the campaign at the extreme north and south of the front. Finland would cover the flank of German detachments from Group 21, advancing out of Norway, and pressure the Red Army to the west with an advance to the shores of Lake Ladoga, while Romania was enlisted to support the German southern flank, tying down Soviet forces and providing troops for rear area administration. Army Group South, operating south of the Pripyat marshes, was to eliminate all resistance west of the Dnieper in a concentric two-pronged attack, led by its main force, striking out of the Lublin area towards Kiev, and supported by a broad wheeling manoeuvre from German forces in Romania, attacking across the lower Pruth. With the conclusion of the main operations north and south of the Pripyat marshes, Directive No. 21, again characterising the attack within the framework of a pursuit of the enemy, instructed the army groups towards new objectives. Army Group South was to proceed towards the mineral-rich Donets Basin, important to the Soviet war industry, while in the north, the main German forces, having secured the Baltic and occupied Leningrad, would seek the immediate capture of Moscow. In addition to the capital's crucial railway junction, the capture of the city was portrayed as representing a decisive political and economic success. Yet however much value one attributes to the term decisive, it cannot be denied that Moscow remained a secondary objective, only to be attempted following the battles in Belorussia, the Baltic, and Leningrad. In that sense, Moscow's significance in Directive No. 21 was a far cry from Halder's conception of the Soviet capital as the vital and definite war-winning objective. The German Air Force was assigned the dual role of obtaining complete control over the theatre's airspace by eliminating the Soviet Air Force, as well as offering ground support to the main operations of the army. Long-range air attacks against industrial targets located in the distant Urals region would not feature in the initial phase of the campaign, but would commence following the conclusion of mobile operations. The Navy's focus was still to be directed primarily against British shipping, though in the Baltic Sea, the Navy was ordered first to secure the German coastline, with the prevention of Soviet ships escaping into the North Sea, and later, following the Army's occupation of all Soviet naval bases, to seek the final destruction of the Soviet Baltic Fleet. Final preparations for all services in accordance with Directive No. 21 were to be completed by May 15, 1941, indicating strongly the envisaged date for the opening of the campaign. Chapter 2. The Gathering Storm. The Army Deployment Directive. On December 23, 1940, Halder held further discussions regarding the effectiveness of Soviet tanks. Intelligence on the subject was acknowledged to be sparse, but their relative inferiority, in comparison with German models, was identified in both armour and speed. The maximum thickness of Soviet armour was predicted to be 30 millimetres, while the 4.5 centimetres Ehrhardt armament could penetrate German armour up to a range of only 800 metres. The Soviet Panzer Corps faced further disadvantages with very poor communication equipment and optical sights, which were understood to be hazy and limited in range. In regard to the Wehrmacht, Halder noted that an additional 4,930 captured enemy tanks and ammunition carriers were being incorporated into German units. That same morning, Fromm reported to Halder that stocks of steel and non-ferrous metals were very low. As for food supplies, Fromm remarked, "We'll muddle our way through 1941. The supply of rubber, vital to the production of tyres, was also proving difficult, and Fromm believed that new synthetics factories would be necessary. The next day, General Paulus highlighted the extent of the rubber shortage, informing Halder that 10 panzer divisions were operating at 10% below strength, purely as a result of tyre wear. This, together with vehicles undergoing maintenance or repair, resulted in a figure of 20% of wheeled vehicles out of commission. This was a worryingly high figure, considering the army was not engaged in anything other than occupation and training duties. The increasingly dire economic data also highlights the great dependency Germany had on produce and raw material shipments supplied by the Soviet Union, raising still more questions about the wisdom of Barbarossa. Only 7 of the 30 most important raw materials for the armaments industry were available to Germany in adequate quantities. As early as September 1939, Hitler made it clear that time was working against him and that a long war would not favour Germany, either militarily or economically. Speaking to Halder, the dictator stated, "Time will, in general, work against us if we do not use it effectively. The economic means of the other side are stronger. The enemy can purchase and transport. Time does not work for us in the military sense either." A major study by Adam Tooze, focusing on Nazi Germany's economy, highlights the alarming shortages in oil, coal, food and industrial capacity for 1940 to 1941. Given such dangerous prognoses, embarking on a major new war against the Soviet Union, with Britain still undefeated, is perhaps the best indication of the hubris encompassing not only Hitler and party officials, but also the OKW, OKH, Air Force and certain quarters of the Navy. Accordingly, it is not surprising that the Department of Foreign Armies East reinforced many of the disdainful preconceptions regarding the Red Army in its January 1st, 1941 report. The report concluded, "The strength of the Red Army is based upon its great mass, the number of its weapons and the simplicity, toughness and courage of its soldiers. The weakness lies in the lack of training, which does not satisfy modern standards, and in the lack of organisation, which is obvious in all areas." Such notions were not without a basis, in fact, but the tone entirely neglects the prospect of an enemy capable of offering sustained resistance, to say nothing of a level of coordination able to surprise or disrupt German intentions. On January 9th, 1941, Hitler gathered together many of his most senior commanders, as well as his foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, to deliver a sweeping survey of the progress of the war and outline his most recent political and strategic forecast. When he finally came to addressing the issue of Barbarossa, his justification returned to the theme of defeating Britain, seeing the two as being integrally tied. Britain, Hitler explained, was simply holding out, hoping to build a continental bloc against Germany together with the Soviet Union and the United States, for which diplomatic preparations were already underway. The possibility of Soviet involvement, Hitler claimed, stiffened British resolve, but he predicted that the British would give in once their last potential continental ally was eliminated. The English had no interest in continuing a war that offered no chance of victory and could only jeopardise their whole empire. On the other hand, if Britain was to raise 40 to 50 divisions and the Soviets and Americans were to join the war, Germany would face a very difficult situation. Up until that point, Hitler continued, he had always acted according to the principle of smashing his enemy's most important positions in order to advance a step. Following a war with the Soviet Union, Britain would either give in, or Germany would face the ongoing struggle under more favourable circumstances. The elimination of the Soviet Union would also enable Japan to concentrate all of her power against the United States, impeding American intervention in the European war. Hitler described Stalin as the Lord of Russia and a clever man. He would not act openly against Germany, but it would have to be assumed that, in situations already difficult for Germany, he would add to those difficulties. Stalin, Hitler presumed, clearly saw that a German victory would leave his nation in a very worrying position. The Soviet Union, Hitler therefore deemed, must be struck, and it was better to undertake this now, while the Soviet armed forces were leaderless, badly armed, and before the development of the armaments industry, through foreign aid, had overcome many of its present difficulties. Hitler identified the time factor in the campaign as particularly important, while he described the Red Army as a headless clay colossus. Yet Hitler also warned against complacency, insisting the Soviets were not to be underestimated, and that the German attack must proceed with great force. Under no circumstances should the front be simply pushed back. Swift breakthroughs were necessary instead. If Hitler was determined to avoid underestimation among his subordinates, he certainly exhibited his own failings in this regard. Pointing to the great distances in the Soviet Union, he claimed that these were nothing the German Wehrmacht had not already mastered. He then turned his audience's attention to the post-victory rewards, speaking of the reduction of the army to the benefit of armament production, and the use of the newly won territories for the relocation of the most important industry, safe from aerial attack. With this, Hitler assured, Germany would be unassailable. In conclusion, Hitler stated that, once in possession of the immeasurable riches the Soviet Union offered, Germany would be in a position to wage war against continents and stand impervious to attack. If such an operation were carried through, Hitler predicted, Europe would hold its breath. Werd Europa den Atem anhalten. Significantly, Hitler referred to the rapid severance of the Baltic region, die rasche Abschneidung des Ostraums, as the most important task, die wichtigste Aufgabe. And for that reason, the army's right wing north of the Pripyat marshes, Army Group Centre, was to be made especially strong. Furthermore, Hitler outlined his operational objectives, listing in order of priority the annihilation of the Russian army, seizure of the most important industrial regions, and the destruction of the remaining industrial regions. This again clearly relegated Moscow to a position of secondary importance. Yet members of the army asked no awkward questions and raised no objections. The operational objectives, the rationale for a second front, and premise for victory were all accepted without the slightest utterance of disapproval. Indeed, echoing Hitler, Jodl is said to have exclaimed shortly afterwards, "The Russian colossus will prove to be a pig's bladder. Prick it, and it will burst." On January 28, 1941, Halder hosted a conference of senior administrators in the army and Luftwaffe to consider preparations for Operation Barbarossa. Production of trucks, vital to the motorization of the army and its tenuous logistical apparatus, still remained in a low priority category, despite facing a 30% shortfall in the projected quota. The conference opened with discussion of this shortfall, to which the expropriation of French army material and additional deliveries from Switzerland were deemed the most practical, immediate solutions. Supply of tyres was another increasingly grave problem, forming an industrial bottleneck affecting not only new stocks, but Germany's entire fleet of wheeled vehicles. General Georg Thomas, chief of the War Economy and Armaments Department, commented that they must have 13,000 tons of rubber a month, although German industry could only process 7,300 tons. To make matters worse, current stocks would be expended by the end of February, and replenishment was dependent on South American blockade runners, and 12,000 tons of rubber ordered from Indochina. A further 25,000 tons had been bought from the French, but the Japanese were proving reluctant to release the shipment. Fuel stocks were also dwindling, with the situation being described as serious, and projections indicating current supply would suffice for the deployment of forces in the east and just 2 months of active operations. The grim economic data retains an even more menacing significance, given that Halder, after hearing the foreboding assessment of his motorized transportation, made the astounding observation: speed. No stopping. No waiting for the railroads. Everything must be achieved with the motor. Increased motorization, as opposed to 1940, since the railway, through destruction, watercourses, different gauge, cannot be counted on for maintaining the pace. The continuous operation of supply depends upon the motor. Only 8 days earlier, on January the 20th, following a similar meeting concerning preparations for Barbarossa, which had ended without a conclusive result, and hence resulted in the current conference, Halder had drawn rather different conclusions regarding his resupply problem. Operational mission. Space. No pause. That alone guarantees victory. Continuous movement is a supply issue. Distances. Space relationships in the north. Complications through differing equipment types, troops, trucks, workshops. The railroads provide the only means to maintain the advance without additional transport. It is probably not too much to assume that Halder's shifting deliberations on the issue, which in each instance disregarded the alternative for its apparent inadequacy, reflects the intractable nature of the problem for which no practical solution existed. Halder could see from the distances and the shortness of the campaigning season that the advance would have to be rapid, and in response to his own question, why is an uninterrupted operation necessary, Halder afforded the answer: we must destroy the Russian army, without pause, over the Dnieper-Duna line, 500 kilometers into North Russia, and other goals, another 500 kilometers, in total 1,000 kilometers. Obviously, Halder's reckoning between what must and what could be achieved presented a differentiation he either could not identify or, in the light of his supreme confidence, chose not to consider. As a result, Halder, as chief of the German General Staff, must bear considerable responsibility for this failing. Indisputable evidence of the deficiency was before him, and, even if doubts did stir within him as some have suggested, why did he not bring these to Hitler, with all the weight of his person, rank and office? At the conclusion of the conference on January the 28th, 1941, Halder set forth instructions that any further unresolved questions concerning the operational direction, Operationsführung, in the East, should be made clear for a final decision by Hitler. In view of Halder's intransigence over yielding operational direction to Hitler in the case of Moscow, and the lengths to which his subversion had already progressed, his willingness for a deferral to Hitler suggests he feared no challenge to his designs. Furthermore, the acceptance of Hitler in the role of ultimate decision-maker testifies to the special privilege Halder afforded himself in his scheming over Moscow. Of particular note to January 28, 1941, are the oft-quoted doubts Halder expressed concerning Barbarossa. Following his meeting with the senior army administrators, Halder met with Brauchitsch to discuss the general situation. Referring to Barbarossa, Halder wrote, "Purpose not clear. We do not hit the British that way. Our economic potential will not be improved. The risk in the West should not be underestimated. It is even possible that Italy may collapse after losing her colonies, and we find ourselves with a southern front through Spain, Italy and Greece. If we are then committed against Russia, our situation will become increasingly difficult." Such reservations may well have been influenced, to a limited degree, by the discouraging reports of the previous meeting. Yet there is no evidence to support the theory that Halder or Brauchitsch saw the coming war in the East as a significant military risk. The subject in question was simply whether the invasion of the Soviet Union was the most prudent step towards defeating Britain, a consideration of such well-founded good sense and reason that one wonders why this was not questioned more openly by the army, as indeed it was within the navy, and from such committed Nazis as Joachim von Ribbentrop. Characteristically, the army leadership did nothing more than a little private grumbling, believing as they did in the likelihood of their victory, and reluctant to reprise their roles as the cynical doubters who had openly opposed the successful Sikelschnitt plan in the West. There was also a wide-ranging aversion to grand strategic matters within the army, a trend which had begun in World War I and had recast itself in an even more virulent form under the Nazis. Fearing relegation from its traditional position of privilege within German society, the new Wehrmacht of the Third Reich became a functional elite, largely blind to the costs or problems of Hitler's ideological strategy and opportunist methods. On January 31st, 1941, Brauchitsch hosted a meeting attended by Halder and the army's top field commanders, Field Marshals Rundstedt, Lieb, Bock, and Witzleben. Here it was made clear that the army's plan proceeded from the assumption that the Red Army could be engaged and defeated before the Dvina-Dnieper line. Field Marshal Bock, however, asked what would happen if the Red Army did not oblige OKH plans and instead fell back into the depths of the country. He received the curt reply from Halder, "It might well happen otherwise." Disturbing as this must have been for Bock, who was returning from 4 months of sick leave and receiving his first detailed briefing on the Barbarossa campaign, Halder, after months of planning that he himself had overseen, was not about to be thrown off by having the whole theoretical conception called into question. As recently as November 1940, Halder had confided to his diary that the daunting scope of commitments around Europe suggested a limitation of operations in the east to the first operational objective, that is, the Dvina-Dnieper line. He believed that, starting from there, one could attempt an enveloping operation. But in the endless expanse of space, this would have no prospect of success. Not surprisingly, the prospect of fighting on into the Soviet hinterland boded ill for Halder. But once again, the Chief of the General Staff failed in the duty of his office, ordering no review or follow-up, asking none of the difficult questions, trusting instead in the plans at hand, and avoiding the glaring flaws so apparent to others. Bock's concern, however, was not so easily assuaged, and he took up the matter the following day, February 1st, 1941, during a meeting with Hitler. Bock expressed his certainty that the Soviet forces could be defeated if they stood their ground and fought, but questioned what could be done to force a settlement if they refused to give battle. To this, Hitler replied that if the occupation of the Ukraine, Leningrad and Moscow did not bring about peace, then the campaign would just have to carry on, using mobile forces to Ekaterinburg, a staggering 2,000 kilometers further east from Moscow. Bock recorded Hitler's response without comment, but, as an experienced field commander, alarm bells should have sounded at the mere suggestion of such an audacious assertion. Yet early in the war, Hitler still possessed the ability to allay many fears in the minds of his generals, with long, at times grandiose, lectures, exuding unbounded confidence and showing off his meticulous acquaintance with military and political developments. Here, Hitler's use of sweeping euphemisms, especially in military matters, often allowed little room for attention to detail. He was content with vague references to annihilation, collapse, and reduction to rubble. Bock would not be the first or last general to falter before Hitler. Thus, the planning for Barbarossa proceeded without delay or revision, and Hitler's unrestrained megalomania was left unchallenged by the principal army commanders. The dangers of this approach were only identified in retrospect by some in the high command. Speaking in July 1945, Jodl told his American interrogators, he took part in the trench warfare. He had had no real experience with mobile warfare and all the difficulties that are caused in communications with the uncertain conditions of mobile warfare. He, therefore, tended to overlook the difficulties of executing some of the operations which he had planned. What Jodl neglected to mention was the gross failing of the German military in condoning and acting upon Hitler's wild gambles. The first draft of the Army's deployment directive Barbarossa, Aufmarschanweisung Barbarossa, was issued on January 22, 1941, with a subsequent final version submitted to Holder and dated January 31st. It began by re-emphasising the need to eliminate the bulk of enemy forces in the western districts and prevent any withdrawal. The second section, entitled Enemy Situation, began with the important assumption that Soviet forces would accept battle west of the Dnieper and Dvina rivers with at least strong parts of their forces, thereby fulfilling the German requirement for the subsequent destruction of the Red Army's main force. The substance of the document was based upon the guidelines set out in Directive No. 21, and accordingly followed Hitler's well-known preference regarding operational objectives. Under the title Intention, the deployment directive noted, Army Group Center. Field Marshal von Bock will commit strong and fast, moving forces from the area around Warsaw and Suwałki to enact a breakthrough in the direction of Smolensk. This will permit the turning of strong, mobile elements northwards to assist Army Group North, Field Marshal von Lieb, attacking out of East Prussia, to annihilate enemy forces in the Baltic and proceed in the general direction of Leningrad. Even so, the army was keen to emphasize that in the event of a general collapse of Soviet forces, the abandonment of the northward turn and an immediate thrust towards Moscow could be considered. The deployment directive was signed by Brauchitsch, although the Army High Command's own operational objectives remained, as ever, separate from those of Hitler. Their apparent acceptance was only another act of deception, designed to concede only what they must. Evidence to this effect is provided by Paulus, who, writing after the war, made clear, in the Army headquarters plan, the capture of Moscow was regarded as the principal objective. Its capture, however, was to be preceded by the capture of Leningrad, the fall of which would deprive the Baltic Fleet of its main base, the Russian war effort of the armament production of the city, and, above all, the Russian army of a strategic assembly area for a counter-offensive against the flank and rear of the German forces advancing on Moscow. For this last reason alone, it was essential that Leningrad should be the first objective. What Paulus neglects to mention, of course, is that the army simply had no other choice but to accept the precedence of Leningrad over Moscow, and that, left to their own devices, it seems highly unlikely the army would have subordinated Army Group Centre's mobile forces to its northern counterpart. On the contrary, if indeed there did exist a serious threat to the northern flank of Army Group Centre, the army would have redesignated Army Group North's priority to protecting the Central Front's flank, just as they had previously done in Paulus's December wargame. Brauchitsch and Halder, however, knowing the limits to which their arguments and powers of persuasion could influence Hitler's reasoning, decided instead on a covert subversion of Hitler's plan. This cannot be seen in any way as an act of resistance to Hitler or his regime, rather a strictly military matter calculated to win Hitler's war in what was perceived by the army command to be a more efficient manner. The conspiracy of silence was a means to this end, and was therefore in the service of the regime, rather than in opposition to it. Almost certainly the plotters were restricted to the highest officers of the OKH, and the extent to which any formal plan of action was developed, if indeed anything so exact was produced, is unknown. Most likely the plotting consisted simply of strongly voiced personal opinions, followed by actions being taken, where possible, to meet the army's interests, but without raising Hitler's suspicions or incurring further interference. The overriding realization of the difficulties in dealing with Hitler necessitated a patient resignation. The generals bided their time, seeking to force the issue only at the critical moment, convinced that events leading up to the secondary phase of operations would prove the intrinsic value of a direct assault on Moscow. Here again, one identifies the overarching conviction of complete confidence in the coming campaign. The Soviet armies, in spite of their size, were believed to be so utterly inferior to the Wehrmacht and its relentless blitzkrieg that the secondary phase of operations would have no more important goal than the immediate thrust on the Soviet capital. The certainty of a short, victorious war did not allow for dire predictions of German setbacks or troublesome Soviet counterattacks. The question was only how best to win a war that none doubted would be won. As Colonel General Heinz Guderian later observed, All the men of the OKW and the OKH with whom I spoke evinced an unshakable optimism and were quite impervious to criticism or objections. In a similar tone, Colonel General Maximilian Freiherr von Weichs, who was to command the Second Army in Operation Barbarossa, wrote after the war, "One began the war with an underestimation of the enemy that would be hard to surpass, and an arrogance stemming from the surprisingly rapid victories of past campaigns." On February the 3rd, 1941, Halder met Hitler for further discussions concerning the preparations for Barbarossa. Halder was careful to base his report, at least in the realm of operations north of the Pripyat marshes, on Directive No. 21, and presented an overall picture, not always in line with fact, of confident progression. He began with a detailed description of the enemy's strengths, indicating available Soviet forces at 100 infantry divisions, 25 cavalry divisions, and 30 motorized divisions. These were to be seen against a German force of 104 infantry and 34 mobile divisions. Halder acknowledged to Hitler a Soviet numerical advantage in tanks, including those attached to infantry divisions, but dismissed their worth on account of German qualitative superiority. The notes made in his diary on February the 2nd, in preparation for the meeting with Hitler, however, record the imposing figure of 10,000 Soviet tanks in comparison with 3,500 German panzers. Guderian's 1937 book on tank warfare also set the number of Soviet tanks at 10,000. After the war, Guderian's memoir made the claim, impossible to substantiate, that Hitler remarked to him during a military conference in early August 1941, "If I had known that the figures for Russian tank strength which you gave in your book were in fact the true ones, I would not, I believe, ever have started this war." As it was, Halder apparently did not quote the figure to Hitler. The low estimation of Soviet quality in tanks was tempered by the observation, "Nevertheless, surprises not impossible." Indeed, Soviet production of the KV-1 and T-34 would ensure surprises of the most profound kind awaited the Wehrmacht. Yet for the time being, brash, self-assured impunity sustained the Army High Command, in spite of the acknowledged limitations in intelligence. Hitler's army adjutant, Major Gerhard Engel, had earlier noted that Hitler and Halder shared a very optimistic estimation of the Red Army, foreseeing obsolete equipment and above all, few aircraft and old tanks. Soviet artillery, Halder informed Hitler, was outfitted to its units in the conventional manner, but suffered again from poor quality. Halder's diary of the previous day, however, included the noteworthy addition, "numerically strong." Instructions for the three army groups generally aimed at breaking through the Soviet front and preventing an enemy withdrawal. Halder then specified the tasks of Army Groups North and Centre, detailing a joint action by the three panzer groups over the Dvina in a north-easterly direction. Yet, as he continued, Halder's commitment to the northern operation appeared less certain. While Army Group North's panzer group advanced towards Lake Peipus in Estonia, Halder stated the other two panzer groups from Army Group Centre would make Smolensk their first objective, and follow on from there in cooperation with the northern group, further to the east. Undoubtedly, Halder was aware that reaching Smolensk would also ensure strong arguments in favour of Moscow, simply on geographical terms. From this position, the Soviet capital lay only a further 360 kilometres to the east, while Leningrad would necessitate a 90-degree turn northwards with an advance of 600 kilometres over terrain dotted with swamps and marshes. Halder's handling of the operations for Army Group South helped to illustrate further the degree of divergence in operational conception and the extent of departure he was prepared to risk from Hitler's strategy as set out in Directive 21. During the February 3rd conference with Hitler, Halder made only passing reference to the task of Army Group South, deflecting attention from the subject on account of the fundamental alterations he had instigated in the issuing of the Army Deployment Directive. These included expanding the mandate of the 12th Army to include the taking of Odessa, if an opportunity arose for its surprise capture. Moreover, flagrant liberties were taken concerning the staging of troops in Hungary, to support an advance out of the Carpathian Mountains, for which Halder had been engaged in unauthorized negotiations. This went expressly against Hitler's instructions of early December 1940 that excluded any participation by Hungary, which is why no mention of Hungary was included in Directive 21. Indifferent to such official obstructions, Halder proceeded with his planning. This went beyond commanding German troops into a theoretically neutral country to also include a provision for Hungarian formations to support the attack in the role of rear area security forces. In what must count as an outstanding example of insubordination, well in excess of his position and authority, Halder undertook all this without the consent of his head of state. In an attempt to legitimize his actions, Halder included a request to Hitler on February 3rd for the active inclusion of Hungary in the planning for Operation Barbarossa. This request was flatly rejected, and Halder was left to accept his first defeat in the battle with Hitler over the direction of the Eastern Campaign. Significantly, Halder's rebuff over Hungary was a warning sign for his main gamble, requiring Hitler's ultimate consent, namely Moscow. Such underhand dealings speak strongly of the double standards upheld during Halder's tenure as Chief of the General Staff. While he was infuriated at Hitler's interference in the military sphere, he saw no contradiction in his own attempt to circumvent Hitler's authority. Moreover, Halder's subordinates were not permitted the independence of action that was encouraged within certain quarters of the army. Instead, strict obedience and a dedicated loyalty were valued above all else, a point which Lieutenant Colonel Henning von Treschow emphasized to Halder's secretary. "We are trained to be machines and must adapt our opinions. Little value is placed on our development as individuals." Thus, it seems hypocrisy was also one of Halder's failings. The issue of the army's supply was also a feature of Halder's presentation to Hitler during the February 3rd conference. But again, it remained unreflective of the grave reports Halder himself had received. None of the worrying economic details reported to him on January 28th were brought to Hitler's attention. The objective, it seemed, was to address how problems could be overcome, with contradictory evidence simply omitted. Halder emphasized to Hitler the great reliance on trucks, owing to the fact that the Soviet railroads would first have to be reset to the German gauge. Yet, changing the gauge would not alter the fact, as Halder had noted in his diary, that the Soviet railway system was very dispersed, mostly single-tracked, and not maintained. Hitler was also informed of the need to open the Baltic ports as quickly as possible for resupply, and Halder recommended increased cooperation between the army and the Luftwaffe to avoid wastage of space in the transports heading east. From such uncritical and clearly limited assessments of the supply situation, one can see the ease with which Hitler's obsessive ambitions would push the Wehrmacht far beyond the limits of its already fragile support system. Halder's unbounded confidence only fueled Hitler's yearnings, when he should have been restraining him with all the means at his disposal. The conference of February 3rd ended its discussion of Barbarossa with Hitler's disquieting prediction: "When Barbarossa begins, the world will hold its breath. Die Welt würde den Atem anhalten, wenn die Operation Barbarossa durchgeführt würde." Perilous warning signs were already clearly visible to the army commanders, and not just in the realm of motorized transportation, but the whole war economy. Field Marshal von Bock was assured by Hitler on February 1st, 1941, "We are ready for anything. Materially, we are well off and already have to think about the conversion of some factories. Economically, we are absolutely solid." Hitler's show of absolute confidence is in part due to his self-delusional character, but also sustained by his belief in the power of individual will. He sought to convince those around him of his own infallibility, as if this belief alone could alter fact. As eccentric as it was, it found no shortage of disciples in the Third Reich, including those within the armed forces. Brauchitz's and Halder's unquestioning participation in Hitler's Eastern schemes not only condoned the flimsy basis upon which the schemes rested, but fired Hitler with their own conviction of superiority and faith in the operational plans. Halder, in particular, who had been shown the critical weakness of his army and heard at first hand the excessive aspirations of Hitler, still managed an otherwise inexplicable reconciliation between the two. Halder's slide into the devout service of Hitler, like that of many of his fellow generals, was a subtle but steady process. As recently as 1938, Halder had been a central figure in the anti-Hitler resistance, but abandoned such ideas in spite of Hitler's aggressive war waging and the terrors he unleashed, with widespread assistance from the army in Poland. Halder's desire for acceptance clouded his professional judgment and reduced the eminent position of Chief of the General Staff to outward obedience and inner deceit, aimed at achieving Hitler's growing ambitions without risking a confrontation over divergent strategies or the difficulties involved. Halder's own blindness to the corruption of his post and its forsaken ideals sees no greater reflection than his insistence in December 1940 that, "So long as I am the keeper of the Grail, I shall not retreat one hair's width from the spirit of the German General Staff." Yet for the army it was already much too late. Halder's betrayal of the time-honoured principles enshrined in the traditions of the German General Staff had allowed the foreboding problems and unanswered questions to remain unseen and unaddressed. The dysfunctional order. Delusion as operative discourse. Despite the bravado of Hitler's public ranting about German strengths and future conquests, this outward facade occasionally failed him, betraying misgivings and revealing indecision. Even upon the issuing of Directive 21, Hitler's army adjutant, Major Engel, observed, "In my opinion, the Führer himself does not yet know how things should be continued." Mistrust of his own military leadership, uncertainty over Russian strengths, disappointment at England's hard line all continued to occupy the Führer. Not surprisingly, therefore, Hitler viewed with a degree of scepticism Halder's confident assessment of February 3rd, and, in an act which suggests Hitler to be more of a pragmatist than Halder, he ordered 2 further studies on February 5th in areas he saw to be potential threats. The first concerned the imposing obstacle of the Pripyat marshes and its defensive capabilities, as well as the possibility of the Soviets establishing a centre of resistance there. Furthermore, Hitler instructed attention to be directed towards the possible use of Soviet forces, especially cavalry, against the flanks of the 2 bordering army groups. The second study was to be concerned with the different Soviet industrial areas, ascertaining how interdependent they were, and assessing the possible implications of the Soviets building a defensive zone at any point up to the Urals. Obviously, Hitler's thoughts were concerned with Soviet defensive countermeasures, something which hardly featured in the OKH plans, and was certainly not a topic of great concern to the Army General Staff. The Army report into the Pripyat marshes was compiled by Foreign Armies East, and issued in its first draft on February 12th. While the study made reference to the difficulty of the terrain, it nevertheless arrived at the unsettling conclusion that, using the railways, Soviet armies could be transported in any direction. Furthermore, the report judged, it seems, therefore, that a threat from the Pripyat marshes to the flank and the rear of the armies advancing towards Moscow or Kiev is very much within the realm of possibilities. When Hitler requested a copy of the study, however, this sentence was inexplicably deleted from the final version, in what was to be the latest example of an army censoring its own information to guard against a negative impression. Instead, the document suggested guerrilla actions and minor engagements, up to regimental strength, where the most likely form of combat to be expected, a far cry from a threat to the flanks or the 2 biggest army groups. Hitler's mistrust of his military commanders was therefore not wholly without basis. Indeed, as if aware of the army's deceit, he ordered the mining of passages throughout the marshes, and made an insightful observation to Halder that, supposedly, armies could be moved in there. The second study, called for by Hitler, proposed answers of an economic kind which General Thomas, as head of the War Economy and Armaments Department, was charged to answer. His study, in fact, predated Hitler's request, resulting instead from a meeting with OKW Chief Field Marshal Keitel on January 22, 1941. Thomas, on this occasion, expressed some misgivings about the war economic implications of the planned operation in the East, and on this basis resolved to prepare a memorandum. On February 8th, 3 days after Hitler's instruction that further studies be conducted, Thomas informed Keitel and Jodl of the fact that aircraft fuel would only last until the autumn, vehicle fuel for the first 2 months of operations, and rubber supplies until the end of March. To this damning assessment, Keitel flatly responded that the Führer would not allow himself to be influenced in his planning by such economic difficulties. Thus, it is considered doubtful Hitler was ever briefed on such details, providing yet another success for the internal army control over information and preservation of their confidently assured outcome. Keitel's blunt dismissal, however, had an even more drastic ramification in that it sent a clear signal to Thomas of what was expected in the still pending memorandum for Hitler's examination. Accordingly, the memorandum entitled The War Economy, Consequences of an Operation in the East, dated February 13, 1941, was not submitted to Hitler until February 20th. In this time, Thomas was able to amend and redraft his study, presenting a final version favourable to Hitler's wishes, and in line with the established views of his commanding officers. Thomas thus delivered a report lavish in discussion of the long-term economic benefits to be derived from occupying the Soviet Union, and entirely dismissive of contradictory evidence previously produced, as well as the dubious nature of his source material. Furthermore, his study ignored questions relating to the military feasibility of achieving the distant economic goals, even though they required the conquest of an enormous landmass. Specifically, Thomas emphasized the need for the rapid conquest of the Caucasus for oil and a connection to the Far East to ensure future rubber supplies. Grain was expected to flow from the Ukraine, solving Germany's food shortage, and 75% of the Soviet armaments industry was to fall, it was hoped, intact, under direct German control, with the remainder posing little threat, so long as the factories in the Urals were destroyed. The folly of such optimistic predictions was apparent even to former diplomat and anti-Hitler conspirator Ulrich von Hassel, whose diary on March 2, 1941, observed with remarkable accuracy that the real results of an invasion of the Soviet Union would be 1. The cutting off of imports from Russia, since the Ukraine will be useful only after a long time. 2. A new and unprecedented strain on war material and energies. 3. Complete encirclement, deliberately arranged. Thomas's study is a characteristic example of what Ian Kershaw has referred to as working towards the Führer, in which service to the dictator and his ideals was pursued above and sometimes at the expense of other more practical or moral considerations. In this case, General Thomas provided more dangerous encouragement to Hitler's already overwrought ambition. More importantly still, his study solidified Hitler's conception of the campaign, substantiating as it did his preference towards economic objectives as a dual method of crippling the Soviet state and providing the resources he required to sustain his war. Indeed, Hitler had ordered that a clear map accompany General Thomas's study, and this became a constant source of reference for his operational decisions over the early months of the campaign. It is a further sign of the decline in excellence that the two studies not ordered by the army command but by Hitler, that were to prove of such prophetic importance to the outcome of the campaign, could be so wantonly mismanaged and distorted in their conclusions that they precluded the very real dangers each contained from being confronted. Far from being a haven from the regime separate from the other, more sinister Nazi agencies, Hitler's army was in fact a willing and integrated component, determined to retain his favour and suffering in the process from an ever-widening distortion of reality. By March the 14th, 1941, preparations for the campaign were well advanced, but even at this stage, the overextension of forces was becoming plainly apparent. Halder, together with his operations department chiefs, assessed the plans and objectives for each of the armies taking part in Barbarossa, with the conclusion that more strength and greater concentration would be necessary. The extent of the problem was most evident in Army Group South, where it was determined the 12th and 17th Armies would need to be strengthened by the active involvement of Romanian, Hungarian and Slovak units. In Army Group Centre, Halder was concerned with the weakness of the 4th Army's southern flank, in spite of the fact that he perceived little threat emerging from the Pripyat marshes. The 9th Army was expressing reluctance at giving up units to the 3rd Armoured Group. Likewise, Army Group North's 18th Army was having difficulty coordinating its activities with the 4th Armoured Group. The 16th Army was criticised for being spread too widely and would be dependent on reserves for increased striking power. Despite the clear pressure on German forces operating in the east, Halder then matter-of-factly noted the observation of Major General Wagner that fuel reserves would last for just 3 more months. To this worrying observation, Halder nevertheless added the note, "Fuel preparations adequate." The importance of a short, victorious war could no longer be seen as a best-case scenario. It had become a vital necessity. The following day, March 15th, Halder's concern at the army's strength for Barbarossa received a further setback when he learned that Brauchitsch was allocating additional forces to French coastal security at the expense of those deployed in the east. "It is not the point," he recorded in frustration, "to ensure 100% security everywhere, but rather to provide the necessary minimum security, allowing the fullest success for Operation Barbarossa." Worse news was to come in Halder's meeting with Hitler on March 17th, 1941. Halder had made extensive notes in preparation for the conference, which included the addition of satellite forces to reinforce Army Group South. The enemy forces, he now noted, numbered a total of 155 divisions, while Halder could muster just 134 divisions. German reserves totaled a mere 21 divisions, and of these, Halder noted 9 were designated for Operation Marita, the planned invasion of the Balkans, leaving just 12 divisions, which Halder himself acknowledged as very few. The conference of March 17th opened with Hitler's insistence that Barbarossa must proceed from the very outset with great successes and no reverses. He then ruled out Halder's hope for Allied armies in the south, with the dismissive objection that there was no point building operations on unreliable forces. The Finnish forces, he believed, could only be counted on for local successes along the Baltic. The Romanians were seen as completely unreliable, with no offensive strength. The Hungarians were mistrusted with no reason for joining the war, and the Slovakians, he disdainfully remarked, are Slavs, perhaps of later use as occupation forces. German forces, Hitler stated, were the only ones which he could be sure to count on. If Halder was disheartened by his stalled attempt to prop up Army Group South's strength with satellite forces, he was to suffer greater disappointment when Hitler declared his intention to reassign the 12th Army, soon to take part in the Balkan campaign. Hitler justified the move by casting doubt on Halder's plan, claiming it would be fundamentally wrong to attack everywhere, and insisting that the offensive across the Pruth and Dniester was doomed to fail. The result for Halder was an exacerbation of the problem he had hoped to solve. With the depletion of his forces, no additional Allied armies, near non-existent reserves, and a radical modification to his strategic plan, Halder should have been well disposed towards confrontation. But his conformist subservience to Hitler's bidding precluded that consequence. Instead, he accepted Hitler's reorganization of the southern sector, providing only for the defense of Romania, and adding the remaining forces to the northern thrust of the army group. Not without justification did Ulrich von Hassel write only the day before in his diary, "Halder and Brauchitsch are nothing more than technical stooges," to Hitler. Halder's concession to Hitler in the south was not so easily accepted by the commander of Army Group South, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, who, concerned for his southern flank, and hoping to tie up Soviet forces near the border, made further pleas to Hitler for Hungarian involvement from the Carpathians and a reactivation of the offensive across the Pruth. Such arguments failed to alter Hitler's decision, but reveal the anxiety of Rundstedt and the weakness of Halder in failing to deal directly with Hitler over such important concerns. At another conference on March 30th, Hitler again re-emphasized that Army Group Center was to advance to the Dnieper, and then, using the safety of the river, assemble its strength for the northward thrust. Moscow, Hitler added incidentally, without realizing the strongly partisan opinion of Halder, was completely irrelevant. Völlig gleichgültig. If Halder was not motivated to challenge Hitler over his changes to Army Group South, he was certainly not about to reveal his ardent insistence on Moscow as the central war-winning objective. Halder hoped this would be made clear by the early course of the campaign, and only if Hitler persisted to oppose his plans would a more direct confrontation have to be contemplated. Halder's attempts to subvert Hitler's authority, most notably regarding Moscow, offer much room for misinterpretation of his character, and may be regarded by some as evidence of his maverick, non-conformist status, perhaps even offering notions of an officer, formerly opposed to Hitler, and now seeking a war-winning solution for Germany to counter Hitler's confused strategy. Yet such representations would be misleading. Throughout the war, Halder's loyalty to the regime never wavered, not even towards the bitter end in July 1944, when all hope of victory was long since gone, and the last vestiges of honourable men within the army resolved to act, did Halder betray his Führer. If Halder was not prepared to abandon Hitler at Germany's lowest ebb, he was in no way inclined to do so before the war had turned, and he had suffered the indignity of his dismissal in disgrace. Halder's motivations in circumventing Hitler's authority were governed solely by his desire to advance Germany's conquests through personal conviction of his superior military aptitude. Yet his standing in Hitler's eyes was influenced by precisely the opposite impression. To Hitler, Halder was an acceptable chief of staff for his skills as a capable technocrat, but strikingly lacking in his grasp of modern strategic concepts, resulting primarily from his poor submissions prior to the French campaign. Following the triumph in the West, Halder's failure to be recognized among the many newly created field marshals is perhaps the most noteworthy indication of Hitler's disfavor. Halder thus suffered from a lack of prestige, especially on issues of strategic significance, which led to friction, seldom openly expressed, but present nevertheless. It also drove Halder in his quest for redemption, and explains his timidity around Hitler, not wishing to set himself back with pessimistic assessments or objections, as he had done prior to the Western campaign. The result was a chief of staff outwardly loyal and compliant, yet pursuing his own agenda, convinced of his ability, and hoping to recapture Hitler's approval through it. The practical consequence in the day-to-day planning for Barbarossa, however, was a man observing unquestioning obedience without the professional objectivity necessary to adequately evaluate the scope of the undertaking, or the personal courage to withstand Hitler's overbearing personality. Halder's nominal superior at OKH, Field Marshal von Brauchitsch, was a man of even weaker character, not only in his dealings with Hitler, but in many respects with Halder too. His ascension to Commander-in-Chief of the Army in 1938 necessitated his willing compliance in Hitler's dictate to lead the army closer towards the state and its philosophy, and Brauchitsch's acquiescence set the tone for his tenure in command. On December 18, 1938, in a directive on army education, Brauchitsch declared, "The officer corps must not allow itself to be surpassed by anyone in the purity and genuineness of its National Socialist Weltanschauung worldview." Along with Brauchitsch's appointment, a new command structure surrendered the army's previous hegemony over military affairs and installed one of the most spineless and contemptible of all Hitler's officers, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, as chief of the combined armed services. Unlike Halder, Brauchitsch refused any decisive action in the planned coup during the crisis over Czechoslovakia, and his passivity continued throughout the war. Worse still, Brauchitsch sanctioned the reprehensible acts of the Wehrmacht and SS in Poland, and even sought to justify their atrocities to those courageous individuals who voiced objections. Although portrayed by some to be an unwilling accomplice to the regime without the power to affect its political decisions, an accomplice he nevertheless remains, with moral considerations after the fact counting for nothing. WWII was an integral and willing servant of the regime, whose prosperity and future success were inextricably tied to his own. Yet his close association with Halder, and the dominance exerted by the Chief of the General Staff over their relationship, caused WWII, in addition to his own misgivings, to voice doubts over the war in the West, incurring, in consequence, Hitler's great anger and resentment. The scathing verbal tirade this drew from Hitler, and the ultimate success of the operation, reduced WWII's confidence and standing even further. He adopted a meek compliance to Hitler, and relied even more on Halder for direction of the army and its military policy. Halder exploited this weakness, using it to garner support for his subversion of Hitler's Directive 21, and rapidly established himself as the true authority within the army. WWII and Halder's scheming over Moscow did not include the field commanders of Army Group Center, and their instructions were accordingly vague and ambiguous. In his post-war memoir, Guderian complained, "I received at my headquarters only bare indications of the Supreme Command's intentions for the second phase of the operation, after the first objective. In the case of my corps, the area Roslava, Elnya, Smolensk had been reached." The commander of Panzer Group 3, Colonel General Hermann Hoth, stated that he learned, only after the war, of the full text contained within War Directive 21 and the Barbarossa Deployment Directive. Until then, Hoth claimed to have no knowledge of the plan to turn his forces northward and assist Army Group North. In this regard, WWII and Halder's control of information was assisted by Hitler's January 1941 order limiting knowledge of the campaign to a commander's immediate zone of operations, which prohibited a more general conception of Hitler's intentions. Utilizing this advantage, WWII and Halder could pass on all orders through Army Group Center, giving their own subtle interpretation, always with emphasis on keeping the operation and its commanders directed towards Moscow. As Hoth wrote, "In fact, within Panzer Group 3 itself, everyone was driven by the thought that they were on the way to Moscow. One must understand, if the Commander-in-Chief of the army, WWII, would have been determined to fulfill Hitler's wishes, he would have informed the commander of the troops." Without question, WWII and Halder avoided giving anything too exact in their instructions for the secondary phase of the operations, but they could not directly contradict Hitler by stating that the one and only goal was to seize Moscow. To accept that Hoth was really so utterly ignorant of the plan to turn his panzers northward may give WWII and Halder too much credit for concealment. Possibly Hoth had his own connections at OKH, or maybe there was something Bock or another of the field marshals learned and passed on. In any case, the first phase of the operational plans gave rise to some unwanted questioning by Hoth. The issue at stake was the direction of Hoth's initial thrust, and where this would leave his forces for the secondary operation. As Bock observed in his diary on March 18, 1941, the initial deployment of Panzer Group 3 for the attack is difficult. Hoth is casting his eyes beyond the Dnieper and Dvina from the very outset, and is paying scant attention to the possibility of attacking and defeating enemy forces which stand and fight somewhat farther forward. If Hoth was in fact oblivious to Hitler's intentions for his panzer group, his stance must be seen purely in terms of favouring a large encirclement for the first operational manoeuvre. If Hoth, however, was aware of Hitler's intentions, then making the rapid drive for the Dvina would provide the best springboard for a thrust northwards. Naturally, Hoth was striving for the most economical employment of his forces, and, irrespective of whether he was viewing Moscow or Leningrad as the secondary objective, both argued strongly for him to keep his weight on the left flank and not be drawn into the centre. Essentially, he hoped for a direct thrust on the Dvina, seizing bridgeheads along the river west of Vitebsk and creating, in tandem with Panzer Group II's drive to the Dnieper, a giant ring closed on the great rivers. From this position, Hoth's further operations to either the northeast, Leningrad, or east, Moscow, would be best served. Yet the OKH insisted that the great mass of Soviet strength lay between the border zone and Minsk, allowing a decisive blow to be struck. There may also have been a latent fear on Brauchitsch and Halder's part that allowing Hoth's panzers such a favourable deployment for the northward swing towards Leningrad would endanger their own designs. Conceivably, they therefore sought to concentrate Hoth's armoured strength in the centre of the front before a continued advance eastward. The decision for a smaller encirclement centred on Minsk created the dilemma for Hoth, who clearly saw the incompatibility of having to secure the Dvina rapidly with a southeasterly diversion to Minsk. But, as Bock noted, the Army Command, in its directives, is demanding that the panzer groups assist in the destruction of the enemy forces in the frontier zone, that is the region west of Minsk. I will have to reject Hoth's solution, even though there is much to be said in its favour. Foreseeing the bitterness the dispute could engender, Bock dispatched his operations officer, Lieutenant Colonel Henning von Tresco, to OKH to ensure the sincerity of their commitment to the Minsk operation, especially in the light of Hoth's justifiable concerns. Brauchitsch and Halder did not welcome a discussion in detail of such sensitive operations, and they refused to be drawn on the issue, placating Tresco with vague, non-committal answers. Irritated at such vacillation, Bock took up the matter personally on March 27th during an OKH meeting with the Army and Panzer Group commanders. Here, Bock was under no illusions as to the fundamental issue at stake, and was frustrated by the preoccupation with what he saw as minor details. Indeed, he was given the same treatment as Tresco, with Halder attempting to skip over the issue, forcing Bock to complain in his diary, "When I mentioned the matter of the linking up of both my panzer groups in the Minsk area and the difficulties of their subsequent advance from there, I received no clear statement on it. The same sort of answer Tresco had received in Berlin recently. The question is important, for between Minsk and the gateway to Smolensk, the land bridge between the Dnieper and the Dvina, lie the marshes from which the Beresina springs. Massing armoured forces near Minsk would therefore be very detrimental to their further forward movement." We may safely surmise that Bock's attention was directed by Halder towards Smolensk as the next operational objective, adding to the Field Marshal's concern about the density of marshlands to be traversed. Unaware of the divergent plans of the OKH and Hitler pulling his armoured strength in different directions, Bock had cause to welcome an opportunity for discussion of the planned operations with Hitler a few days later on March 30th. The conference was also attended by Brauchitsch and Halder, who were evidently prepared to play along with Hitler's intentions, as they had done in all previous discussions, but neither had thought to forbid Bock from raising the matter openly with Hitler. When Hitler surveyed the operations in the Baltic and around Leningrad, he made reference to the likelihood of Bock's armoured groups impacting events decisively. The difficulties this would entail with a diversion of forces first to Minsk and later Smolensk, as well as the entanglement of marshes and the ever-present vast distances, forced Bock to seize his moment. "I once again spoke of the difficulties facing a subsequent advance by the tanks out of the area assigned to me at Minsk." According to Bock, as he outlined the problem, Brauchitsch, somewhat embarrassed and desperate to play it down, interjected that link-up at Minsk was intended to mean the general area of Minsk. This attempt to trivialise Bock's concern and belittle the issue in front of Hitler angered Bock all the more, because specific orders to the contrary had been issued by the OKH, a fact Bock pointed out to Halder at the conclusion of the meeting, when he remarked, "You have issued written orders that the panzer groups are to advance in close contact." Like Brauchitsch, Halder sought again to make light of the fact, retorting with a laugh, "Spiritual contact is what was meant." The ambiguity of this response, coupled with the apparent failure of Halder and Brauchitsch to grasp the difficulties involved, especially with discussion of supporting operations as far north as Leningrad, disgusted Bock, whose final comment summed up his utter failure to resolve the matter. That clarified nothing. Importantly for Brauchitsch and Halder, Hitler seems to have been adequately convinced this was a minor internal matter of the army, without perceiving any threat to his intended strike northwards. This could have a number of explanations. Either Bock was cut off before he was able to outline the full extent of his concerns, or Hitler, in a typically boundless overestimation of German strength, simply did not share the Field Marshal's assessment. The vague issue of closing the first armoured ring at Minsk remained unattended until Tresckow finally extracted a firm commitment from Brauchitsch in mid-May, which confirmed that Panzer Group 3 would advance over the Molodechno land bridge to link up with Panzer Group 2 in the area around Minsk. Further operations directed eastwards were to be preceded by an advance north around the Beresina marshes. Although Trescow's report represented clear instructions and a welcome resolution to what Bock called the foggy order concerning the link-up of the two panzer groups, it nevertheless did not satisfy Bock's or Hoth's initial concerns over closing the first armoured ring so soon. No open dialogue took place because in the closed circle of discussion that was not possible. For Brauchitsch and Halder, it was only important that OKH's orders be followed, and that Hitler not be drawn into strategic questions concerning the direction of the campaign, or, so far as possible, even be made aware of their existence. Barbarossa. The zenith of war. Until spring 1941, the campaign in the East was presented and explained by Hitler largely in terms of the wider war against Britain and the related advantages for possible future conflict with the United States. Yet as the campaign approached, his interest shifted more and more from strategic and geopolitical considerations to his long-held racial and ideological beliefs. As early as his 1925 publication of Mein Kampf, these ideas had been given clear expression. We take up where we broke off 600 years ago. We stop the endless German movement to the south and west, and turn our gaze toward the land in the east. At long last, we break off the colonial and commercial policy of the pre-war period, and shift to the soil policy of the future. If we speak of soil in Europe today, we can primarily have in mind only Russia and her vassal border states. Reiterating this point, his second book, written in 1928, asserted, "The size of a people is a variable factor. It will be a rising one in the case of a healthy people. Yes, the increase alone can secure the future of a people. The growth in population could only be compensated by growth, expansion of the Lebensraum. For Germany, a future alliance with Russia has no sense. On the contrary, that would have prevented us from seeking the goal of German foreign policy in the one and only place possible, space in the East." Upon his accession to power, Hitler declared to his generals on February 3, 1933, that the purpose of the new Wehrmacht was for conquering new Lebensraum in the East and ruthlessly Germanizing it. The advent of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in August 1939 was the product of political convenience and represented no more than a short-term tactical maneuver. Finally, at the end of March 1941, Hitler gathered his generals to announce the beginning of what he called colonial tasks, requiring a clash of two ideologies, for which the Wehrmacht would have to partake in a war of extermination. Hitler's words signalled a fundamental change in the nature of the war, and the previous approach of the German army in conceptualizing and engaging its enemy. Although atrocities had been perpetrated in Poland and in other occupied countries, the Eastern Front deserves careful attention in order to understand what kind of war Hitler was planning and the resulting implications for the war's turning point. For this purpose, a brief elaboration on terminology is in order. Owing to its rapidly developing ideological nature, Operation Barbarossa represents a clear break from all previous German campaigns of World War II. Even apart from the obvious military and strategic implications of open conflict between Germany and the Soviet Union, the campaign in the East represents a watershed in the basic character of the war itself. This differentiation is best understood through Erich Ludendorff's definition of total war from his 1935 study Der Totalkrieg. Defining this difference is not helped by the common usage of the term total war in the vast annals of Anglo-American military literature, especially in regard to categorizing the First and Second World Wars. The contention by Ludendorff is unique, however, for its radical, even extremist application of war, and at the same time its close approximation to the methods adopted by National Socialist Germany. For Ludendorff, war should aim for the annihilation of the enemy army and of the enemy nation, the essential aspect being the lack of distinction between combatants and non-combatants, thus creating the precondition for unrestrained violence directed indiscriminately against a civilian populace. Ludendorff's definition of total war, Beatrice Heuser has concluded, encompassed two essential elements: the total application of the modern war machine combined with a genocidal policy. In pursuing the conquest of the Soviet Union, the German war aims began to envisage far more than a purely military victory, transforming the struggle into a war of annihilation, or total war, directed against an enemy nation of perceived inferior racial stock, with a competing and hostile ideology. The totality of the coming war was reflected in Hitler's instruction in early March 1941 that Barbarossa was to be more than a mere clash of arms. It is also a conflict between two ideologies. In view of the extent of the space involved, the striking down of the enemy armed forces will not suffice to bring about an end to the war. Clearly, Ludendorff's conception of war against the enemy nation was reaching its fruition. The fanatical ideals contained within Hitler's total war philosophy formed a radical departure from his past campaigns, and necessitated a degree of brutality and harshness hitherto unseen in Europe since the genocidal campaigns of the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648. The concept of total war, however, was identified at the time by the more acceptable term of a new order, which determined the methods and policies of occupation in the newly won territories of the East. The ruthless ideological dictates of this work and the huge area to be administered demanded the willing complicity of the armed forces, which would have to operate both directly and in close contact with the murderous excesses of the genocidal policy. Indeed, the cordial relationship between the Wehrmacht and the other agencies of the regime, such as the SS and SD, belies the myth of ignorance or formal separation from the barbarous German rule, which many generals and lower-ranking veterans later claimed in their defence. While a detailed assessment of the Wehrmacht's participation in the total war to be fought in the East is beyond the scope of this study, it is important to establish its impact on the will of the Soviet people to resist. The methods of total war threatened not only the existence of the Soviet state, but the survival of the Soviet people themselves, who responded with an indignant conviction of assured righteousness, maximised by the scale of German atrocities. In the advent of an unforeseen setback or major delay in the German campaign, the consequences of an unrestrained genocidal policy are plainly apparent. This highlights the German faith in their ultimate triumph, and the belief that it could be achieved before an organised Soviet response would be possible. Given the tenuous state of German preparations for war, the planned ruthless exploitation and wanton cruelty towards the Soviet population attained greatly increased significance in determining the advent of a turning point, once the assumed decisive military solution had failed to materialise. Hitler's announcement at the end of March that a war of annihilation was to be conducted in the East was received by the 250 assembled army commanders with attitudes ranging from inactive ambivalence to fervent enthusiasm. Embracing a position more in line with the latter, Halder observed after Hitler's speech, "Commanders must make the sacrifice of overcoming their personal scruples." His diary records none of the shock or moral revulsion that he later claimed to have felt, and there was no rush of complaints or criticism from his fellow officers. However, even if one accepts Omer Bartov's well-argued contention that the Wehrmacht was a deeply integrated and willing component of the National Socialist state, this offers only part of the explanation of their complete failure to recognize the military implications of such a radicalized war. Without question, the severe measures of a total war were bound to engender strong anti-German sentiment, provoking popular resistance and legitimizing Soviet propaganda attempts to provide a unifying cause for the struggle. Although difficult to assess accurately, a total war would also preclude whatever opportunity existed for broad collaboration among the occupied populations. In addition, the exploitation of strong nationalist yearnings, particularly within the Ukraine and Baltic states, was largely squandered by the ardent imperative of racial supremacy and insistence on absolute German domination. Even considerations for the welfare of German prisoners of war, who could expect reprisals, failed to move the army commanders, who remained defiantly oblivious to the substantial military implications of a radicalized war on the scale being discussed. The only way to account for this staggering oversight or illogical acceptance by army commanders is the charged intensity of the inferior foe image and associated self-assurance in the primacy of the Wehrmacht's training, technical capacity, and even racial superiority. Indeed, as Gerhard Weinberg has argued, it was precisely their coloured ideological and racial worldview that provided Hitler and his generals with an added measure of confidence in casting their gaze to the east. Germany's most important and dangerous enemies were judged to have been in the West, and the ease of their defeat only made the conquest of the Soviet Union appear all the more certain. These factors left no doubt that a war would be won quickly, without any regard for the prospect of a long and bitterly contested struggle. In spite of the disadvantageous military implications, the army commanders did more than just accept Hitler's notion of the new total war. Like many elements in the genocidal process undertaken within the Third Reich, its advancement was sustained not in spite of the army, but largely in accordance with its wishes and fervent desires. This curiously detrimental effort on the part of the army, which was always in competition for resources, suggests the dominance of political allegiance above strictly practical considerations. In the same way, high-ranking party officials operated with unquestioning obedience to Hitler first, before adequately addressing the confused and disjointed administrative structures that typified the Third Reich's organizations. The army was therefore the victim of its own ideological bias and political subservience, proving, to its detriment, only too willing to embrace the next chapter in the purest application of nationalist socialist doctrine as determined by Hitler. Field Marshal von Brauchitsch, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, led this new call to arms, rousing his officers to carry out the upcoming campaign as a struggle between two different races, requiring troops to act with all necessary harshness. His subordinate commanders followed suit with even more explicit and harshly worded orders. Colonel General Erich Höppner, commander of Panzer Group 4, proclaimed on May 2nd, 1941, "The objective of this battle must be the destruction of present-day Russia, and it must therefore be conducted with unprecedented severity. Every military action must be guided in planning and execution by an iron will to exterminate the enemy mercilessly and totally. In particular, no adherents of the present Russian Bolshevik system are to be spared." Höppner's reference to eliminating Bolshevik elements notably political commissars within the Red Army, was soon translated into army policy, with the drafting of the Commissar Order, formally issued on June 6, 1941. This charged the army with responsibility for widespread executions to be administered immediately without recourse to any form of legal procedure. Equally severe was the Barbarossa Directive issued May 13, 1941, which decreed the execution of all civilians who attacked German soldiers, with the formal interpretation of attacked extended to include such innocuous acts as the distribution of leaflets or the failure to follow German orders. The Barbarossa Directive also exempted German soldiers from prosecution for all offences against the Soviet population deemed ideologically motivated. As Christian Streit has ably demonstrated, despite the emphatic post-war denials of Halder and many of his fellow generals, the so-called criminal orders were dutifully prepared by the army, with Halder playing a central part. Indeed, it was through his insistence that a clause was introduced to the Barbarossa Directive, which permitted officers to order the razing of villages and the outright execution of inhabitants if it was suspected that villages were supporting partisans. At Army Group Centre, Bock made no attempt to protest against these orders, and maintained this stance even in August 1941, when the mass killing of innocent Jewish civilians was reported to him. As Michael Geyer has accurately observed, it was through such policies that German strategy reached its zenith, where racist domination and the reforging of German society into a master race were brought together, linking in a grand concentric movement all the previously disconnected and nascent dynamics of the state against a single target. The Russo-German War encompassed not just the battlefronts, but also the battle zones and the rear areas. Casting a deserved moral judgment on the leadership of the army, while retaining his perspective on the political liability, von Hassel recorded in his diary, "It makes one's hair stand on end to learn about and receive proof of orders signed by Halder and distributed to the troops as to measures to be taken in Russia, and about the systematic transformation of military law concerning the conquered population into uncontrolled despotism. Indeed, a caricature of all law. This kind of thing turns the German into a Boche. It develops a type of being which had existed only in enemy propaganda. Brauchitsch has sacrificed the honour of the German army in submitting to these orders of Hitler." The close relationship between the German army's preparations in the lead-up to Barbarossa and what Omer Bartov has dubbed the barbarization of warfare cannot be called into question. As a result, the conflict inadvertently incorporated a latent point of no return. Failure to achieve a decisive military victory in the early phase of the war would ensure political solidification of the Soviet Union's war effort, allowing it to exploit fully the immense potential of its natural, industrial, and manpower resources. Clearly, ideology was a driving force in the conceptualization of the coming campaign, offering Hitler his long-desired showdown with Bolshevism and justifying the genocide about to be undertaken. Hitler, however, was also greatly influenced by what he saw as the direct practical benefits of Barbarossa. Hitler gave great weight to economic requirements, having always preferred conquest to meet his requirements over a more cautious or drawn-out strategy. His abiding economic advisers had fed this ambition with baseless optimism, not unlike that which had biased General Thomas's recent study. The State Secretary in the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Herbert Back, assured Hitler in January that the occupation of the Ukraine would liberate us from every economic worry. By the spring of 1941, such emphatic guarantees were assuming an acute importance given dwindling food stocks and the worrying forecast that, after July, Germany would be reliant, for better or worse, on the summer's harvest yield. Hitler was also heavily influenced by the collapse of the German home front in 1918, which resulted in large measure from the British naval blockade and the consequent food shortages. Ever sensitive to public opinion, the experience of Germany's defeat in World War I was uppermost in Hitler's mind, and he prioritised a high standard of living for the home front. Not only did these factors direct Hitler's attention to the economic solution that Barbarossa proposed to offer, but they also account, in large measure, for his fixation with grand strategic objectives of a war economic kind, over the purely military and operational considerations which attracted Halder. Along with the grain shortage, Germany's limited access to basic raw materials essential to the war economy formed a growing component of the economic quandary consuming Germany by the spring of 1941, and driving Hitler's conception of the forthcoming campaign. Foremost among these was the supply of Romanian oil, which proved insufficient to the demands of occupied Europe and the German war economy, prompting Hitler in May to slash domestic consumption and foreign exports to Axis allies. The rationing became so severe that Walter Funk, Minister for Economic Affairs, complained to Jodl in June 1941 that the economy was receiving even less than 18% of peacetime consumption, and that in consequence the economy had been threshed to the limit. The crippling shortages convinced Hitler to seek his remedy through direct control over the Caucasian oil fields, reinforcing further the role of economic considerations in Hitler's strategic deliberations, ultimately designed to alleviate industry bottlenecks and fulfill his long-desired goal of economic autarky. Beyond the alluring economic benefits, Hitler was drawn to Barbarossa for its sweeping geostrategic advantages, crucial to the continental empire he sought to build. Whatever dubious credence one may extend to Hitler's earlier justifications that Britain was only holding out in the hope of support from the Soviet Union, it cannot be denied that the elimination of such a large power would have dire consequences for the British war effort. Hitler's timing for Barbarossa was tied to the continuing war against Britain, not just for its obvious strategic value, but because it would realise his much-cherished expansionist goals before peace could intervene. Far from fearing the opening of a second front, Hitler's self-assurance meant he was more concerned about domestic rather than military considerations. A conflict is inevitable, Halder recorded him as saying in February 1941. Once England is finished, he would not be able to rouse the German people to a fight against Russia. Consequently, Russia would have to be disposed of first. Clearly, Hitler foresaw absolute domination of the continent as integral, not just to his immediate war plans against Britain, but to forging an empire capable of uninhibited potential. Barbarossa, therefore, represented to Hitler the culmination of his lifelong struggle against alleged Jewish Bolshevik interests, achieving the destruction of what he perceived to be his natural enemies, while ensuring the security and prosperity of the German people through Lebensraum. On at least equal par, the campaign incorporated more immediate strategic and economic objectives vital to the pressing needs of the day. The contrast this makes with Halder's divergent strategic concept, chiefly centred around Moscow, and the absence of an open dialogue between the two, which Halder purposefully avoided and Hitler was largely incapable of having, paves with certainty the road towards confrontation. Yet if there was one thing the two men did agree upon, it was that Barbarossa would represent another stirring triumph of German arms. They foresaw the achievement of everything that was hoped for, without regard to the striking material and manpower shortages that would have to be overcome in order to meet the hefty demands of the operational plan. Chapter 3. Barbarossa's Sword. Hitler's Armed Forces in 1941. Carrying fear before them and expectation behind. Hitler's Panzerarm. Material deficiencies within the army were in no way a sudden or surprising occurrence, having dogged it since the start of the war. They could hardly be attributed to battlefield losses, which had been relatively light. Instead, the lack of coherent overall direction, systemic inefficiency, corrupt officialdom, rivalries between the armed services, stifling bureaucracy, and the poorly coordinated actions of economic planners, military commanders, and industrialists led to the army's predicament. Added to this was the inherent shortage of manpower, raw materials, and specialized machine tools. The result was plain. While the Soviet Union and Britain almost doubled their armament production in only the second year of the war, and the United States tripled theirs, Germany's armament production stagnated and achieved no further growth between 1940 and 1941. Beyond administrative complexities, Germany's armament industry also suffered from structural flaws owing to the specialized assembly process, which, as a rule, turned out technically advanced, high-quality weapons in a daunting multiplicity of makes and designs, but for these reasons proved unsuited to the demands of mass production. Underscoring the extent of industrial dispersal and accordant organizational overlap is the bewildering array of armaments being constructed, which at its height saw 425 different models of aircraft in production, and equipped the army with 150 different makes of trucks and motorcycles. Eventually, the gross impracticality of this confused and inefficient system drew a harsh rebuke from Hitler, who insisted in May 1941 that more primitive, robust construction must follow with the introduction of crude mass production. Even if immediately enacted, such measures would have been too late to have any bearing on the assembling invasion force. However, they do reflect the lamentable state of the German war economy and its inability to come of age before the crucial turning point of the war was reached. Indeed, true reform of the armaments sector proved to be another whimsical flirtation of Hitler's erratic mind, and soon succumbed to his overinflated self-assurance in the success of Barbarossa. Accordingly, War Directive 32, issued June 11th, 1941, opened with the conceited claim: after the destruction of the Soviet armed forces, Germany and Italy will be military masters of the European continent. It then went on to formally direct the main industrial efforts towards the Air Force and Navy. The shift away from army production was not a new occurrence, having been a feature of the incoherent armaments policy pursued since the defeat of France. After first reducing the size of the army in the wake of the victory in the West, the later prospect of an Eastern campaign forced a reversal, increasing it to 180 divisions and doubling the number of armoured divisions. Yet in spite of the extensive expansion, the army was relegated by the OKW to third place among the priorities of the three services, a decision that went unchallenged by Hitler and the OKH. Again, rank overconfidence in the coming campaign was to blame, with Jodl stating, "The next intended army operation can be easily carried through with the present strength and munitions allotment. If we must soon carry out such a great campaign, then one can do it just the same with 12 panzer divisions as with 24 panzer brigades, as more will not be available before spring anyway. In that case, one saves an enormous amount of auxiliary weapons and rearward services." Echoing this audacious assessment, the Army's weapons department later concluded that the reduced capacities and existing stockpiles would be sufficient to cope with all conceivable future requirements of the war. The implications for Barbarossa were profound. Not only was the army lightly armed, but rectifying the problem by switching resources back to it would be a laborious process, requiring many months before tangible results could be seen on the battlefield. Yet the short campaigning season and the time demands of the operational plan did not allow for this, meaning the war would have to be won rapidly without recourse to or reliance on new industrial production, which in any case was being squeezed to a trickle. The one outstanding exception to the Army's austerity measures was nevertheless a revealing one. In May 1941, production of armoured fighting vehicles was not only protected from being cut back, but plans were afoot to embark on a massive new initiative with all the hallmarks of illusory planning that typified the preparation for Barbarossa. The plan, known as Armour Programme 41, was based on achieving the projected target of June 1940, completely outfitting 20 panzer divisions and 10 motorised divisions. At a minimum, this would necessitate the construction of some 34,661 vehicles, requiring an unattainable five-fold expansion of the current manufacturing capacities and a completion date of December 1944. Beyond this, the programme took no account of design modifications or new models, and blindly included the continued construction of the Mark II light tank, which was already considered obsolete. Likewise, projections in August 1940 for properly fielding 180 divisions with all requisite men and material proved demanding enough to require a full 3 years to achieve. Such impractical plans reflect the degree of delusion that pervaded the upper circles of the Wehrmacht, offering a further insight into the lack of reality underpinning the strategic thinking of Hitler and his senior commanders. To make an informed analysis of the military campaign against the Soviet Union, one must first gain a rudimentary grounding in the technical means by which it would be fought. The central component of the Blitzkrieg strategic concept was without doubt the tank, a device commonly treated in much of the secondary literature as a generic, standardized instrument, without regard for the radical differentiation between designs and models which determined their use and effectiveness. Thus, the common citation of a total figure for the number of German tanks in the invasion of the Soviet Union tells us little without an appreciation of the different models involved. The smallest and most feeble German tank to enter service against the Red Army was the PZ-KP-FW-1. Produced in 2 main models since 1934, the design included a fully rotating turret mounted with 2 7.92mm machine guns and an armour thickness of just 13mm, restricting its usefulness wholly to engagements with enemy infantry. It first saw action in the Spanish Civil War, where, despite the primitive battlefield conditions, it was recognised to be lacking in armament and protection. The early campaigns of World War II only reinforced this point, and by the time of Barbarossa, it was plainly considered an obsolete model. Despite this, 281 were included in the invasion force. Thereafter, remaining stocks were relegated largely to training roles. A year after the Mark I came into service, the Mark II appeared, a slightly heavier tank that saw many upgrades and variant adaptations. The improved D and E models, known as fast fighting vehicles, Schnellkampfwagen, entered service in 1938. These were adapted with armour twice the thickness of earlier models, up to 30mm, and included a torsion bar suspension system with larger wheels, which in addition to a new, more powerful engine, raised the top speed to 55 km per hour. The trade-off was that high speeds could only be achieved on sealed roads, while cross-country performance was hampered, an important factor for the barren landscape of the East. The main armament was a 2cm L-55 gun, with a secondary 7.92mm machine gun mounted next to it in the traversing turret. Panzer training regulations of 1939 classed the Mark II as being chiefly designed as an anti-tank weapon. Yet its record in France proved so poor as to be only effective in this role in the most exceptional circumstances. By the beginning of 1941, the Mark II was remodelled in a new F-series with only slightly thicker armour and no change to the main armament, rendering it, like the Mark I, outdated on the modern battlefield, particularly for combat with the Red Army. In spite of such deficiencies, the Army employed some 743 Mark II tanks in Operation Barbarossa, which together with the Mark I makes up over 1,000 tanks. This meant that 28% of the total tank force consisted of obsolete models. As a result of the bloodless occupation of Czechoslovakia in 1939, the Wehrmacht was able to benefit from the considerable arsenal of high-grade Czech weapons and their well-developed armaments industry. The tank arm of the Czech armed forces was of particular value, owing to their advanced design, which outstripped both the Mark I and Mark II, at that time the mainstays of the German tank fleet. The heavier of the 2 Czech models was dubbed by the Germans PZ-KPFW-35T and featured 35mm armour, a 3.7cm VZ-34 anti-tank gun as main armament, plus 2 7.92mm machine guns, one mounted in the turret and the other alongside the driver in the hull. The early service life of the Model 35T was beset by problems, most of which were overcome by the time the Germans took control, although some remained basic to the design. The armour was riveted, not welded like the German tanks. The rivets had the dangerous tendency to pop out under the impact of heavy shells, sending the rivet shanks flying through the inside of the tank as secondary projectiles. By the launch of Barbarossa, the Model 35T was in decline, and, according to the account of one former officer from the 6th Panzer Division, was deemed no longer suitable for combat, a classification borne out by the fact that not one of the division's 105 Model 35T tanks saw out the year 1941. In total, 157 PZ KPFW 35T tanks supported the German invasion. Following on from the early disappointment of the PZ KPFW 35T, the Czech authorities commissioned a new design which evolved into what the Germans later called the PZ KPFW 38T. Lighter than its predecessor, the first 4 designs had thinner armour, 25mm, until November 1940, when the new Series E and later F attempted to rectify this inadequacy with an extra 25mm plate added to the frontal surfaces and 15mm to the sides. The armament was similar to the PZ KPFW 35T, supporting a 3.7cm KWK 37T main gun and 2 7.92mm machine guns. The PZ KPFW 38T was also adapted by the Germans to fit a 4-man crew with the addition of a gun loader to the driver, radio operator and commander/gunner. Most outstanding of all, however, was the excellent performance and durability of the chassis, proving extremely reliable mechanically and offering itself as an appealing base for later variants in design, including the Panzerjäger Marder III and Hetzer. The PZ KPFW 38T represents the best of all the German light tanks at this time, and some 651 were deployed for service in Operation Barbarossa, making up a large portion of Hoth's Panzer Group III. Yet, for all its assets and success in previous campaigns, the PZ KPFW 38T remained a light tank, which, against the unparalleled strength of Soviet medium and heavy tanks, as well as the numerous heavy-caliber artillery of the Red Army, proved simply inadequate. Accordingly, the attrition rate of the PZ KPFW 38T in the East was exceedingly high, with one source putting the figure at 796 tanks being lost in the first 6 months of the war, a figure well in excess of the entire initial deployment. These losses also underline the basic weaknesses of the German tank force invading the Soviet Union, upon which so much of the operational plan rested. To break this down more clearly, if one adds the totals of all light tanks deployed for Barbarossa and takes that as a percentage of the overall total, it equals 50%, meaning that half of the German tanks gathered for the invasion of the Soviet Union were largely obsolete for that theatre. Germany's panzer formations were initially conceived of with 2 main models in mind, one light and one medium. The lighter variant, the Mark II, was for reconnaissance and an anti-tank role, which, even in 1934, was an optimistic assessment of its capabilities, given the poor 2cm armament, although it was hoped that the heavier enemy tanks could be drawn into the fire of infantry-manned anti-tank guns. The medium model later became known as the PZ KPFW-4, Mark IV, and was to be used in a close support role against fortified field positions. Yet it was not long before the inadequacies of the Mark II were recognised, and the need for a purpose-built anti-tank model was realised. This model became known as the PZ KPFW-3, Mark III, with the first few being produced in 1936 to 37. The Mark III had a troubled beginning, with designers unable to perfect a suitable suspension, and accordingly, none of the first 4 series, A to D, all produced in small quantities, were employed after Poland for action in France and the Low Countries. The E series saw the first run of large-scale production, with almost 100 being built. It adopted an entirely new suspension system, a better engine, and upgraded frontal armour, from a pitiful 15mm plate to 30mm, giving it a total weight of 19.5 tons. At the beginning of 1939, it was decided to replace the increasingly ineffectual 3.7cm main armament with a new 5cm L-42. Yet the time taken to develop and adapt the new gun meant that 3/4 of the new F-Series, 425 produced in total, were equipped with the old standard 3.7cm gun. The G-Series, 600 produced, added the 30mm armour to its rear plating, while the H-Series, 308 produced, benefited from a newly designed turret, transmission and running gear, as well as an extra 30mm armoured plate welded to its front. The last of the Mark III upgrades to be initiated before Barbarossa was the J-Series, which commenced production in March 1941, and incorporated the new frontal armour in the basic design. With so many upgraded variants, it is difficult to talk of a standard Mark III. For that reason, it is important to make a distinction between the models of tanks and also recognise the sometimes radical evolution of each series and the consequent differences that existed within a given model. In the case of the Mark III, those equipped with a 5cm L-42 gun and additional armour represented a great improvement among the Barbarossa tank force. In total, 979 Mark III tanks were to see action from the beginning of Barbarossa, with the later models bringing the first real backbone to the panzer divisions. For the attack on the Soviet Union, the Germans employed the first large-scale use of the so-called Stug 3 Sturmgeschütz assault gun. The main armament was mounted on the chassis of the Mark III, and they were commissioned to provide close armour support for infantry and serve in an anti-tank role. The central difference between the Stug 3 and Panzer was the absence of a revolving turret. In order to keep the silhouette low, the 7.5cm L-24 armament was built directly into the hull, and the saving in weight from the turret was put towards extra armour, reaching a maximum thickness of 50mm. The total weight came to 20 tons, and it was manned by a crew of 4. Like the Mark III, the design progressed through many series, with the addition of a new engine and gearbox being the only major alterations before the Stug 3 took its place for the beginning of Barbarossa. Mass production was only begun in 1940, with just 6 Stug 3 available for the French campaign. By June 1941, 250 were assigned to the invasion force, forming a valuable addition to the German tank fleet. The final German model to participate in the invasion of the Soviet Union was the PZ-KPFW-4, Mark IV, which first began production in 1936. All series produced before the Barbarossa campaign, A to F, were armed with a 7.5cm L-24 main gun. The Mark IV was originally designed to provide close infantry support, with 2 machine guns fitted for local defence. Like all early tank models, the A-series, 35 produced, was exceedingly weak in frontal armour, having a thickness of only 20mm. The latter, B, C and D series, improved on this somewhat with a maximum thickness of 30mm. Starting with the B series, 42 produced, it was fitted with a more powerful engine and gearbox, increasing its weight to 17.7 tons. The C series, 140 produced, saw few substantive changes aside from the removal of the whole machine gun, which was reinstated in the next series. Rear armour was increased from 15mm to 20mm in the D series, 220 produced, but only a few were finished in time for the Polish campaign. The E series reflected the need for greater protection, with the armour strengthened to 50mm for the front glacis plate, and additional plates secured to the front, 30mm, and sides, 20mm. The F series was the last version of the Mark IV to commence production before Barbarossa, April 1941, and included 50mm armour as standard to the turret, hull and superstructure, and 30mm for the sides. As with the Mark III, the Mark IV underwent many improvements, meaning that earlier variants were markedly inferior to later ones, particularly in terms of armour. In total, 444 Mark IV tanks were deployed against the Red Army for the beginning of Operation Barbarossa. Without doubt, The Mark III, Stug III and Mark IV, which together numbered some 1,673 vehicles, represented the cream of the German tank force. Yet their true value is, of course, relative to their opponents. This, therefore, necessitates a brief comparison with Soviet models. Clearly, the best in the Soviet arsenal were the medium T-34 and heavy KV-1, of which a combined total of 1,861 were available by the time of the German invasion. The KV-1 was simply beyond anything the Germans had yet imagined, and was a giant of its time. Weighing in at 43.5 tons, with 90mm armour and a 7.6cm F-34 main gun, plus 3 7.62mm machine guns, the KV-1 could penetrate 69mm armour at a range of 500 metres, and was effective against the thickest German armour, up to a range of almost 2,000 metres. In similar fashion, the T-34 proved greatly superior to its German contemporaries. With 45mm armour, twice the cross-country speed of the German medium tanks, and a main armament identical to the KV-1, the qualitative advantage of these Soviet tanks was enormous. In practical terms, it meant that none of the German tanks, regardless of armament, could penetrate the armour on the T-34 at ranges above 500 metres. Indeed, only the later models of the Mark III, equipped with 5cm L-42 main guns, could effectively penetrate the armour of the T-34 at less than 500 metres. The KV-1 was simply impervious to all tank-mounted German firepower, as well as the standard 3.7cm anti-tank guns issued to infantry divisions. By contrast, even the older model Soviet light tanks such as the T-26 and the BT-5 and 7 series employ 4.5cm main guns capable of penetrating 52mm armour, more than the thickest German armour, at a range of 100 metres. These light Soviet tanks had been produced in vast quantities during the 1930s, an estimated 12,000 T-26s and 3,000 of the BT series, which, taken together with all other models, gives the imposing figure of some 23,767 Soviet tanks in existence by the eve of war. Although equipped with powerful main armaments, these tanks were lightly armoured, and certainly unequal to the rigours of the coming war, which their losses in the opening phase undoubtedly reflect. Furthermore, the Soviet tanks were at a considerable technical disadvantage because of their lack of radios and rudimentary communication equipment, which hindered coordination on the battlefield. The remarkable number of Soviet tanks, and the fact that this figure included hundreds of T-34s and KV-1s, has given cause for some historians to explain the apparent early success of Operation Barbarossa through a tremendous German superiority in mobile operations. Such representations, in addition to the well-worn memoir literature of former generals, have contributed to the rise of a semi-mythical status surrounding the German panzer divisions and their execution of the so-called Blitzkrieg. In fact, the preparation of the German motorised and panzer divisions was far from perfect, with Halder noting in his diary 5 weeks prior to the campaign, "We will be lucky if we're finished with their equipping. The training of the last equipped divisions will in any case be incomplete." Ultimately, shortcomings in training affected no fewer than 6 of the 13 motorised infantry divisions and 2 of the panzer divisions, 20th and 18th, both committed to Army Group Centre. This is not to question that the German armoured units had a qualitative advantage in the organisation and level of training and experience of their tank crews. Such advantages, however, do not fully explain the extent of German success in the summer of 1941, which was in no small part due to astonishing Soviet ineptitude as opposed to simple German brilliance. Since 1940, the Red Army had pursued a radical restructuring and modernisation programme, which began with the creation of 9 new mechanised corps, and followed in early 1941 with a further 20. Fulfilling the manpower and material requirements of such an ambitious reform was truly a mighty undertaking, with the result that many of the mechanised corps were woefully disorganised, ill-equipped and undermanned by the summer of 1941. In the Western Military District opposing Army Group Centre, mechanised corps averaged shortages of 75% in personnel and 53% in equipment, greatly impairing their ability to function effectively. Compounding the shortages, many tank drivers had as little as 1.5 to 2 hours driving experience, and command staff lacked specific training in the direction of motorised units. Furthermore, there was an appalling degree of negligence in the maintenance and servicing of older model Soviet tanks. A report from June 15, 1941, stated that among the great mass of T-26s and BT models, 29% were in need of capital repair and 44% of lesser maintenance, making a total of 73% being in need of some kind of work. During the winter of 1940 and 41, an analysis was conducted to assess the professional knowledge of the commanding officers serving in the border military districts, and its conclusion was damning. The southernmost Odessa military district was marked average, while all the others were marked poor. Clearly, the German panzer divisions were to encounter a foe scarcely prepared for war, which, in spite of its numerical and technological superiority, could not help but be at a severe disadvantage. The hapless state of the Red Army in the summer of 1941 was most definitely exploited by the German attack, but not caused by it. The great number of Soviet tanks subsequently captured or destroyed must be seen in this context. Yet the disparity of arms also points to a further consideration in the early progress of the war. If Germany could not achieve the outright success it aimed for and crush the Red Army in its weakened state, the reality was that future battlefields would only see an ever greater proportion of newer model Soviet tanks and a heightened degree of competence among those Soviet officers and men who survived earlier encounters. The German tank force at the start of the Western Campaign in May 1940 numbered some 2,445 vehicles of all models. In the last 6 months of 1940, tank production averaged 182 units a month, all types, with this rising slightly to 212 in the first 6 months of 1941. By June 22, 1941, the combined figure for all tanks in the 4 panzer groups of Operation Barbarossa reached 3,505. Of the 21 panzer divisions in existence by the summer of 1941, 2 were engaged in northern Africa, another 2 were in the process of being reorganised and refitted for future operations, leaving 17 panzer divisions available for service on the Eastern Front. Yet, just as caution should be exercised in a differentiation between tank models, so too must attention be paid to the divisions in which they were organised. Radical differences in the number of tanks assigned to each division resulted in considerable disparities of strength, which directly impacted the overall performance of the panzer groups. By far, the weakest Panzer Group I, assigned to Army Group South, had an average of 154 panzers in its 4 panzer divisions. In contrast, Panzer Group III of Army Group Centre averaged 253 tanks per division, with the most numerous being the 7th Panzer Division, fielding 299 tanks. Panzer Group II, the second arm of Army Group Centre, was considerably smaller, averaging 191 tanks per division, but this was offset in overall strength by the addition of a 5th Panzer Division. Panzer Group IV, attached to Army Group North, averaged 210 tanks per Panzer Division, although this Panzer Group contained only 3 Panzer Divisions, giving it roughly the same strength as Panzer Group I. Thus, from a standpoint of overall tank numbers, Panzer Groups II and III had approximately 1/3 more tanks than Panzer Groups I and IV, which, in addition to the fact that both were deployed in the Central Army Group, reinforces the paramount importance of this sector. Taken together, the relative strengths of Panzer Groups II and III reflect a considerable disparity in the composition of forces making up each group. While Panzer Group II was mainly stocked with tanks and trucks of German origin, Panzer Group III was a far less homogeneous force, reflecting the spoils of past conquests. It comprised a corps of Czech PZ KPFW 38T tanks, and its motorised infantry was largely dependent upon requisitioned French vehicles. All forms of wheeled transport suffered greatly on the deplorable Soviet roads, but the less robust French trucks proved even more susceptible on summer roads choked with dust and potholes, and soon converted to an impassable morass with every downpour. The commander of Panzer Group III, Colonel General Hoth, would later complain. It seems the allocation of trucks was totally unsuitable for an eastern campaign. The addition of so many foreign vehicles also exacerbated the problem of standardization within the army, and made the process of conducting repairs and finding spare parts much more complicated. The result was a higher rate of attrition and a slower rate of return to service, affecting the overall performance of the Panzer Group and emphasizing yet again the importance of a speedy victory before mobility was decisively compromised. On June 19, 1941, only 3 days before Barbarossa was due to begin, the OKW issued a directive to Brauchitsch relating Hitler's intentions for the future use and deployment of panzer divisions. With undisguised conceit, Hitler's instruction read: 1. Eastern Front. The Eastern Front should as much as possible live from its own material reserve. In case of heavy losses, panzer divisions should be consolidated together. Newly established panzer divisions in Germany shall be staffed by personnel vacated due to the consolidations. 2. From these newly formed units, 2 panzer divisions are for France, 1 panzer division for Norway. The document goes on to direct that tank losses in Africa must be replaced as soon as possible, leaving nothing in reserve for those on the Eastern Front. From this, it is clear that Hitler's lofty confidence was as delusional as it was self-destructive, reinforcing yet again the absolute dependence on the forces at hand for the fullest achievement of the operational plan. The panzer divisions now carried not only the profound expectations of their leaders, but the fate of Germany's greatest military campaign. Standing before the precipice. The infantry and Luftwaffe on the eve of Barbarossa. In spite of the central importance of the motorised and panzer divisions, an analysis focusing on the makeup and employment of the infantry divisions is not without merit for gaining a wider appreciation of both the weaknesses of the German army and the complex function of managing armour and infantry in combined operations. Just as one must guard against a generalised accounting for tanks and panzer divisions, avoiding the inaccurate representation of a generic standard, it is likewise important to differentiate between the large sum of German infantry divisions. According to an army document assessing the combat value of divisions, dated June 20th, 1941, a full 73 divisions were deemed to be at a level below the highest classification, which determined a division to be capable of any offensive action. These 73 were described as follows: somewhat lesser offensive strength, 8 divisions in total; reduced offensive strength and mobility, 19 divisions; little offensive strength and mobility, 22 divisions; and lastly, 24 divisions equipped and trained only for rear area security operations. Among those in the highest classification were 95 infantry divisions, 4 mountain divisions and 1 cavalry division, the great bulk of which were deployed in the east, ready for the start of operations against the Soviet Union. Yet the reality of so many second- and third-class divisions discouraged the prospect of a rotational reserve existing between units on the Eastern Front and those stationed in quieter sectors. In any case, when German losses eventually demanded this course of action, it proved difficult to implement quickly, owing to the substantial distances and the Soviet Union's poor transportation network. Thus, while Barbarossa proceeded with the finest elements of the German army, it was largely self-reliant in dealing with the Red Army, and had to meet all operational requirements without recourse to an appreciable reserve of quality or quantity. Compounding such limitations, the training of the German infantry proved insufficient to cope with the many challenges of the new theatre, as well as the stubborn and unorthodox tactical approach of Soviet soldiers. One post-war study of small unit actions on the Eastern Front concluded that several months of acclimatization were often necessary before units could adapt and stem the high tide of casualties. The learning curve was large enough that occasionally full-strength combat units, without previous experience on the Eastern Front, were incapable of achieving the same tasks as those units greatly depleted by previous engagements. Even more problematic were the constraints of equipment, which greatly hampered the performance of the infantry and directly exposed them to the structural failings of the German army. Given the plainly inadequate state of motorization and the clear priority enjoyed by the motorized and panzer divisions, the great mass of German infantry was largely self-reliant for its means of transportation. In practice, this led to an advance at the pace of a march, with some 625,000 horses employed to draw guns and supplies. Thus, the tempo of the German advance progressed at two entirely different speeds, preventing the close mutual reliance of the two most basic arms of the army. The dire complications this caused to the German strategic and operational position will be fully explored in Part 2, but in short, it meant that two separate armies were invading the Soviet Union. One army was highly mobile and armoured, but relatively small in size and without depth in manpower or endurance for battles of long, grinding duration. The other army was large, slow and cumbersome, bearing the great bulk of the 3 million men invading the Soviet Union, and proving not greatly more manoeuvrable than the Kaiser's army of 1914, or even that of Napoleon in 1812. Particularly in reviewing the period from June to August 1941, this distinction between the infantry armies and panzer groups must be kept in mind. Indeed, one easily gains a deceptive impression from countless maps produced in the secondary literature, as they almost always limit themselves to showing the furthermost point of advance, and thereby disguise a critical structural deficiency within the army, as well as giving a misleading impression of rapid, early success. The firepower of the Standard Infantry Division in both offensive and defensive action rested largely with its artillery complement. This placed a premium on its ability to be used in as much concentration as possible and be kept well supplied with shells. The width of the front and depth of operations did not afford such beneficial conditions, and its overall employment was complicated by the comparatively small number of German guns and an alarming shortfall in the production of ammunition. Soviet field armies operated some 32,900 guns and mortars of all calibers over 50mm, while the whole Red Army together possessed the startling figure of 76,500 guns and mortars over 50mm. By comparison, the Germans could muster only 7,146 artillery pieces along their whole front. As with their tank forces, the Soviets were let down by poor organisation, training and support services, which initially compensated in some measure for the German numerical inferiority. German ammunition shortfalls were most starkly observed in production of armour-piercing shells for the infantry anti-tank guns, whose output was only 50% of projected targets. Batteries of other calibers were likewise affected, although there were exceptions where production exceeded projections. From the very beginning of Barbarossa, the infantry also suffered from obsolescence in certain key areas. The standard 3.7cm anti-tank gun was to prove largely useless against the new medium and heavy Soviet tanks, acquiring the unflattering nickname door knocker in certain divisions. To rectify the problem, captured French 4.7cm anti-tank guns were pressed back into service, and the army distributed its new 5cm anti-tank guns to units in 1s and 2s to offer a small, generalised boost. Nevertheless, these proved only makeshift solutions, and many companies had to be supplemented by field guns from divisional artillery. Just as the necessity of a short war affected Germany's strategic, operational and economic plans, it also had a fundamental bearing on the personnel situation, through the need to keep infantry and panzer divisions at full strength. As studies by Bernhard Kroner have well demonstrated, the importance of manpower shortages in 1939 and 1941 were bound up with what he called the Blitzkrieg Plan, which juggled Germany's scant manpower resources between its army and factories, both to meet economic objectives and win successive short campaigns. This, however, ran the double-edged risk that high losses in the Eastern Campaign would, in each case, require replacement of both a trained soldier and a skilled worker, while the longer the campaign dragged on, the longer industry would suffer manpower shortages. By the summer of 1941, some 85% of German men aged between 20 and 30 were already in the Wehrmacht, and those remaining were judged to be too important to the war economy to be drafted for military service. The commander of the replacement army, Colonel General Fritz Fromm, outlined the limitations to Halder in a discussion on May 20th, 1941. With surprising candour, Halder noted that 275,000 casualties were expected in the initial border battles, with a further 200,000 expected in September. Going into Barbarossa, the replacement army was left with just 385,000 men, after deducting a share for the Luftwaffe, 90,000 men. Thus, by Halder's own figures, the replacement army would not suffice for the demands of the campaign through to the end of September, and nothing at all would remain if the war dragged on longer. The seriousness of being without trained reserves in the middle of a major campaign forced Halder to consider an early call-up of the 1922 generation, but ultimately he decided the risk could be borne. Yet again, the inability of Germany to sustain anything but a short, decisive campaign was strikingly clear. Between the invasion of France in 1940 and Operation Barbarossa in 1941, the army raised an additional 52 divisions, but the increase did not translate into increased striking power, as no fewer than 49 divisions were required for occupation details or in Northern Africa. By contrast, in May 1940, only 14 divisions were required for this purpose, leaving a far greater share of German manpower in the attacking armies or the factories. In the post-war era, the size of the Red Army and the allegedly inexhaustible human resources of the Soviet Union were often cited as central reasons behind Germany's defeat. The image, frequently portrayed, presents a picture based more on the defensive battles taking place from 1943 until the end of the war, in which the hard-pressed German infantry fought tenaciously against an enemy with a vast numerical superiority. This representation, however, cannot be applied to the earliest stages of the campaign, when Germany was the dominant military force. But its pervasiveness has helped build the perception of the army as an expert military organisation, which operated a masterful blitzkrieg. In truth, the size of the Red Army in 1941 overstated its value and effectiveness, which in any case numbered less than the invading Germans in the western military districts. The success of the German infantry armies and panzer groups was greatly aided by the lamentable state of the Red Army, a point too often overlooked or underemphasized in much of the existing literature, focusing on the German experience in Operation Barbarossa. The immense quantity of equipment seized, the enormous areas overrun, and the Red Army's losses, soon to number in the millions, killed, wounded and captured, appeared to present the virtue of the German armies and their operational art as self-evident. Yet more recent scholarship by Roger Rees, Mark von Hagen and David Glantz on the organisation and internal functioning of the Red Army has supported the view that the military disasters of 1941 were at least as much a result of Soviet ineptitude as German military prowess. Such insights go a long way towards reconciling the initial successes enjoyed by the Wehrmacht with its own considerable shortcomings and deficiencies. The success of the German blitzkrieg depended firstly on the role of its armoured formations, with aircraft and the formula of close air support forming an important second. Like all major powers of the 1930s, The rejuvenated German Air Force placed strong emphasis on strategic bombing, but what distinguished the new Luftwaffe was its close integration with army operations. Given Germany's geographic position, confronting potential enemies in both east and west, there was less opportunity for the Luftwaffe's planners to pursue a doctrine that ignored the predominance of the army in overall German strategy. There were also practical factors to consider. The development of an effective long-range strategic bomber had floundered because of design and production errors, and the high demands it placed on limited resources. As a result, shorter-range aircraft, better suited to tactical rather than strategic uses, were produced, although the notion of the Luftwaffe as an overtly tactical air force was only one element in its intended service. The principal aircraft employed by the Luftwaffe to support Operation Barbarossa can be broadly categorized into three types: fighters, dive bombers, and bombers. The fighters were important for winning aerial superiority, protecting bombers and strafing ground targets. For this, the Luftwaffe was well served by the fast and manoeuvrable ME Bf 109, Series E and F, a single-engine fighter that could perform well against the new Soviet models, including the IAK-1, LAGG-2, and MiG-3. The twin-engine fighter, known as the ME Bf 110, or Destroyer, Zerstörer, was less numerous and not as proficient, but able to operate at much longer ranges. The standard German dive bomber, which operated with such devastating effect in the first 2 years of the war, was the Ju-87, commonly known as the Stuka. Against the RAF in the Battle of Britain, the Stuka had suffered heavily, lacking speed and armament. But given adequate protection, or in the absence of serious opposition, the Stuka could provide remarkable accuracy, while its screeching air brakes had an often terrifying psychological effect on ground forces. A number of different bomber designs saw service in Operation Barbarossa, performing a variety of roles and proving more effective than their largely obsolete Soviet equivalents. The principal aircraft were all twin-engine medium bombers, with limited range and payload. These included the hardy and versatile Ju-88A, the Do-17Z, Do-217E, and the HE-111H and HE-111P. In contrast to the Army, from the opening of the campaign against France in May 1940 through to the invasion of the Soviet Union the following year, the Luftwaffe was required to perform in almost constant combat, fighting a long and costly campaign over Britain. Figures for the period between May and September 1940, covering both the defeat of France and the Battle of Britain, illustrate the toll these operations took on the Luftwaffe. Taken as a percentage of the early May total, losses for single-engine fighters amounted to 57%, twin-engine fighters 94%, bombers 64%, and dive bombers 50%. Such an erosion of strength was clearly unsustainable in the long term, and boded ill for the further commitment of the Luftwaffe in the campaign over England, as well as the expansion of aerial operations into new theatres. The chief of the operations department of the Luftwaffe, Major General Hoffmann von Waldau, reported to Halder in October 1940 that operations against Britain would have to be scaled back over winter to stem losses, while force levels could not be replenished until early 1941 at best. The prospect of the Luftwaffe fighting a two-front war, to include the Soviet Union, was dismissed outright by Waldau, who regarded the prospect as impossible. Such a shrewd assessment did not, however, meet with the required orders of the German political and military leadership. Hitler's War Directive 21 of December 1940 gives a clear indication of the lurch towards overextension that Barbarossa represented for the Luftwaffe. The new tasks were outlined as follows. The Air Force will have to make available for this Eastern campaign supporting forces of such strength that the Army will be able to bring land operations to a speedy conclusion, and that Eastern Germany will be as little damaged as possible by enemy air attack. This build-up of a focal point in the East will be limited only by the need to protect from air attack the whole combat and arsenal area which we control, and to ensure that attacks on England, and especially upon her imports, are not allowed to lapse. Given the Luftwaffe's high losses and related difficulties in attempting to subdue England from the air in 1940, it seems absurd to believe that those efforts could be matched in 1941, while at the same time embarking on a war with the scale and scope of Barbarossa. To make matters worse, in late 1940, 10th Air Corps was being transferred to the Mediterranean, which, as Horst Boog has observed, was leading the Luftwaffe towards a three-front war by the summer of 1941. Between autumn 1940 and the spring of 1941, the bombing of Britain and attacks on British shipping resulted in a reduced, but still steady attrition of German aircraft. January 1941 recorded the minimum monthly loss, with 4.8% of the German bomber force lost and 2.1% of the fighter force. As the year wore on, each month recorded a new increase in the Luftwaffe's losses. The spring 1941 Balkan campaign and the subsequent aerial invasion of Crete placed significant demands on the Luftwaffe's resources, while in the final months preceding Barbarossa, the Luftwaffe was ordered to intensify the air war against Britain to camouflage German intentions in the east and feign that a German invasion of Britain was finally at hand. Not surprisingly, aircraft losses rose correspondingly, and by May 1941, bombers were suffering 12% and fighters 6.8% losses a month. In practical terms, from the beginning of August 1940 to June 1941, the Luftwaffe had lost 3,700 aircraft, all types, as well as almost 3,700 members of flying crews killed, 3,000 missing, and 1,500 wounded. As Williamson Murray aptly points out, the demand on the Luftwaffe's resources even before Barbarossa began, and the great strain that would be subsequently added by the war in the East, left many fundamental questions concerning the Luftwaffe's capabilities unanswered. Adding further concern, the great bulk of the Luftwaffe's aircraft were due or even overdue for replacement by a new generation of models. The battles against the RAF made this painfully clear, although the technical gap was much less evident on the Eastern Front in 1941. The problem was that many of the Luftwaffe's new models proved hopelessly inadequate, wasting precious time and millions of Reichsmarks, and giving the Allies an overall qualitative as well as numerical superiority against German aircraft. Difficulties in gathering intelligence about the Soviet Air Force allowed many gaps in German assessments to be filled by the rampant nationalist socialist thinking that pervaded the Luftwaffe. At the onset of the campaign, the Luftwaffe estimates of the Soviet Air Force in the European theatre were set at 5,800 aircraft, with only 1,300 bombers and 1,500 fighters classed as fully operable. Even these conservative expectations figures still left the Soviet Air Force at a significant numerical superiority, but the reality was that more than 7,000 Soviet aircraft, all types, were stationed in its western military districts, with thousands more in the interior. Assessments of the poor Soviet command and control structures, training, experience and tactics proved largely accurate, helping to offset the Soviet numerical advantage. As with the Red Army, the Soviet Air Force was undergoing a major reorganization at the time of the German attack, which, together with the achievement of tactical surprise and the marked German superiority in aircraft quality and crew training, allowed such devastating losses in the earliest period of the war. The most striking German underestimation centered on their assessment of the Soviet aircraft industry, which even before the war was far larger than the Luftwaffe's industrial base, and would continue to outperform the Germans even through the Great Disruption of 1941. Conversely, the Luftwaffe's commanders tended to overestimate their own effectiveness. The adverse ratio of aircraft to space prevented the Luftwaffe from making their advantages felt over the vastness of the operational area, meaning that aerial support could only be offered selectively, and Soviet aircraft could operate on parts of the front with a degree of impunity. In sustaining its operations against the Soviet Union, the Luftwaffe was forced to confront many practical problems, also shared by the army. Material problems were recognised in the area of supply, with a shortfall of some 15,000 to 20,000 tons in transport capacity. Furthermore, it became apparent prior to the campaign that many vehicles were in such poor mechanical condition that a great effort had to be made to recondition as many as possible before the beginning of operations. Even so, the Luftwaffe suffered the widespread problem that its motor vehicles were simply unsuited to the rigours of the Eastern Theatre. Personnel was another hindrance to the Luftwaffe's performance, with previous losses of aircrews being easy to replace numerically, but lacking the vital experience of combat and formation flying. Aerial support for the Eastern Front was organised into 4 so-called air fleets, a Luftflotte, one for each of the 3 army groups, plus a much smaller force to operate from northern Norway and Finland. Army Group Centre was supported by Air Fleet 2, under the able command of Field Marshal Albrecht Kesselring. This was the largest German air fleet, and by far the best outfitted for close support operations with the army, underlining the overall importance of Army Group Centre's progress. Air Fleet 2 commanded all 425 dive bombers and 98 destroyers deployed in the east, with 4th and 1st Air Fleets supporting Army Groups South and North respectively, receiving none. The previous success of the Wehrmacht's land campaigns had highlighted the great advantage Germany possessed in combined arms operations, and Kesselring underlined the importance of this cooperation by instructing his generals that the wishes of the army were to be considered as his own orders. Air Fleet 2 was made up of 2 air corps, 8 and 2. The first was assigned to support 9th Army, and more particularly Armoured Group 3. Air Corps 2 was to cooperate with 4th Army, yet concentrate especially on supporting Armoured Group 2. Air Corps 8 was the larger of the 2 corps, and was heavily engaged in the capture of Crete, which, due to the battle concluding in early June, meant that there was little time to accomplish its transfer and make adequate preparations for Barbarossa. Accordingly, on June 21st, Air Corps 8 was still short of some 600 motor vehicles, 40% of its aircraft, and vital communications equipment, a crucial deficiency on the eve of war. The commander of Air Corps 8, Colonel General Wolfram von Richthofen, noted on June 21st, "We are greatly concerned that our units are as yet unready." Keeping hundreds of aircraft at peak operational efficiency presented an ongoing technical challenge which disguised the critical difference between aircraft numbers and those actually combat ready. For example, of the 425 dive bombers mentioned earlier, only 323 were in fact combat ready, and of the 98 destroyers, only 60 were fit for service. Air Fleet 2 also numbered some 384 fighters, with just 284 listed as combat ready, while the bomber force totalled 299 aircraft, but only 222 were serviceable. Overall, the air fleet numbered some 1,367 aircraft, all types. Yet of this figure, just 994 were able to conduct combat operations. The same was true for the Luftwaffe along the whole of the Eastern Front, with an average 25% fallout rate among aircraft totals. Thus, the 2,995 combined aircraft strength meant in real terms 2,255 combat ready. By the summer of 1941, it was clear that the Luftwaffe was only going to be able to meet all its obligations if the war in the East could be won quickly and without substantial losses. Either for practical reasons, such as the availability of oil, or for strategic considerations concerning Britain, a long campaign was simply untenable. The Luftwaffe was already engaged in a multi-front war, which was tying down some 1,566 aircraft in Western Europe, the Mediterranean, North Africa and Germany. This major dispersion of strength to theatres of secondary importance prevented concentration on the most important front, and the one with the smallest window for success. The impossible equation. The logistics and supply of Barbarossa. Although my discussion of the major armed components making up Germany's invasion force reveals many of the institutional flaws within each service, the Achilles heel upon which all rested was logistics. The extent to which many Germans saw Hitler as a revolutionary leader was not only reflected by the disdainful vigour with which he denounced the Weimar Republic and international conventions. The Third Reich was to be an archetypal expression of modernisation, encompassing both a nationalist, spiritual renewal and technical progression. An essential element of this was the embracing of the motor vehicle and its promotion under the Nazis to supersede the railways. Accordingly, by the autumn of 1939, neglect had led to a critical deterioration of the railways, with fewer locomotives and rolling stock than had existed in 1914. Yet, motorisation had by no means filled the void in Germany's transportation sector, which hindered economic progression and impeded the rate of conversion from rail to road-based infrastructure. At its root were unalterable economic considerations that persistently failed to impress upon the Nazi leadership the futility of their goal. As many as 1,600 trucks were required to equal the capacity of a double-tracked railway line, while the consumption rates of fuel, personnel, spare parts and maintenance decisively favoured the railways for distances over 200 miles. Furthermore, Germany could not domestically produce the rubber and oil needed for motorisation, whereas coal and steel for the railways were readily available. For the Wehrmacht, motorisation offered the promise of a return to movement on the battlefield and a solution to the impasse of World War I. Many officers, however, held to their traditional reliance on the railways and warned against a one-sided approach. In spite of these concerns, Klaus Schuler makes clear that such reservations, particularly within Halder's general staff, were regarded as matters of secondary importance and were not allowed to impinge on the primacy of operational command. It is evident that, by pursuing motorisation and neglecting the railways, Germany created a situation where neither infrastructure was able to meet the demands of war. By the advent of the war in 1939, the results of a partial motorisation of the armed forces produced, as we have seen, two separate armed forces, each governed by an operational doctrine that proved mutually exclusive. In the invasion of Poland, Germany fielded only 16 armoured, motorised and light formations, which were fully motorised, and therefore, to a certain degree, independent of the railways. For the rest of the army, movement and supply were divided between the small column area, Klein Kolonnenraum, in which the division operated, and the large transport area, Großtransportraum, responsible for bridging the gap between the divisions and railheads. In the case of the Klein Kolonnenraum, the authorised establishment for each infantry division was 942 vehicles, excluding motorcycles, and 1,200 horse-drawn wagons. In the case of the Großtransportraum, only 3 transport regiments existed for the whole army, and these together numbered a pitiful 9,000 men and operated 6,600 vehicles, of which 20% were routinely undergoing maintenance at any given time. In total, a maximum capacity of 19,500 tons could be delivered to the front, offering only the most limited resupply, and dependence for this on relatively short distances. To meet even these most modest demands, the Army's logistical apparatus had been anxiously absorbing civilian trucks and vehicles into its ranks. While this had the short-term effect of increasing capacity, it also exacerbated the standardisation problem already prevalent within the Army. In 1938, there were 100 different types of trucks, 53 types of cars, and 150 varying motorcycle designs in service. The resulting chaos led to the Schnell program, which sought uniform standardisation, but, given Germany's limited resources, could not hope to make any real headway before the Polish campaign was underway. The jumble of vehicles in service was complicated further by the addition of those commandeered from the civilian sector. These were not the robust six-wheeled, four-wheel drive Krupp models, but instead the ordinary two-wheel drive variants, unsuited to the rigours of war on dust-choked, unsealed Polish roads. As a result, some units suffered vehicle losses of up to 50%, which factory replacements, consisting largely of two-wheel drive models, simply could not make good. Confronting this problem in February 1940, Halder noted that the army possessed 120,000 trucks, which did not allow any to be held in reserve. There was already a shortfall of 2,668 trucks, more than 2% of the overall total, which, added together with those trucks out of service due to maintenance or repair, created a deficit of more than 4% of the total. Thus, the army was already some 5,000 trucks under strength. Even more worrying was the monthly loss of roughly 2,400 trucks, 2%, from accidents or simple mechanical wear, with a replacement figure per month of just 1,000 vehicles. The end result, as Halder recorded, was a deterioration in the operational ability. What is most striking about the dire shortage being experienced by the army was that it was worsening at a rate of 1% of the total every month, even without the mechanical fallout rates of a sustained campaign or the battlefield losses this would entail. When one takes into account the great distances and poor infrastructure of the Soviet Union, the issue of logistics, with all its foreboding implications, stands at the forefront of problems to be encountered. Obvious possible remedies included increasing production, but owing to the limited availability of rubber, a projected maximum of only 4,000 vehicles a month for the whole armed forces, allowing 2,500 to 2,600 for the army, could be produced. Requisitioning 16,000 trucks from the civilian economy was considered, although this would prove only a short-term solution and leave the army facing the same dilemma in 7 months. Thus, as extraordinary as it may seem, Halder therefore undertook an extensive demotorization, großzügige Entmotorisierung, program, in which the 7-month respite granted by the civilian truck allocation could be used to achieve a balance in the loss-replacement ratio. Halder reasoned that with a reduction in the total number of vehicles, one could expect a decrease in the fallout rate, allowing production to close the gap on the shortfall. Consequently, orders were to be issued immediately to implement the necessary preparations for the procurement of more horses, harnesses, and carriages. Clearly, such a plan would further polarize the split between motorized divisions and the rest of the army. The worst, however, was yet to come, as continued tank production and Hitler's later decision to arbitrarily double the number of panzer divisions resulted in many more trucks being required to provide for their movement and supply. The infantry divisions were thus forced to shed an even greater share of motorized vehicles, finding themselves ever more dependent on horses and wagons. In the spring of 1941, the drain was somewhat offset by the expropriation of French war material, furnishing the Wehrmacht with 13,000 trucks and 341 trains. In addition, the army gained between 3,000 and 4,000 trucks from French North Africa, and was able to purchase more from Switzerland. The trade-off for alleviating the immediate strain on resources was a further exacerbation of the standardization problem, which had grown so out of proportion that by the launch of Barbarossa, some 2,000 different types of vehicle were in service, and Army Group Centre alone had to stock and distribute over 1 million types of spare parts. The administrative complexity inevitably led to time-consuming delays in returning vehicles to service. It also complicated the smooth function of panzer divisions. The 18th Panzer Division, for example, fielded no fewer than 96 different types of personnel carriers, 111 types of trucks, and 37 types of motorcycles. The evidence suggests that Hitler's Eastern Army resembled a pieced-together, mismatched construction, not the imposing, purpose-built, uniformly equipped war machine often portrayed in the immediate post-war literature. A further complication of primary importance to a motorized supply system was the availability of fuel. Only 9 days before the beginning of the campaign, Thomas visited Halder and outlined for him in the bleakest of terms the grossly inadequate state of Germany's oil reserves. Fuel supplies, Thomas explained, will be exhausted in the autumn. Aviation fuel will be down to 1/2, regular fuel to only 1/4. Diesel and heating oil would be at only half the required levels. The Wehrmacht Operations Department had been observing the dwindling oil stocks since the beginning of the planning for Operation Barbarossa, and had exerted some of its influence to push for economic objectives. These were focused on the Soviet oil-producing region of the Caucasus, and necessitated that part of Army Group South's strength march towards the Donetsk region, and then on to Krasnodar and Maykop, Grozny. In accordance with these objectives, the War Economics Staff issued a request to the 17th Army, dated June 12th, in which it asked that the oil region of Drohobych in Galicia be occupied as soon as possible. Halder, however, refused to pass on the request, and noted in his diary on the following day, "Political questions. I refuse to allow economic considerations to influence the operational direction." Not only does this highlight the urgency of Germany's fuel shortage, at least according to the War Economics Staff, but it also illustrates Halder's refusal to allow any encroachment on his operational concept, especially for objectives he saw as extraneous to the task of defeating the Soviet Union. Importantly for the coming war, a good deal of Hitler's operational conception in the secondary stage of the campaign was fixed on economic objectives. In a reversal of logical procedure characteristic of Halder's general staff, the feasibility of the operation was assumed from the outset, and planning for its logistical support only begun on that basis. It is not surprising, therefore, that on the same day, August 1st, 1940, that Major General Marx was reporting to Halder his planned conduct of the operation, the Quartermaster General was instructed to begin his own planning. This was entrusted to Major General Wagner, who would be faced with the seemingly intractable task of giving the campaign an equitable chance of realizing its grand objectives, which, if at all possible, necessitated a short campaign that could largely be won between the German border and the Wiener-Dnieper line. The German army's supply system was simply incapable of adequately sustaining anything further than a penetration of about 500 kilometers into the Soviet Union. After the defeat of France in 1940, Germany's army was initially to be expanded from 120 to 180 divisions, but by the eve of Barbarossa, it had ballooned to some 209 divisions. As a result, availability of motor transport for the divisions had both shrunk as a percentage of the pre-war total and been heavily concentrated into the new panzer and motorized divisions. In the same period, an equivalent expansion of the logistical apparatus had proved utterly impossible, owing to material shortages, namely of trucks. Supplying an army of such size necessitated the extensive use of railways. This, however, faced the cardinal problem that the Soviet railway gauge was wider than the rest of Europe. The lines would first have to be reset to accommodate German trains, but this could not be undertaken at anything approaching the speed necessary to sustain the operational timetable. The solution, therefore, hinged on supporting the panzer and motorized divisions as far to the east as possible with wheeled transport. Determining whether this was possible or not depended entirely on estimates of fuel consumption and ammunition expenditure, which, owing to the many unknown variables, were ultimately decided upon by the maximum transport capacity of the vehicles, and not any informed projection of conditions. As such, the panzer spearheads would be dependent on a logistical system already pushed to full capacity, without any available reserves. To propel the panzer groups forward as far as possible, even the tanks were heavily loaded with supplies. The Mark II, III and IV tanks were fitted with two-wheeled trailers, each carrying two 200-litre petrol tanks, while some were further loaded with 20-litre petrol cans strapped to their turrets. Moreover, twice the standard complement of ammunition was squeezed inside each tank, making them as self-sufficient as possible during the earliest phase of the campaign. Despite such improvisations, supplying operations to ranges hundreds of kilometres beyond the German border clearly required a more sustained approach. A reorganisation of the army's rear services, which included stripping the infantry divisions of all but the most essential motorisation and replacing the loss with 15,000 Polish Panzer horse-drawn wagons, eventually raised the capacity of the Großtransportraum behind the three army groups to 15,880 tons in the south, 25,020 tons in the centre, and 12,750 tons in the north. This was then chiefly concentrated in support of the panzer groups, which gave Army Group Centre the only chance of securing the Wiener-Dnieper line before a major halt became necessary. In practice, however, estimates indicate that the trucks could only provide the motorised divisions with about 70 tons of supplies per day when they required, on average, 300 tons. Specifically, the supply operation employed a new method of distribution known to the troops as hand baggage, Handkoffer. This determined that supply columns advanced with the panzer units, replenishing them as they went, and dumping the remainder of their loads at a forward point about 100 kilometres from the border. While these columns then returned for new loads, others would continue with the advance to establish a second supply dump 300 kilometres from the border. The panzer divisions would use their own Kleinkolonnenraum to supply themselves from the dump sites. Obviously, the efficiency of the system deteriorated with distance, while complications owing to poor roads, vehicle breakdowns and enemy action only weakened the already tenuous basis upon which it all rested. Included in the administrative regulations for the Soviet territories was a directive entitled Guidelines for Booty, Confiscation and Exacting of Services, which translated into the open exploitation of the occupied areas for the army's benefit. Yet, in recognition of the enormous burden carried by the motorised transport columns, Wagner issued his own Order for the Securing of Booty During Operations. This was intended for army and corps commands and aimed at keeping the operations moving by utilising captured stocks of vital resources and materials such as foodstuffs, motor vehicles, fuel, horses, wagons and ammunition. The great need to supplement the existing supply system was not limited to the employment of captured Red Army equipment, but extended to the plunder of the local populace. Accordingly, the German army undertook a ruthless programme of expropriation, which, in addition to further exposing the shortcomings of its own logistical apparatus, also had the profound effect of rapidly alienating the Soviet population. Before the invasion, the 18th Panzer Division ordered its troops to undertake full exploitation of the land, which later resulted in instances where whole villages were looted, with anyone who resisted being shot. One SS report denounced such practices of the army, complaining, "The positive attitude towards the Germans is being jeopardized by the indiscriminate requisitions by the troops, which become generally known, further by individual instances of rape, and by the way the army treats the civilian population, which feel handled as an enemy people." This is not only a moral indictment on the conduct of the army, underlining its direct liability in hardening the resolve of the Soviet cause, but, at its root, it highlights the great inadequacy of the motorized-based logistical system for the size of the army driving into the Soviet Union. According to the operational plans, the achievement of the Wiener-Dnieper line would see the bulk of the Red Army cut off and facing destruction, leaving only weak reserves further east. Yet it was also recognised that, irrespective of the enemy situation, this point would represent the furthest possible extension of the motorised logistical system. Beyond this, the railroads would assume a decisive importance, re-establishing stockpiles for the next thrust and providing for the great mass of infantry now drawing up behind the panzer and motorised divisions. If the initial vehicle-based advance appeared tenuous at best, the conceptual foundation for the railway-based supply system should be characterised as sheer wishful thinking, Overwrought by buoyant optimism, the calculations made during the spring 1941 planning stage assumed the absolute minimum requirement for the repair and operation of the railways in the occupied areas. To make matters worse, planning assumed the widespread capture of broad-gauge Soviet trains and only insignificant damage to the Soviet rail network. The general disappointment of this absurd expectation forced heavy reliance on the immediate eastward expansion of the standard gauge railway lines, while the deficit in locomotives and rolling stock had to be borne by the already overstretched Reichsbahn, German railways. From a cursory study of the battlefield movements, the impending crisis was not at first evident, as the panzers raced ahead, still supported by their motorised columns, and the infantry were sustained by their own wagon trains. The railroad troops, Eisenbahntruppe, however, were faced with critical shortages of both manpower and materials, making rapid progress impossible. Dependent on the army groups for their allocation of fuel, they suffered from a low priority ranking, made worse by the fact that only 1/6 of the formations were fully motorised, and 2/3 had to make do without any vehicles at all. In total, only 1,000 vehicles were allocated to the Eisenbahntruppe, mostly inferior French and British models, across the whole Eastern Front. Administrative difficulties also encroached on the operation of the logistical system. Wagner's position as the Army Quartermaster General gave him authority over the stockpiles of supplies, the depots at which these were stored, and the haulage vehicles, but not the railways, which were under the control of Lieutenant General Rudolf Gerck, the chief of Wehrmacht Transport. Gerck was thus working under the timetables and constraints of the OKW, while Wagner served the OKH, and the interests of the two command organisations did not always coincide. Thus, while Wagner was responsible for the organisation and distribution of supplies at each end of the railways, he held little power over what quantities could be shipped, or when these would arrive. On a technical level, the adaptation of German trains to the Eastern Theatre was much more complex than the conversion of rails to the standard gauge. In theory, converting the rails was a relatively straightforward procedure of removing the spikes, moving the rails, and hammering the spikes down again. In practice, however, the Soviets were to prove particularly effective in damaging or destroying the rail beds and twisting rails, forcing the Germans to bring up new materials and engage in a much more time-consuming construction process. To make matters worse, most Soviet locomotives were much bigger machines, capable of carrying a greater load of water and fuel, which allowed them to travel about twice the distance of their German counterparts. This left an absence of service stations for the German trains, which had to be built from nothing, and often required locomotive sheds, repair shops, slag pits, turntable sidings, and water towers. In contrast to the relative ease of rail conversion, these would require skilled personnel, scarce heavy construction equipment, and considerable materials, not to mention much precious time. Such unforeseen complications altered the premise upon which all timetables were fixed, and placed in doubt the relief of the hard-pressed panzer divisions. In his 1937 book, Achtung Panzer, the German tank commander, Heinz Guderian, wrote, "The extensive mechanization of the army has raised two important issues. How will the army as a whole be supplied with fuel, spares, and replacement vehicles? And how will we be able to move our large mechanized formations, and especially the ones that are road-bound? A positive answer to these two requirements is a precondition for the deployment of large tank formations, not least for their use in the operational dimension." In answer to his own pertinent questions, Guderian cited three areas of concentration: fuel, sustained replenishment of military vehicles with spare parts, and access to a network of highways and roads. While each of these three conditions presented their share of problems during the French campaign, the ultimate success of the operation has suggested to some that none of these posed insurmountable difficulties. In casting an eye forward to the Eastern campaign, Maintaining faith in the army's logistical apparatus should have taken into account both the expansion of the German army and the fundamental geographic differences to be encountered. Whereas shortages of fuel proved substantial in France, their effect was mitigated, firstly by the much shorter distances. The longest stretches of the advance were undertaken only after effective Allied resistance had been broken. Secondly, by the seizure of Allied fuel dumps, and thirdly, by the fact that German tanks were fitted with petrol engines, which allowed them to refuel at roadside petrol stations. By contrast, not only was the Soviet Union a much larger theatre of operations, but Soviet fuel contained a lower octane content, rendering captured stocks useless until they could be treated in specially constructed installations. Guderian's second condition, the need to ensure the replenishment of military vehicles and spare parts, has already been identified as failing to meet even the most basic requirements of the army. This was evident even from the Polish campaign, and the problem became so acute in the invasion of France that 10 days into the campaign, Wagner, then Chief of Staff at the Quartermaster General's office, requested and received permission to gather all available motorized transport in Germany to provide for the needs of the army. By comparison with the conditions in the West, the Eastern Campaign presented logistical challenges so profound that the prospect of a greater crisis of overextension was not only likely, it was preordained. The third point raised by Guderian was the need for access to roads or highways to facilitate supply. Given the extremely limited degree of German motorization in 1937, such an assertion neglects the vital role railways would have to play in any foreseeable war, but it also makes the implicit assumption that supplying mobile divisions is only possible in developed areas. The barren and open plains to the east, crossed only by minor farming tracks and occasional dirt roads, often ruined by the heavy traffic of horse and cart, were not what Guderian had in mind. Indeed, of the 850,000 miles of road in the Soviet Union, only 40,000 miles were hard-surfaced, all-weather roads. There can be no doubt that the German operations in the East were underpinned by irresponsible staff work and shameless overconfidence. In 1940 to 1941, Germany stood at the height of its overwhelming military success, and, flushed with the accolades of past victories, Hitler's generals eagerly accepted each new task. The challenges presented by Operation Barbarossa seemed less threatening than those faced by the ultimately victorious campaign in the West. The collective shame of those generals who had dared doubt the invasion of France and the Low Countries soon extinguished future skepticism and confused the line between reasoned objection and pessimistic cynicism. Accordingly, the flaws so plainly apparent in the conception of the coming campaign were allowed to pass, at times with both a measure of official acknowledgement and indifference. Reminiscent of Hitler's constant extolment of the primacy of will, irrespective of difficulties, the generals remained steadfastly undeterred by problematic or negative reports and concentrated simply on implementing the orders at hand. Beginning such a major campaign with such a deplorable base in logistics and supply was an obvious symptom of the larger problem. Chapter 4. The Advent of War. Welcome to Hell on Earth. Hitler's War Directive 21 stated that preparations for the campaign against the Soviet Union were to be concluded by May 15, 1941. While planning for the Eastern Campaign went ahead, the wider war was developing in its own direction, rapidly engulfing the nations of southeastern Europe, until events finally came to a head in the spring of 1941, compelling Hitler to intervene. The Balkan Campaign is sometimes narrowly portrayed as Hitler's response to the successful Yugoslav coup against the Regent Prince Paul, who was deposed after finally acceding to the tripartite pact, following months of German pressure. In truth, however, Hitler's rationale for the new campaign ultimately aimed at restoring the Axis position in the south and ensuring Germany's flank for the invasion of the Soviet Union. Since October 1940, Mussolini had been embroiled in a disastrous attempt to invade Greece, which soon saw his beleaguered army thrown back into Albania and forced to defend itself against further Greek counterattacks. The following months saw increasingly bold British action in the eastern Mediterranean and North Africa, leading to heavy Italian losses and the eventual Greek consent to the landing of 4 British divisions. The Greek hesitation in accepting direct British assistance was closely tied to their well-founded concerns about provoking Hitler, who feared the British were seeking to recreate a Salonika front, like the one that had proved such a thorn in Germany's side in 1916 to 1918. Of even greater concern to Hitler was the prospect that British bombers might be committed to new RAF airfields and used to strike the vital oil fields in Romania. In addition, Hitler was undoubtedly aware of the economic implications control over southeastern Europe held for Germany. Half of Germany's cereal and livestock came from the region, 45% of its bauxite, aluminium ore, 90% of its tin, 40% of its lead, and 10% of its copper. Finally, a major operation to occupy Yugoslavia and Greece would provide a somewhat more convincing explanation for the growing German military buildup in the east, helping to allay any Soviet fears of an impending attack. Planning for what later became known as Operation Marita began in early November 1940, although Hitler made it clear to Mussolini and the Italian Foreign Minister, Galeazzo Ciano, that German intervention could not be expected before the following spring. In spite of the continuing turmoil in the south, the army's deployment and timing for Barbarossa remained almost unaltered until the Yugoslav coup. The heavy commitment of first-rate German combat formations to Operation Barbarossa required the immediate dispatch of 9 divisions and 2 corps headquarters to new assembly areas in the south, inducing a delay in the launch of the Eastern Campaign, which Halder estimated at being around 4 weeks. Some have questioned the wisdom of this postponement, but a delay was almost certainly inevitable, given that the late spring thaw had swelled and in some cases flooded the major waterways, impeding mobile operations over the sodden ground. Even though the time lost was unavoidable owing to the unseasonable weather, the Balkan campaign still exacted a military price. From the divisions committed to action in Yugoslavia, 2/3 were simply replaced in the line by OKH reserves, and all combat divisions were en route back to the eastern border by the end of May. The forces committed to Greece, however, were a different matter. Combat losses were slight, yet, as would soon be the case in Operation Barbarossa, the long distances and inhospitable terrain took a much greater toll on the German panzers and motorized transports. As a result, these divisions had to make the long journey back to Germany to receive thorough overhauls and partial re-equipping. It proved a time-consuming process, and meant that the 2nd and 5th Panzer Divisions, as well as the 60th Motorized Infantry Division, only arrived on the Eastern Front well after the initial attack. The 2 Panzer Divisions were then held in the OKH Reserve, and did not see action until October 1941. The delay in returning motorized units to service proved an important setback, given the brief window of opportunity for the success of Barbarossa. Compounding this was the loss of the entire 12th Army, which was needed to provide occupation forces and coastal defence in southeastern Europe. This complicated the already difficult task of Army Group South, which made the slowest progress of the 3 army groups in the opening weeks of Operation Barbarossa. In the longer term, partly because of the brutally repressive measures enacted against the Serb and later Greek populations, the Balkans rapidly became the centre of an intense guerrilla war, harming Germany's economic exploitation and demanding increasingly large security forces. Finally, one must consider the resultant military cost of seizing Crete in May 1941, where some 220 transport aircraft were lost and 4,000 German soldiers killed, devastating the elite 7th Parachute Division and ending Hitler's enthusiasm for further airborne operations. The Balkan campaign placed yet another drain on Germany's eroding military resources, and contributed in no small measure to the mounting overextension of the Wehrmacht. Alone, these burdens could be borne, at least in the short term. The added risk posed by invading the Soviet Union presented an entirely different proposition, and one which entailed very real dangers for the Reich. Operation Barbarossa was always going to be a great gamble, and in many regards, the odds were stacked against Germany. Still, Hitler chose this course, and, resolutely backed by his generals, there was no dispute about the wisdom of war or the prospect of victory. If Hitler bears the guilt of being an obsessive megalomaniac, driven by a fanatical and irrepressible will, the generals too must be accorded their share of blame for blindly following and even encouraging him. On the last day of April, 1941, Hitler settled on June 22nd as the new date for the start of Operation Barbarossa. Despite the months of planning and the fact that the postponement of the operation was a relatively recent occurrence, the generals were still undecided on basic questions concerning the deployment of panzers and infantry in the initial attack. This had been debated since Paulus's December 1940 wargame, where the old issue of the panzer groups operating as independent entities was again a subject of contention. A further wargame, conducted in February 1941 under Guderian's direction, raised the issue once more. In this instance, Hoth, commander of Panzer Group 3, was worried that the presence of infantry divisions would congest the roads and slow the advance of his own forces. Neither Bock nor Guderian agreed, although Hoth was somewhat placated by assurances that these forward infantry divisions would be subordinated to him, allowing him to ensure that their movement did not impede his panzers. Explaining the decision, Bock, as Army Group Centre's commander, was clearly concerned at the speed with which a gap could open up between his infantry divisions and those of the motorised and panzer divisions. Bock wrote, "If I gave in to Hoth's demand, the leading infantry might not cross the border until 4 or 5 days after the tanks in Panzer Group 3's attack area, meaning the entire northern sector of the 9th Army." For Hoth's part, he insisted upon the promised control of the infantry divisions, pursuing the matter all the way to Halder to ensure his authority. By the middle of May, the suggestion that Guderian's Panzer Group 2 should likewise accommodate infantry divisions in its forward area provoked an apparent change of heart in the general. According to Bock, Guderian now spoke out harshly against the proposals, claiming they would split up his panzer units in the first attack. Bock also now expressed reservations. The additional infantry was to be provided by the Strategic Reserve, causing Bock to complain, "Artillery and combat engineers of the reserve are already being committed in the first attack. If they are now joined by the infantry, there will be practically nothing left of the reserves." The impatient desire to move the infantry closer to the border was Brauchitsch's initiative, and not only the panzer units were affected. He also wanted the reserves packed more tightly together on the Army Group's right wing. Bock feared this would produce mass confusion and obstruct movement throughout the entire Army Group. Summing up his view, Bock wrote, "The same dictate as the year before at Wesel, where they forced me to move them, the reserves, closer. That led to dangerous traffic jams, which were overcome only with great difficulty. It will be exactly the same here, for days will pass before Panzer Group 2 departs, and before the 12th Corps is across the Bug, in which the reserves can close ranks calmly." In the end, Guderian was appeased in much the same manner as Hoth, which may well have formed the impetus for his change of heart. At his own request, Guderian was temporarily given command of 12th Corps to assault the defences at Brest-Litovsk. The resolution was only agreed as late as June 12, 1941, which may explain why Brauchitsch, in spite of his aversion to the plan, grudgingly accepted it. Bock was also disturbed, writing, "I too can see no advantage to this solution, and up front is a huge mass of infantry, which can easily lead to large and unnecessary losses." Bock then added, "Behind it all is the failure of those in charge to clearly and in good time order what they wanted. That would have eliminated all discussions and compromises. Bock's insightful comment forms a rare instance of general criticism, which, although unknown to Bock at the time, deserves to be seen in the wider context of Halder's and Brauchitsch's deception over Moscow. As the date of attack drew nearer, the final intelligence reports from the deputy military attaché in Moscow, Colonel Hans Krebs, and the Chief of Foreign Armies East, Colonel Kinzel, reaffirmed the general tone of confidence within the German High Command. Towards the end of April, Kinzel noted that estimates of the Red Army had grown to a peacetime strength of 170 divisions, but that many divisions were short of equipment, especially artillery. Officers were also said to be in short supply, with regiments being commanded by young majors and divisions by colonels. Krebs gave his report to Halder upon returning from Moscow on May the 5th. The Soviets, he said, would do anything to avoid war, and yield on every issue short of making territorial concessions. The officers' corps was decidedly bad, and, compared with 1933, the overall picture was strikingly negative. Indeed, despite Soviet rearmament, Krebs maintained it would take the Red Army 20 years to reach their former position. The reports only confirmed the impression, shared throughout the upper circles of the Wehrmacht, that the Soviet Union was still a backward land, with a large but clumsy army, lacking modern equipment, training, and above all, leadership. In early May, as the commander of Army Group South, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, bid goodbye to his counterpart at Army Group North, Field Marshal Wilhelm Ritter von Lieb, he made the laconic remark, "Well then, see you in Siberia." In a further dose of sober realism, Ulrich von Hassel commented a week before the campaign, on June the 15th, 1941, "The prospects of a swift victory against Russia are still judged by the soldiers as stirringly bright." While the accuracy of German intelligence amounted to little more than an accumulation of fanciful misinformation, a glaring failure of Halder's general staff was its blatant unwillingness to consider the other side to the Soviet Empire. The remarkable increases in industrialization, the vast manpower reserves, the adaptability of a centralized economy to wartime mobilization, and the absolute authority of the state administration, headed by Stalin, all merited closer attention. The prospect of the Soviet Union as an emerging great power with modern military concepts and technical sophistication was not an entirely new idea, nor one unknown to the German military. Describing the Soviet state in 1937, Guderian wrote, "Russia possesses the strongest army in the world, numerically and in terms of the modernity of its weapons and equipment. The Russians have the world's largest air force as well, and they are striving to bring their navy up to the same level. The transport system is still inadequate, but they are working hard in that direction also. Russia has ample raw materials, and a mighty armaments industry has been set up in the depths of that vast empire. The time has passed when the Russians had no instinct for technology. We will have to reckon on the Russians being able to master and build their own machines, and with the fact that such a transformation in the Russians' fundamental mentality confronts us with the Eastern question in a form more serious than ever before in history. Clearly, if the Soviet people were committed to fighting a serious war, it would be nothing less than that. A serious war, whatever the Germans might have planned." Juxtaposing Guderian's insightful comprehension of Soviet potential with his subsequent participation in the hopelessly ill-conceived war plans provides a good example of the contradiction which characterized the whole General Staff. Even assuming a positive impression of Soviet capabilities at the height of Tukhachevsky's influence, which was by no means shared among all German generals of the period, the Red Army's fall from grace in the intervening years was probably only surpassed in its magnitude by the Wehrmacht's swift ascendance to domination of Europe. By 1940-41, questioning the strategic wisdom of Hitler's all-knowing vision for Germany was tantamount to defeatism within the General Staff, and career-minded officers, emboldened by past triumphs and looking forward to a victorious conclusion to the war, were not about to risk professional estrangement. Thus, while purporting to offer a sound and objective review of all intelligence for the purpose of devising reasoned military responses, the General Staff had in fact become so corrupted in its core function as to fulfill Hitler's every whimsical desire unswervingly. The extent of these desires went as far as issuing War Directive No. 32, signed by Varlamont, projecting future military operations into the Middle East from Transcaucasia and Turkey, even before the invasion of the Soviet Union had begun. The chief of the operations department in the Army General Staff, Colonel Adolf Heusinger, wrote after the war, "Estimations of the military, economic, and internal political power of the Soviet Union were completely false." The last major military conference before the start of operations was held on June the 14th at the Reich Chancellery in Berlin. The participants included a large number of the highest-ranking officers from the army groups, armies and air fleets, as well as the usual representatives from the OKH, including Halder and Brauchitsch. After a brief welcoming speech from Hitler, the formalities began, with each army commander reporting his intentions for the first days of action, followed by an assessment of how operations should proceed. Through all of this, Hitler listened attentively and hardly spoke. The picture portrayed of the Red Army was again one of great mass but little qualitative substance. When Hitler finally spoke after lunch, he revisited the long eulogized theme that defeating the Soviet Union would compel Britain to give in. The campaign itself, he anticipated, would be a hard-fought affair in which the Soviets would put up tough resistance, but the worst of the fighting would be over after 6 weeks. Hitler also underlined the ideological nature of the coming war, insisting that every soldier must know what he was fighting for, not the acquisition of land, but rather the destruction of Bolshevism. According to Hitler's Luftwaffe adjutant, Nicholas von Below, who observed the proceedings, in the afternoon, Hitler held further talks with the commanders of Army Group South, in which he emphasized the immense size of the theater in which they would be operating. Hitler then drew attention to the mass of Soviet troops stationed before Army Group Center, and stated that once these had been defeated, Army Group South would be reinforced from Army Group Center. Hitler's address was watched by both Halder and Brauchitsch, who must have viewed with some alarm the idea that Hitler was now proposing to send forces to the south as well as north towards Leningrad. Still, as Below noted, neither raised a word of protest. In Halder's case, his silence on these occasions did not go entirely unnoticed, and Below stated that shortly before the invasion, he feared that the curious absence of discussion, to say nothing of debate, disguised a much deeper divergence between Hitler and his Army Chief of Staff. The friction which had characterized relations between Hitler and the OKH in the early months of the war had all but ceased, at least openly. Yet nothing in Halder's behaviour indicated he had really changed his belief regarding where command and control of the army rested. The change on Halder's part was a tactical one, calculated not to engage Hitler directly, but to win Hitler's confidence and then use his position to supply Hitler with all the evidence that might lead him into supporting his own operational choices. Only after the failure of that more subtle approach would something more direct have to be contemplated. For the time being, however, Halder swallowed his pride and made no comment. As Below observed, Hitler's concept of the war in the East was completely different from that of the army. Below then overstated the opposition within the army to Hitler's Commissar order, before continuing, "At the same time, I realized that there could be other orders that might be systematically sabotaged. The reason for this was that I had observed on various occasions an oppositional stance by Halder to Hitler's judgments and instructions, without the general voicing his differing views. I had the impression that Halder was forever eating something he didn't like, but swallowed anyway. Thus, we embarked upon a truly massive offensive, with a disjointed leadership and with leaders pulling in different directions. I saw this as a great danger for the success of the operation. Whether Belleau really foresaw events with such clarity in June 1941, or whether his account was somewhat coloured by the benefit of hindsight, he clearly spelled out the dangers lurking ahead for the German war effort. With its grand operational objectives and the tremendous demands these would place on the ill-equipped Wehrmacht, the success of Operation Barbarossa was at best going to be a tenuous proposition. The fact that almost the entire German military leadership were so unsuspecting of the hazards awaiting them in the east is the first major fault of Halder's general staff. The second concerns Halder's role in deliberately seeking to blur Army Group Centre's second operational objective in order to assert his own preference over that of Hitler. His subsequent complaints of Hitler's interference in the military sphere carry less weight when one considers that Hitler's intentions were clear from the beginning, and Halder's muted response was no doubt interpreted by Hitler as an endorsement. It was therefore Halder who was seeking to modify what Hitler saw as the accepted strategic arrangement. The merits of either preference are not in discussion here. Rather, it is the cardinal fault of Halder to have allowed such a fundamental disagreement to persist, even into the campaign. While Hitler and Halder were certainly at odds over the strategic direction of the war in the East, it would not be correct to infer that there was any general opposition to Hitler or his aggressive war plans among the overwhelming majority of German generals. If one was to believe the fog of distortions generated by the numerous memoirs of senior members of the Wehrmacht, the general representation of the army's wartime role would be very misleading. Less discerning studies, especially many of those produced up until the end of the 1970s, have consequently given too much weight to this point of view and disproportionately emphasised the activities of the relatively small opposition groups that existed within the German armed forces. The work of Admiral Canaris's military intelligence group and the later efforts of Major General Henning von Tresckow and Colonel Klaus Schenk Graf von Stauffenberg, culminating in the July 1944 attempt to assassinate Hitler, distracted attention from the wider, more representative view of the army as an agency very much within the Nazi fold. It was only with the collaboration of the army that Hitler's European empire was possible. But even worse, the systematic brutality of the regime and its organised extermination policies required both the backing and, in many cases, the direct involvement of the armed forces. All of this was forthcoming, and it was only after the war was irretrievably lost that the most serious acts of resistance by a minority of officers were attempted. Given the close relationship between the army, Hitler and Nazi policies, it is hardly surprising that Hitler's great undertaking to invade the Soviet Union, whether viewed for its ideological, geostrategic or military rationale, was able to gain the common acceptance of the men charged with carrying it out. From a military point of view, the likelihood of a German victory was also shared in Britain, with the Joint Intelligence Committee estimating that the Germans would require just 6 weeks to occupy the Ukraine and reach Moscow. A similarly pessimistic assessment was reached by the US Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, and his Chief of Staff, General George Marshall, who predicted that the German armies would require a minimum of 1 month and a possible maximum of 3 months to defeat the Soviet Union. The Italians, as Germany's envious junior ally, were so convinced of another sweeping triumph that Mussolini told his foreign minister, "I hope for only one thing, that in this war in the East the Germans will lose a lot of feathers." In Japan, the head of the army's military intelligence, General Okamoto Kiyomoto, predicted a campaign would last only a few weeks, not longer. Within the Nazi leadership itself, there was a buoyant optimism. Joseph Goebbels, the German propaganda minister, and one of Hitler's most fanatical supporters, wrote on June 16, 1941, "The Führer estimates that the operation will take 4 months. I reckon on fewer. Bolshevism will collapse like a house of cards." The Reichsmarschall, Hermann Göring, Hitler's chosen successor and commander-in-chief of the Luftwaffe, had made a similar assessment, declaring, With the entry of German troops into Russia, the entire Bolshevist state will collapse. The SS chief, Heinrich Himmler, was equally dismissive of Soviet strength and claimed it represented no threat. In the days before the launch of Barbarossa, Hitler showed signs of nervous anxiety and apprehension. As Goebbels' diary had indicated, for all of Hitler's protestations proclaiming the great success of Barbarossa, he was now the most guarded in his optimism. In a letter to Mussolini announcing his decision to attack the Soviet Union, Hitler referred to months of anxious deliberation, ending in what he described as the hardest decision of my life. Reflecting back in October 1941, Hitler revealed the true fear these days had held for him. On the 22nd of June, a door opened before us, and we didn't know what was behind it. The heavy uncertainty took me by the throat. The German invasion of the Soviet Union was to begin the largest and most brutal war in history. Given the enormous numbers of men and material involved, the war in the Soviet Union was without question the most decisive battleground of World War II. Even by conservative estimates, the fighting in this theatre claimed between 27 and 28 million Soviet lives, which dwarf the 700,000 combined war dead of the United Kingdom and the United States. To put it another way, the total Soviet war dead alone equaled more than 3 times the total war dead of all the nations involved in the carnage of World War I. 4/5 of all the fighting in World War II took place on Germany's Eastern Front, and never less than 2/3 of the German army was engaged in the war against the Soviet Union, even after D-Day. The conflict would last almost 4 years, being fought on an enormous front extending 2,768 kilometres from the Barents Sea in the north to the Black Sea in the south. To Hitler's mind, the war could only result in another great triumph, bringing unrivaled power or absolute defeat and ruin. There could be no compromise peace. In its sheer scale and ferocity, the Eastern Front bears no comparison with any of Germany's other theatres of warfare between 1939 and 1945. For this reason, nowhere else is the explanation for Germany's defeat more profoundly rooted. As a German soldier would later write of his entry onto the Eastern Front, Mother Russia opened her arms wide in embrace. Welcome to the war. Welcome to hell on earth. Operation Barbarossa had begun. Part 2. The military campaign and the July and August crisis of 1941. Chapter 5. Awakening the Bear. Indecisive border battles and the surfacing of strategic dissent. The war on Germany's eastern frontier began at 3:15 a.m. on June 22, 1941, with powerful artillery bombardments at the points of main concentration along the front. The barrage was soon followed by the advance of panzer and motorized divisions, with the Luftwaffe poised to strike Soviet airfields at first light. The largest military operation in history was underway. Aiding the German advance, Soviet deployments in their first strategic echelon opposite Army Group Center was set well forward, with only the most rudimentary of prepared defences, and, owing to Stalin's intransigence, received no warning of the impending invasion until it was literally underway. Compounding the problem, the strategic deployment of the Soviet 3rd, 10th and 4th armies, which, according to pre-war Soviet plans, were to absorb an initial German blow, were heavily concentrated in the west of the Bialystok salient, largely between the joint armoured thrusts of 2nd and 3rd Panzer Groups, thus greatly facilitating their encirclement. Not surprisingly, therefore, in the early hours of 3rd Panzer Group's surge eastward, forward units reported only very weak or no enemy contact. Luftwaffe reconnaissance counted just one enemy artillery battery in its path. Before the end of the day, Hoth's Panzer Group was on the Niemen River, with captured bridges at Alita and Mirkin. The penetration of the Soviet front, Halder suggested, had already won the Panzer Group freedom of operational manoeuvre. Yet, in spite of its success, the Panzer Group's war diary includes the observation, "Where the enemy appears, he fights tenaciously and courageously to the death. Defectors and those seeking to surrender were not reported from any positions. The struggle, as a result, will be harder than those in Poland and the Western campaign." In similar fashion, the commander of the 43rd Army Corps, in Kluge's 4th Army, General of Infantry Gotthard Heinrici, wrote home to his family on June 24th that the Soviet soldier fought very hard. Heinrici then concluded, "He is a much better soldier than the Frenchman, extremely tough, devious, and deceitful." The 2nd Panzer Group, operating 190 kilometres to the south of Hoth, had a more difficult advance. While some bridges across the Bug River, which then formed the German and Soviet border, were seized in the initial German assault, Field Marshal Bock observed that at Brest, which sat on the road to Moscow, the first bridge over the river was only secured at noon. Complicating matters, General of Panzer Troops Joachim Lemelsen, the commander of the 47th Panzer Corps, 17th and 18th Panzer Divisions, 29th Motorized Division and 167th Infantry Division, reported that he was having difficulties crossing the captured bridges because the approach roads were literally sinking into the swamplands under the heavy weight of traffic. Even once across the Bug, German forces still had to contend with the Brest fortified district, which was to prove a thorn in the army's side long after the armoured spearhead had passed it by. Difficulties continued to mount when a central route of the Panzer Group's right wing, made up of the 24th Panzer Corps, 3rd and 4th Panzer Divisions, 10th Motorized Division, 1st Cavalry Division and 255th Infantry Division, under General of Panzer Troops Freiherr Georg von Schweppenberg, was found to consist of catastrophic road conditions that were deemed impossible to traverse. As a result, 3rd and 4th Panzer Divisions had to share the same road, which was deemed hardly traversable for wheeled vehicles. The delays and subsequent loss of the bridge over the Muchaviec River meant that in the course of the day the distance advanced was only 18 kilometres, when it should have been 80 kilometres. On the Soviet side, the invasion induced nothing short of utter chaos, which was most strikingly evident in the Western Military District, opposite Army Group Centre. Here, the Soviet command structure was rendered largely redundant almost from the very beginning, owing to a near-total loss of communication at most levels of the chain of command. The complete disarray prevented coherent knowledge of the current situation from being gathered, and consequently the development and execution of a coordinated Soviet response. Racked by internal confusion and the growing external pressure, the Western Military District's hasty slide towards disintegration was worsened by the Soviet High Command's erroneous adherence to pre-war plans, which called for immediate counterattacks. Unable to properly prepare or direct these attempts, they inevitably resulted in piecemeal attacks of little effect, but carried out at great cost to Soviet forces. On the second day of the offensive, Halder proclaimed operations at Army Group Centre to be proceeding according to plan, and talked of soon achieving full operational freedom behind the shattered Soviet front. On the same day, in response to Paulus's assessment that the campaign would be of short duration, Brauchitsch is said to have responded, "Yes, Paulus, you may be right. We shall probably need 6 to 8 weeks for finishing Russia." In contrast to his superiors, Field Marshal Bock's impression was a far more guarded one. His diary noted the stubborn resistance of the Soviet defenders, prompted by political commissars, who were spurring their men to maximum resistance. He also recorded, with a note of unease, that the state of the roads was indescribable. More worrying still, Bock was again starting to question the wisdom behind the operational plan, foreseeing the closure of a pocket at Minsk as unlikely to achieve a decisive success. In Bock's view, a direct drive by Hoth's Panzer Group in the direction of Vitebsk, Polotsk, would save time and prevent an organised Soviet force being assembled on the eastern banks of the great rivers. As Bock noted, I fear the enemy will already have withdrawn strong elements from there, Minsk. By turning the panzer group towards Minsk, time will be lost, which the enemy can use to establish a new defence behind the Dvina and Dnieper. After failing to convince Halder of his concerns, Bock attempted to persuade Brauchitsch, only to receive a similar rejection. It was only the second day of the campaign, and far from winning operational freedom behind the Soviet line, as Halder believed, Bock was already convinced that the deepest possible penetration was required to cut off the great mass of the Red Army and forestall the building of a new defensive line. Bock's anxiety would have been further heightened by a report from 4th Army communicated to OKH, which, according to Halder, characterized the overall picture. The enemy in the Belostok salient is not fighting for his life, rather to gain time. In the meantime, 47th Panzer Corps was already reporting fuel shortages among its furthermost elements, while the roads leading to and from the Bug crossings had deteriorated so much that it was difficult moving the great volume of traffic, a considerable complication when a large portion of the wheeled transport containing vital fuel supply was still queued up on the western bank of the river. On the other flank, Hoth's wheeled columns had penetrated deeper, but were experiencing even greater problems maintaining contact with the armoured spearheads. On June 24th, the Panzer Group's war diary complained that road conditions restricted movement to a single-file column, reducing speeds to the slowest moving vehicle, and stretching out even further when the heavily loaded trucks became bogged. Furthermore, the diary observed, all routes marked as roads turned out to be unsealed, unmaintained sand tracks. The difficulties are placing great demands on the divisions. The situation was not helped by the Panzer Group's high proportion of French vehicles, which were already revealing their fragility. The 20th Panzer Division reported that their vulnerability to overland conditions was already very noticeable. The trucks can only manage a few meters alone before needing to be dug out and then pulled and pushed. Furthermore, their fuel consumption was many times more than normal, inhibiting the supplies that could be brought forward. Even Halder noted that lubricant and fuel utilization was very high. The mass of infantry divisions were also finding movement exceedingly difficult, owing to the severe traffic congestion. Dr. Hermann Turk noted in his diary on June 24th, "The march goes dreadfully slowly, always only a few meters forwards. Overtaking is impossible. We should be another 150 kilometers further ahead. Time is vital, but what can we do given the fully clogged roads?" Although large-scale Soviet counterattacks were essentially ineffectual and suffered in most cases appalling losses, at the very least they forced the Panzer or Infantry Corps to halt their advance in order to meet and repel the desperate onslaughts. As Bock noted for June 24th, the Russians are defending themselves desperately. Heavy counterattacks near Grodno against the 8th and 20th Army Corps Panzer Group Guderian is also being held up near Slonim by enemy counterattacks. Whatever delays and casualties these early Soviet counterattacks caused German forces, because they involved such horrendous Soviet losses, their significance in much of the literature has largely been to prove the one-sided nature of the conflict, favouring the notion of an unremitting German blitzkrieg. Yet what this focus tends to obscure is that, from the earliest stages of the war, German losses were far from inconsiderable. Typically, German casualties were not the result of major battles in conventional engagements with the Red Army. Rather, it was the very dissolution of organised Soviet fighting formations, caused by the utter breakdown in command and control, which led to countless smaller actions that were of no prominence in their own right, but collectively extracted a significant toll on the invading forces. On only the third day of the conflict, Halder noted that casualties were bearable, but then added, remarkably high losses among officers. Soviet tactics in this period were crude but effective. Characteristic engagements were initiated by small groups of Soviet soldiers, often in selected positions against unsuspecting German forces. This provided a far more even playing field against the German superiority in heavy weapons, mobility and air power. The dense Belarusian forests and high summer cornfields provided excellent cover for these forces, allowing them to prepare ambushes close to the roads on which the Germans depended. With ever longer German columns stretching out across the countryside, an inevitable gap opened between the panzer spearheads and the trudging infantry, leaving the vital but poorly armed supply columns exposed to attack, even from small bands of men without heavy weapons. In essence, it gave rise to an immediate and effective form of guerrilla resistance, with the advantage that it was carried out by soldiers with military-issue equipment instead of by peasants. Already, on June 24th, the 3rd Panzer Group reported that the forests were full of fugitive Soviet soldiers who were attacking from the flank and rear, causing unrest and slowing the advance. The request was therefore made that reserves from Colonel General Adolf Strauss's 9th Army be dispatched to clean out the woods. The enormous area in question made this an impossible task, especially for the exceedingly limited German reserves. Indeed, at no point in the war did German security forces succeed in eliminating partisan resistance in Belarusia. On the contrary, these forces grew in number and effectiveness. The same pattern of attacks also dogged 2nd Panzer Group's rear area from the very beginning of the war. A former officer in the 3rd Panzer Division reported, "During the first 2 days of combat, unarmoured troops and rear echelons suffered considerable losses inflicted by hostile enemy troops cut off from their main bodies. They hid beside the march routes, opened fire by surprise, and could only be defeated in intense hand-to-hand combat. German troops had not previously experienced this type of war." General Heinrici wrote on only the 2nd day of the war, "All over the large forests, in countless homesteads, sit lost soldiers who often enough shoot at us from behind. The Russian fights war in devious ways." Having failed to win over Halder or Brauchitsch to his idea of a deep encirclement on the Dvina and Dnieper rivers, Bock tried again on the following day, June 24th, but to no avail. In part as a result of Bock's strenuous urgings, and perhaps with a view to the divisive disputes which arose in May 1940 over the speed of the advance through Belgium, Halder and Brauchitsch were already conceiving a radical new reorganisation of Army Group Centre's command structure. Halder was determined that the OKH would maintain a tight grip on the motorised and panzer divisions, setting the pace and direction of operations, without having its hand forced by independently minded field commanders operating on their own initiative. Halder had in mind that the 2 panzer groups should no longer be directly answerable to Bock, whom he suspected of being too sympathetic to a headlong rush eastwards, favoured by Hoth and Guderian. Instead, Halder favoured uniting the 2 panzer groups under the more conservative direction of Field Marshal Gunther von Kluge, currently employed in command of the 4th Army. The new combined panzer group would be known as 4th Panzer Army, with the 4th Army now under the command of Colonel General Maximilian Freiherr von Wieks, and redesignated 2nd Army. The 2nd Army, in collusion with the 9th Army, would then have the task of completing the encirclement of the Bialystok salient, relieving the panzer and motorised divisions for further operations. Bock's fervent opposition to sealing off the Bialystok-Minsk pocket was keenly matched by Hoth, who likewise considered the operation an unconscionable delay, and wanted to exploit the initial penetration immediately and push on into the easterly Vitebsk-Orsha region to secure the land bridge between the Dvina and Dnieper rivers. Aware of Bock's stalled efforts to influence matters at OKH, Hoth dispatched Lieutenant Colonel Hunersdorf, the OKH liaison officer attached to 3rd Panzer Group, to present the panzer commander's case personally. It must have dawned on Halder that the very same issue had already arisen in March 1941, long before the campaign was underway, and resolved at that time to the satisfaction of the OKH, with the first operational movement closing in the region of Minsk. In his memoirs, Hoth makes reference to a pre-war understanding with Bock, favouring a direct push on the Vitebsk-Orsha region as the priority of 3rd Panzer Group. Furthermore, A report from 3rd Panzer Group noted that in spite of OKH's preference for closing the first ring at Minsk, the Army Group Command decided before the war to leave the final decision open. Clearly, Hoth and Bock sought to pursue their own preference, effectively seeking to bypass the instructions of Halder and Brauchitsch. The irony is that this was the very same tactic Halder and Brauchitsch had adopted in relation to Hitler's unyielding opposition to Moscow, and suggests the OKH leadership were not the only ones engaged in silent duplicity. On the morning of June 25th, the subject of the Bialystok-Minsk pocket took on a new urgency at Bock's headquarters when Colonel Rudolf Schmundt, the Führer's chief military adjutant, arrived and informed Bock that Hitler was worried the proposed encirclement at Minsk was too large, and that he feared German forces would prove insufficient to destroy the trapped Soviet units or force them to surrender. Either Bock immediately recognized the futility of pursuing operations further to the east if Hitler was now threatening to close a ring at Novogrudok, or Bock's sense of soldierly duty and unquestioning loyalty prevented him from adopting the quarrelsome tone with Hitler that he so frequently took with his fellow officers. In any case, he telephoned 3rd Panzer Group and ordered that priority be shifted from securing the Dvina to proceeding now with all speed for Minsk. Hitler's decision on the matter had been deferred until the afternoon, and Bock wanted to gain as much ground as possible towards Minsk, in the hope of ensuring the lesser of two evils was now adopted. He also contacted 9th and 4th Armies with instructions for the encirclement and an emphasis on haste. Bock's change of heart towards Minsk did little to improve his standing with Halder, as the debate now shifted to where exactly the 9th and 4th Armies would meet, with Halder again seeking a tighter concentration than that favoured by Bock. The renewed wrangling incensed Bock, who was already of the opinion that too much had been forsaken, and his diary reflects the ire of indignation. "I am furious, for here we are unnecessarily throwing away a major success." While Bock focused his frustrations on his superiors at OKH, their stance was in fact more moderate than the increasingly conservative attitude emanating from Hitler's Wolfslair, Wolfschanze, headquarters in East Prussia. By the evening of June 25th, Halder's headquarters received orders expressing the concern that Army Group Centre and South were operating in too much depth, a charge Halder dismissively rejected as the old song. This referred to Hitler's faltering nerve in sustaining operations towards the English Channel the year before. Halder then obstinately declared, "Our intentions will, as a result of this, not be changed." On the same evening, Halder sent orders to Army Group Centre, informing Bock of his intended reorganisation of the command structure. This would not, in fact, take effect until July 3rd, but when Bock discovered what was intended, he again found himself at odds with his superiors at OKH, and protested against the decision. He even implied his own refusal to comply with the orders, writing in his diary for June 26th, "The pocket can best be taken care of by the two armies that created it, and that is how I am going to do it." Evidently Bock shared Halder's rigid stubbornness and contempt for higher authority, which were paralleled in the willful ego of each man, and embittered the process of strategic direction, particularly given their respective agendas privately being pursued. Adding a further complication was the erratic flow of instructions from Hitler's headquarters, which were received as unwelcome interference in the exclusive preserve of army affairs. Not surprisingly, the outcome was an undeclared wrestle for control, in which each man assumed foremost authority for the direction of Army Group Centre. It was now that the lamentable planning process, with its confused strategic conception, was making itself evident, engendering much ill-feeling and frustration, even though the campaign was only days old, and the army was clearly dominating the battlefield. When Brauchitsch paid a visit to Army Group Centre's headquarters on the morning of June 26th to offer his congratulations on the developing pocket, Bock was still so annoyed at its premature closure that he tersely slighted Brauchitsch's praise, retorting, "I doubt there's anything left inside now." This, however, was only sarcasm on Bock's part, and the new task of sealing the eastern perimeter of the pocket, containing hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops, many attempting to fight their way out, presented a formidable problem. Reluctantly, Bock agreed to reassign the 29th Motorized Division from 2nd Panzer Group to 4th Army to help plug the gap. But even so, the pocket's eastern border remained extremely porous. The speed of the German advance and the depth at which the army was now operating left the main force of the Soviet Western Front outflanked, but as yet undefeated behind the panzer spearheads. The result was an astonishingly large and varied area of combat, which, unlike conventional wars, was by no means limited to the frontal zone of the attacker's advance. With every mile of progression eastwards, German strength had to be dissipated vertically to cover the expanding funnel of Soviet geography, and, horizontally, to isolate and close the main pocket, as well as eliminate bypassed strongpoints and protect supply routes and installations. In the vanguard, massed panzers made swift thrusts, often sweeping aside weak and unsuspecting opposition, while in other quarters, set-piece battles took place between main elements of each side. Small arms firefights and hit-and-run tactics were an increasingly common feature along the length of the German penetration, and there remained the bloody task of overcoming fanatical Soviet resistance from troops held up in entrenched fortifications. From 2nd Panzer Group's point of entry into the Soviet Union at Brest, the entire 45th Infantry Division, with the aid of the enormous rail-borne artillery piece known as Karl, was still heavily engaged in reducing the Soviet stronghold and weeding out resistance. On June 26th, Bock commented, "All parts of the citadel at Brest have still not fallen. Unfortunately, casualties there are high. The enemy is also holding out in other, smaller groups of fortifications far behind the front." One such smaller group encountered by 9th Army's 28th Division presents a closer picture of the toll these battles were taking. The report, coming from a former company commander, noted that in this instance the Soviet position consisted of a line of bunkers and half-finished fortifications, protected by a system of trenches. One regiment of the division was assigned to assault the Soviet defences, which resulted in a tenacious 3-day battle. The company commander's battalion alone suffered 150 casualties. In another infantry division from 4th Army, Lieutenant Georg Kreuter noted on June 25th, "We cannot move forward. Everywhere there are small battles. Above all at night, very close to me, 4 officers have fallen. They will soon be buried together with other comrades in the town. Ogsmovich. Under no circumstances can this continue." After the many disparaging pre-war assessments of the Red Army, the initial days of the campaign left a contrasting impression. The Soviet Union's predicted strategic debacle was tempered somewhat by the impressive display of fervour among the vast majority of its rank and file. It was also in these opening days that the Germans were confronted with the startling reality of the latest Soviet armour and its clear superiority to their own. With a measure of aloof detachment, Halder simply recorded the imposing dimensions of the KV-1, noting that the only defensive possibilities for the standard German infantry division were to use the new 5cm anti-tank guns and aim shots under the turret. As Halder must have known, the new 5cm anti-tank guns were in short supply, and greatly outnumbered by the obsolete 3.7cm standard anti-tank guns. In any case, the prospect of the 5cm anti-tank gun hitting a moving target with such precision was exceedingly doubtful. The more powerful 8.8cm anti-aircraft gun, which could be lowered to fire at a flat trajectory, was also a defensive option. But Halder was not even sure if this mighty weapon could penetrate the thick side armour of a KV-1. Although the utter disarray consuming the Soviet Western Front's position doomed most counter-moves to failure, the impact of the Red Army's new tanks was evident, even in the most one-sided contest. Attempting to cut off the German penetration and seal the perilous breach in the Soviet front, Lieutenant General Dmitry Pavlov, the commander of the Western Front, launched frantic counterattacks on June 24th and 25th against Army Group Centre's left wing, using his 11th and 6th Mechanised Corps. The 11th Mechanised Corps was comparatively weak, with only 60 T-34s and KV-1s, supported by 200 of the outdated T-26s and BT series. By contrast, of the 960 tanks fielded by the 6th Mechanised Corps, approximately half were of the newer medium and heavy T-34 and KV-1 design. Plagued by communication problems and a lack of precise intelligence, the Soviet offensive was hopelessly ill-coordinated and, as a result, missed its intended target of Hoth's 3rd Panzer Group, ploughing into the 20th and 8th Army Corps of the following 9th Army instead. Even before contact was made, the counterattack, directed by Pavlov's adroit operations officer, Lieutenant General Ivan Boldin, was greatly hindered by the unceasing aerial attack of Colonel General Wolfram von Richthofen's 8th Air Corps. Boldin's scattered forces suffered terribly, just trying to reach the designated assembly areas in the Luna, Indura, Sokolka area, south of Grodno. His long, armoured convoys proved easy prey for the redoubtable Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers, in some instances equipped with phosphorus bombs. Complicating matters further, the complement of T-34s and KV-1s were a recent addition to the 2 mechanised corps, arriving in April and May 1941. Many of the KV-1s still had no ammunition, while drivers for the new models were only assigned in late May and early June, ensuring that training was rudimentary at best. As a result, Boldin's counterstroke ended up being a mere shadow of what was intended. Even so, the appearance of massed Soviet tanks led by the previously unknown T-34s and KV-1s stirred panic among the German Panzerjäger anti-tank units as they watched round after round bounce off the Soviets' impenetrable armour. Frantic calls were sent out for more armour-piercing shells, and again Richthofen's squadrons provided invaluable close air support. The almost total absence of aerial cover cost the Soviets dearly, and the offensive soon developed into another calamitous Soviet defeat, with heavy losses. But 2 factors of significance emerged. One was the delay the battle caused to the forward progress of 9th Army's right wing, and the resultant widening of the gap between 3rd Panzer Group and its infantry support. Even more importantly, the battle revealed the vulnerability of German units to attacks by the latest model Soviet tanks, which, with Soviet tank factories now working at an exhausting pace, boded ill for the Germans if the war was to drag on longer than its prescribed duration. A report about a junior Soviet officer, Lieutenant Pavel Guds, commanding 5 KV-1s and 2 T-34s on the first day of the war on the southern part of the front, was recorded as follows. The Germans started bombing the column. A shell from a German anti-tank gun bounced off the tank's heavy armour. Guds, who was the tank's gunner, as well as its commander, fired a single shot in return, and the gun was destroyed. He and his platoon went on to knock out 5 German tanks, 3 armoured personnel carriers and several cars. After lunch, the Germans attacked again. Guds knocked out 3 more tanks. His driver, Galkin, rammed another German tank, dislodging its caterpillar track and forcing it into a ditch. The fields were covered with burned-out tanks and dead Germans. Ammunition and fuel soon ran short, as German aircraft systematically attacked the Soviet rear, forcing Guds' division to retreat. Ultimately, Guds and his tanks got as far as Kiev, where he and his men were forced to burn the tanks to prevent their capture. Further evidence of the looming danger was provided by an attack of Soviet KV-1s against leading elements of the German 6th Panzer Division on June 24th in the area of Army Group North. It is significant to note that aerial cover for Army Group North, provided by Colonel General Alfred Keller's Air Fleet 1, contained none of the dive bombers afforded to Army Group Centre. Accordingly, ground forces were left to fend for themselves, but without prior knowledge or forewarning of the preponderant Soviet advantage in tank design, this was not understood to constitute a risk. The Soviet attack was directed against the newly formed German bridgehead across the WWII River, northeast of Rosienne. The following account comes from Colonel Erhard Raus of the neighbouring battle group. It was not so much the numerical superiority of the enemy which made the situation precarious for our command and troops, but the totally unexpected appearance of colossal tanks, for which German tanks and anti-tank weapons appeared to be no match. Even the concentrated fire of the artillery and all other heavy weapons of the Kampfgruppe, battle group, was not able to keep off the steel pachyderms. Though enveloped in fire and smoke, they immediately started attacking and crushed everything in their paths. Untroubled by the shower of heavy howitzer shells and earth falling down upon them, they attacked Roadblock 121, in spite of the flanking fire of the anti-tank guns from the wooded areas, rolled over the anti-tank guns dug in there, and broke into the artillery area. About 100 friendly tanks, 1/3 of them were Panzer IVs, now assembled for a counter-attack. Some of them faced the enemy in front, but the bulk made an assault from the flanks. From 3 sides, their shells hammered against the steel giants, but the effort to destroy them was in vain. On the other hand, very soon we had casualties ourselves. It has been suggested, with due merit, that this clash, as one of the first major tank battles of the Eastern Campaign, heralded a new era in the role of the German tank. Previously, tanks had primarily been employed against infantry and their supporting arms. Now, however, the KV-1's menacing appearance proved a watershed by introducing an instrument beyond the reach of almost anything on the existing battlefield, and transforming future German tank design into larger, heavier models, with much greater firepower, primarily aimed at meeting this new threat. Tangible results, however, would not be seen on the battlefield until 1943, far too late to influence Germany's fate in World War II. If the KV-1 represented something of a wonder weapon in 1941, it was an achievement paralleled in innovation and complemented in battlefield performance by the medium T-34 tank. This remarkable machine was heavier and better armoured than the German Mark IV, yet also considerably faster. The main armament surpassed anything on the German models. Its wide tracks offered better traction in mud and snow, while the design incorporated angled armour, helping to make it impervious to all but the heaviest German anti-tank guns. The sum effectiveness of these innovative enhancements in tank design was largely obscured by the tumultuous events following the start of Barbarossa. But again, local encounters revealed the extent of the Soviet advantage. In one such illustration on the first day of the war, forward elements of the 7th Panzer Division, made up primarily of Czech PZ KPFW-38s, backed by Mark IVs, were ambushed by a single Soviet T-34. According to one observer, after hitting one German panzer, the Russian tank rushed back to its unit by passing approximately 30 German tanks, which were dispersed throughout a large area. Several tanks, including mine, tried to destroy the enemy tank using our 37mm gun. These attempts, however, had no effect on the T-34, which we were observing for the first time. Another German soldier, Franz Frisch, who served in an artillery regiment, recalled, "Our men were terrified of the T-34. Colonel General Ewald von Kleist, commander of Panzer Group 1 in Army Group South, dubbed the T-34 the finest tank in the world. Fortunately for the Germans, the new Soviet tanks were still few in number and suffering from deficiencies in fuel and ammunition, poorly trained crews, and flawed tactical employment on the part of inexperienced Soviet officers. Nevertheless, the warning signs were plainly apparent that the Red Army had to be defeated in its stricken and diminished state, or the remarkable potential of Soviet industry would deliver the truly ominous prospect of a reconstituted Red Army. On the whole, the initial success of Operation Barbarossa was a qualified one at best. From the narrowest perspective, the desired breakthroughs had been achieved, and the Panzer Corps, slowly followed by their infantry support, were rolling eastwards towards their first major objective. Yet the great German blow, both military and psychological, had produced no indication that the Soviet state was paralysed by fear or on the brink of internal collapse. On the contrary, even in the most hopeless of circumstances, Soviet forces were resisting stubbornly, often to the bitter end. The defiant attitude was paralleled by the great majority of the civilian population, who, upon hearing the news, spontaneously rallied to the call of the nation. Military losses for the Germans, while sustainable in the short term, were nevertheless unexpectedly high, and there was a disturbing realization that the war would demand a lot more sacrifice before it was over. The vast distances also warranted renewed concern, given the dreadful state of Soviet roads and the corresponding unsuitability of the wheeled transports. Finally, and perhaps most worrying, was the inability of the German leadership to find common ground in their strategic outlook. In fact, the internal strife had only just begun. Consequently, the campaign resembled a perilously wayward and insecure enterprise, where troubles loomed large on the horizon, and the main actors jostled for position to lead there. The Belostok-Minsk Pocket. Anatomy of a Hollow Victory. While Army Group Centre's advance held the key to German operations in the east, its success was nevertheless tied to the simultaneous progress of the northern and southern army groups, which, beyond their own objectives, also had responsibility for ensuring flank support for Army Group Centre. Rundstedt's Army Group South was faced with by far the most difficult task, confronting the Soviet Southwestern Front commanded by Colonel General Mikhail Kirponos. As the Ukraine was incorrectly believed by the Soviets to constitute the primary focus of a German invasion, Southwestern Front was well endowed with mechanized formations and constituted the strongest of all the Soviet military districts. Accordingly, Rundstedt, with only one panzer group at his disposal, had an especially difficult advance and was forced to fend off heavy Soviet counterattacks. On June 26th, Halder stated in his diary, "Army Group South is advancing slowly, unfortunately with considerable losses." The operations officer at OKH, responsible for Army Group South, further noted, "Russians are standing their ground excellently. Down here there is exceptionally systematic command." The enduring delay caused to Army Group South later had a direct bearing on the dissipation of strength forced upon Army Group Centre when it was compelled to cover its exposed southern flank. It also later encouraged Hitler's deliberations by inflaming his desire to resolve matters decisively in the Ukraine. Army Group North made better progress in its initial days, and by June 26th, General Erich von Manstein's 56th Panzer Corps had established a bridgehead at Dvinsk on the Dvina. Yet here, Manstein became the victim of his own success, having to pause his operations for 6 days to await the arrival of Colonel General Ernst Busch's 16th Army, which was threatened on the right flank as a result of 9th Army's turn south to begin its encirclement east of Belostok. Manstein was also far ahead of 4th Panzer Group's 2nd Panzer Corps. General Georg Hans Reinhardt's 41st Panzer Corps, delayed in large part by the earlier mentioned Soviet counterattacks at Rosienne, lacking support, Manstein's halt was a prudent measure, but as Halder's diary indicates, it afforded the Soviets the chance to fall back over the Dvina River. Halder also observed that in the Army Group's rear area, strong wedged-in enemy elements are causing the infantry a lot of trouble, even far behind the front. The activity in the Northern and Southern Army groups illustrates the interdependence of each sector on the progress of the war as a whole. Yet even in this initial period of the war, the inability of the armies to maintain contact between neighbouring units simultaneously, pacify the rear areas, and provide infantry support to the panzer spearheads speaks strongly of the army's overextension, which was already becoming apparent. By June 26th, with Pavlov's western front collapsing around him, and the combined German panzer groups surging deep into his rear, the front headquarters finally issued orders for a general withdrawal. With the prospect of encirclement all but assured, what remained of the mechanized corps after the furious counterattacks of the preceding days was now used to force a passage to the east. For its part, Hoth's Panzer Group seized Vilnius on June 24th, and then General Rudolf Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps, 7th and 20th Panzer Divisions, 14th and 20th Motorized Divisions, supported by General of Panzer Troops Adolf Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps, 12th and 19th Panzer Divisions and 18th Motorized Division, thrust down to the southeast towards the fortified region north of Minsk. Although this movement closed the northern pincer of the pocket, it was not without its cost. Here again, the Soviet troops proved themselves unrelenting adversaries, and, due to a lack of infantry support, the panzers were compelled to assault fixed defensive positions. On June 27th, the diary of the 20th Panzer Division noted, "The enemy is offering tenacious resistance from modern concrete positions. Our losses are noticeable." On the following day, Hoth's Panzer Group advised Bock's headquarters, "The battle north of Minsk on 28.6 against exceptionally well-defended bunkers is considerably more difficult than anything so far. Against such tough defences and constant enemy reinforcements, the 20th Panzer Division could only slowly win ground in the area around Minsk." Operating on the left flank of the 20th Panzer Division, the 7th Panzer Division had occupied Smolovice, 20 kilometres north of Minsk, by June 27th, but the headlong advance over terrible roads had exacted a great toll. By the evening of June 28th, overall losses in the 7th Panzer Division constituted a hefty 50% of all the Mark II and III tanks, while the Mark IV tanks suffered 75% losses. As a result, barely a week into the campaign, the division had to request panzer reinforcements from the nearby 20th Panzer Division in order to carry out its next assigned objective. While overall material losses for the German army at this point remained low, the central importance of the tank and its alarming rate of attrition made its losses particularly critical. With production capacity in Germany still relatively meagre, and Hitler's determination to hold back all new tanks for future operations, the basis of Germany's battlefield mobility and striking power was threatened out of all proportion to the numerical strength of its other arms. The Red Army's resilience was also making an indelible impression, giving rise to some restive trepidation. Following the war from his office in Berlin, Goebbels noted in his diary, "The first big pocket is beginning to close, but they are fighting well, and have learned a great deal, even since Sunday." At the front, a liaison officer from Panzer Group 3 visiting the 20th Panzer Division reported, "Of the enemy, there exists the impression that his infantry is many times numerically superior, and very good to the bitter end." Colonel von Bismarck used the expression, "fantastic." To the south, in Guderian's Panzer Group 2, spirited Soviet resistance had significantly delayed the progress of Lemelson's 27th Panzer Corps on the road to Minsk, and accordingly Guderian was lagging well behind Hoth's progress in closing the pocket. Western Front's withdrawal east also started creating problems for the Panzer Group's long left flank, and the commitment of Lemelson's only motorised division, the 29th, to von Kluge's 4th Army to help contain the pocket and safeguard the Panzer Group's rear area was hardly sufficient. Even so, Guderian resented having any of his forces removed from his command, and was especially perturbed to lose them to von Kluge, for whom he held a keen personal and professional dislike. The antipathy between the two stretched back to past clashes, first in the Polish campaign, and later with greater gusto in the Western campaign. Kluge regarded the junior-ranking Guderian as a habitual risk-taker and an unwarranted hazard to the army, while Guderian viewed Kluge's caution as outdated and stifling to the new, rapid war of movement he sought to enact. When Guderian received word of 29th Motorized Division's transfer, he immediately dispatched one of his officers, Captain Euler, to 4th Army to argue for its immediate reinstatement. Failing this, the request was made that the division remain only so long as absolutely necessary, and that it be relieved by elements of the OKH reserve. Euler also carried the request that 4th Army's 12th Army Corps be diverted to secure the Panzer Group's main supply route, or else the secure provisioning of the Panzer Group would stand in question. A third request appealed for an official order forbidding elements of 4th Army from using the main thoroughfares necessary for the movement of Guderian's reserve Panzer Corps, General of Panzer Troops Freiherr von Wietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps. By all accounts, the response from Kluge's headquarters was hardly promising. The next OKH reserves were still 90 kilometres to the rear, meaning the 29th Motorised Division's nearest relief was 4th Army's 7th Army Corps. But even this was still a long way off. The sheer distance between Panzer Group 2 and 4th Army meant there was little Kluge could do about securing Guderian's supply lines, vast stretches of which still lay ahead of him, but he nevertheless promised what he could. On the final point, Kluge seemed to resent the inference that the best roads belonged to the Panzer Group and complained that the worst roads would slow the infantry's pace even further. With the campaign only in its 6th day, the tensions created by the two speeds of the army, one motorised and the other on horse and foot, were coming into sharp focus. In a private letter home to his wife on June 27th, Guderian hinted at his frustration. In addition, there is some annoyance. One incident of some importance, but nothing of that in this letter. Days later, in a second letter home, he conceded that the source of his irritation lay with his immediate superiors, and singled out Kluge for having distinguished himself to good effect as a brake on progress. Bock, too, was starting to become impatient with Kluge's progress, complaining that indications of standing still are becoming apparent. 4th Army conceals this, saying that it wants to build a battlefront. Bock's concern for the southeast side of the pocket, where the 29th Motorised Division alone held the line, forced him to the conclusion that, with 4th Army still too far off, the commitment of Guderian's reserve Panzer Corps, Wietinghoff's 46th, would be necessary. Bock was very reluctant to give the order, as he wished to preserve Guderian's armoured strength for the thrust east and leave the reduction of the pocket to the infantry. But he reasoned that, having encircled Western Front, I must not allow the enemy out. 10th Panzer Division was therefore subordinated to Kluge on the morning of June 28th, in order to effect the closure of a gap at Zelvianka quickly. Kluge's vacillation, however, again became evident. In response to Bock's urging, Kluge declared, "I haven't been able to make up my mind to do so yet." When he finally did decide to attack, it was already too late, and the operation had to be postponed until the following day. To the north, on June 28th, Hoth's panzers entered Minsk, but Halder noted that the struggle to prevent Soviet forces from fighting their way out of the pocket north of Novogrudok was straining the northern ring to breaking point. Meanwhile, when Guderian received word that the 10th Panzer Division was being diverted to Kluge, he immediately contacted the Army Group headquarters to complain that this made his whole operation towards Minsk impossible. Furthermore, upon learning that plans were afoot to bring the two panzer groups directly under Kluge's new command, Guderian promptly dispatched an officer to Halder at OKH to insist that such an action would force him to ask for relief from his command. Headstrong and impetuous, Guderian was known for his temper, and it was not beyond him to threaten brash action to get what he wanted. In the event, his incorrigible ego and driving ambition led him to suffer under Kluge rather than sit out the war on the sidelines. Similarly, his reaction to the loss of 10th Panzer Division and the alleged impossibility of reaching Minsk were characteristic overstatement, calculated for effect. In addition to the transfer of the 10th Panzer Division, on June 28th, Bock also subordinated Guderian's 1st Cavalry Division to Kluge. This was operating on the extreme southern flank of the Army Group, and according to Bock, was out of reach of the Panzer Group. The orders did not, however, reach Panzer Group 2 until the morning of June 29th, whereupon Guderian again protested, and, to Bock's surprise, the Cavalry Division was now reported to be 100 kilometres north of its position on the previous day. Accordingly, the Field Marshal relented to Guderian's insistence that the division be returned to his command. Emboldened by his success, Guderian tried again later that morning to regain command of the 29th Motorised Division. This led to a series of strongly worded communiques between the respective headquarters of Bock, Kluge and Guderian, with Panzer Group 2 insisting that the release must without fail take place today. Ultimately, Guderian's demand was denied by Bock, who also recommended that the line from Slonim to Minsk be reinforced by 1st Cavalry Division and the SS Das Reich Division. Guderian, on the other hand, was impatient to press on eastward with all the force he could muster, and was contemptuous of the strength of Soviet forces attempting to escape the pocket. With a flight to Hoth's headquarters planned for the following day, Guderian was eager to see for himself the supposed strong enemy-occupied forested area, from where 4th Army and Army Group Centre expect breakout attempts towards the southeast. The wrangling for control of divisions represented much more than matters of prestige or the personal animosity of the commanding officers. These quarrels were the tangible result of the more important division over strategy and how the war was to be waged. Kluge was fixed on sealing the pocket as tightly as possible and thereby netting the greatest bag of prisoners. He was not in principle opposed to Guderian's desire to continue the advance eastwards, but the hasty continuance of the advance did not concern him to anywhere near the extent it did Guderian, and he was certainly not interested in winning more ground at the expense of undermining the accomplishment at Minsk. Guderian, by contrast, saw little point in expending precious time and strength on forces he regarded as beaten and of only modest threat to his rear area. In his opinion, rather than fretting about rounding up every last prisoner, it was better to maintain the momentum of the advance, keeping the enemy off balance, and seize the next objective. The two views proved irreconcilable, and indicative of the fundamental strategic divide splitting the German command. For resolution, both men looked to higher authority to win support, which found Bock and Halder thirsting for both alternatives, and ultimately supporting neither fully. The compromise between the competing extremes soured Kluge's triumph and left Guderian's continued drive conspicuously under-resourced. Yet it would be improper to suggest an obvious choice existed, or that a golden opportunity was somehow missed. The fact remained that German forces were simply attempting too much. Guderian was right to seek a rapid solution through the deepest possible penetration, but he underestimated the threat to his rear between Slonim and Minsk, as well as the strength of opposition further to the east, for which he would desperately need Kluge's infantry. The same dilemma confronted Hoth, but for the panzer generals, bold action in the face of danger was the hallmark of previously victorious campaigns, and neither man was about to shy away from the perils of forward operations, or give in to the wary reservations of army commanders. Even after the war, Guderian maintained that the single greatest hindrance to his advance resulted from the unremitting doubts of Field Marshal von Kluge, who, he commented, was inclined to stop the advance of the panzers at every difficulty arising in the rear. In spite of his ardent determination that Army Group Centre's first priority be the closure of the ring at Minsk, Halder still favoured sending elements of both panzer groups on towards the Dvina and Dnieper to secure bridgeheads for the next stage of the advance. Indeed, on June 29th, Halder revealed in his diary for the first time his objective for the advance of Army Group Centre, namely the attack on Moscow. Upon expressing his hope for the seizure of Rogachev and Mogilev on the Dnieper, Halder added that this would open the road to Smolensk, and from there the course to Moscow. Meanwhile, at Hitler's headquarters, a very different picture was emerging. Hitler, too, was casting an eye to the continuation of the campaign following the elimination of the pocket, and the question was posed whether the main thrust of operations should be directed towards Moscow or Leningrad. Brauchitsch is known to have been in attendance at the Wolf's Lair on this day, June 29th, and although the record does not specify, he may well have recommended the Moscow option to Hitler. Even if not, he most certainly would have supported it. Hitler, however, was more attracted to cutting the Soviets off from the Baltic Sea, thereby denying them access to the North Sea, securing Germany's ore transports from Scandinavia and allowing the concentration of Finland's strength for their attack in the east. As for an eventual thrust on Moscow, Hitler contended that the drive on Leningrad would secure the left flank of the later operation, and that, for the time being, the Soviet capital should simply be subjected to bombing. The following day, June 30th, Hitler expanded on such sentiments, adding that the addition of panzer forces from Army Group Centre would allow the rapid seizure of Leningrad's industrial area, and only then should the attack on Moscow be launched. In more immediate concerns, Brauchitsch reported that Hitler was once again expressing a nervous anxiety about the depth of Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps, which on that day, June 29th, had reached Bobruisk and was building a bridgehead on the eastern bank of the Beresina River. Brauchitsch placated Hitler with assurances that this was nothing more than flank protection for the main operation at Minsk. But Halder, who was not present, but later received a report from Brauchitsch, recognised that Guderian would be content with nothing less than the quickest possible crossing of the Dnieper. Personally, Halder supported Guderian in this endeavour, as, with the encirclement at Minsk almost complete, the chief of the General Staff now wanted to press on eastwards and capitalise on what he saw as the destruction of the Soviet front. Yet Hitler remained worried that the 24th Panzer Corps had overextended itself and forbade the army command from issuing any further orders for the further eastward advance of the Panzer Corps, meaning that Halder's hands were officially tied. Halder regarded this as a grave mistake, but was not about to concede direction of the campaign so readily to Hitler. In his diary, Halder defiantly stated, "Let us hope that the middle levels of command will do the right thing on their own, and without express orders, which we cannot issue because of the Führer's orders to Brauchitsch." Thus, while a strict interpretation of his orders prohibited the issuing of a command to advance, they did not explicitly require him to forbid the action if it was undertaken independently by the generals themselves, which he assumed it would be. Using this frail logic, Halder convinced himself that he could still have his way without disobeying orders. While Germany's leading generals fought amongst themselves and against Hitler's headquarters for direction of the Eastern campaign, the infighting was, if anything, even more intense among Germany's political institutions, headed by some of the most unscrupulous personalities within the Third Reich, most notably Hermann Göring and Heinrich Himmler. With the toppling of the Soviet state predicted from all quarters, each man vied for the largest slice of the lucrative Soviet prize, seeking to build on their respective empires, which made up the internal authorities of the Nazi state. Observing the unruly scene, Goebbels, who was himself involved in a dispute with the OKW and the designated minister for the new Eastern Territories, Alfred Rosenberg, over the dissemination of propaganda in the East, complained in his diary, "Always the same thing. Spheres of authority." He then perceptively added, "If we go down, then it will be as a result of these disputes." On June 29th, contact was finally established between Hoth and Guderian at Minsk, ostensibly closing the outer ring, although in practice the southeast side was far from hermetically sealed. At Army Group Centre, Bock was also now anxious to proceed on to the great rivers, but despaired at the lost opportunities higher command had cost him by insisting on the Belostok-Minsk pocket. Venting his frustration, Bock wrote, "That is the curse of the evil deed. If we turn near Minsk, there will inevitably be a stop there until the entire Belostok-Minsk pocket has largely been cleared. I wanted to take possession of the Dnieper, or at least the Beresina bridges quickly, so as not to have to fight for them later, which, unfortunately, will now be the case." As it turned out, the challenge for Bock was not just quickly clearing the pocket, but ensuring all the gaps were plugged in the outer ring. Despite Guderian's reckless insistence that the presence of the 29th Motorised Division was no longer necessary, events on the ground proved quite the opposite to be true. On the evening of June 24th, as the 18th Panzer Division swept eastwards, forming the southern arm of the encirclement, Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps was inundated with radio messages from the division reading, "Alarm! Help! enemy panzer breakthrough. As the division continued to battle through the gauntlet of escaping Soviet units, instances of panic occurred among the supply columns of the rear, resulting from the fear of enemy tanks along their long exposed flank. One report noted, "Whole battalions have turned around on their tracks and fled back to the rear." As the 18th Panzer Division continued eastwards, however, it was left to the following 29th Motorised Division and the smaller 5th Machine Gun Battalion to hold the long southern arc of the ring, which by the morning of June 27th extended to an impractical 60 kilometres. The length of front allowed no depth to the defences, and, facing constant attacks, which included Soviet armour, a mounting crisis developed within the division. Individual units of the 29th Motorised Division were frequently cut off from neighbouring units, and then surrounded and forced to fight costly close-quarters battles in dense forests and swamps. By the night of June 29th, massed Soviet breakout attempts proved beyond the division's strength, and the units of Infantry Regiment 71 and Panzer Regiment 7 had to withdraw and allow Soviet forces to surge past them to the east. Nor was this an isolated case. A great number of Soviet troops simply marched through the German lines. Guderian, however, was blinded to such problems, and his post-war memoir similarly glossed over the incomplete nature of the encirclement, seeking only to crown his achievements up to Minsk as an outstanding success. Recalling the final days of June, Guderian wrote, "The Russian forces, which had been in the Belostok area and had been attempting in vain to break through our encircling pincers, were now completely surrounded. The foundations had been laid for the first great victory of the campaign." The confident tone of these later reflections disguised a more genuine picture of the fighting which Guderian set down in a letter to his wife on June 27th. After describing the first days as strenuous, he wrote of the loss of several officers who had been close to him, and the sadness this caused him. When he came to the subject of the Red Army, he noted with a trace of grim resignation, "The enemy resists bravely and bitterly. The fighting, therefore, is very hard. One just has to put up with it." By nature, Guderian was by no means a pessimist, and indeed, in past campaigns, he had been accused of viewing events from quite the opposite extreme. His letter simply related the character of the new war in the East, which possessed an element of fervent hostility and ardent fanaticism, unlike anything he had hitherto witnessed. By the end of June, a similarly grudging acknowledgement of the Red Army's unexpectedly zealous resistance was taking root throughout some of the upper circles of the Wehrmacht and Nazi Party, reflecting the dramatic contrast between the reality of the war and the elevated pitch of confidence that had consumed the German leadership prior to the launch of operations. In many cases, this realization was only just beginning to dawn, and although it would be too much to suggest that any yet doubted Germany's ultimate triumph, the shock of encountering genuine resistance was palpable. On June 29th, Goebbels noted in his diary, "The Russians are fighting bravely. Their command is functioning better than during the first few days." On the following day, he remarked, "In foreign countries our military situation is, if anything, being judged rather too optimistically, even by our enemies. They think our Wehrmacht capable of the most amazing achievements." By July the 1st, despite maintaining a general satisfaction with developments, Goebbels betrayed a telling sense of disquiet. "The Russians are putting up more of a fight than one would have expected. Our losses in men and equipment are not completely insignificant." Echoing such sentiments, Bock described the enduring problem of defeating the sizable Soviet armies, which the swift breakthroughs to Minsk had by no means fully achieved. Unlike previous campaigns, where surrounded enemy units acknowledged their defeat and willingly gave themselves up, Red Army units did not, and the implications for Barbarossa were profound. Reviewing the course of events in his rear area on June 28th, Bock observed, "Our losses are not inconsiderable. Thousands of Russian soldiers are sitting in the forests, far behind the front, some in civilian clothes. Catching them all is impossible, given the tremendous size of the area. 100 kilometres behind the front, at Semiatice, the 293rd Division is still fighting for a row of strongly fortified bunkers, which have to be taken one at a time. In spite of the heaviest fire and the employment of every means, the crews refuse to give up. Each fellow has to be killed, one at a time. A report from 4th Army to the Army Group Command noted the commencement of a planned cleaning action on June 29th against what it expected to be exceptionally tough and stalwart resistance in the forested areas of the pocket. The report also noted that the enemy was repeatedly attempting to escape through a series of uncoordinated attacks. Already on June 26th, Ernst Gunther Merton, a soldier in 4th Army, noted the difficulty of fighting in the densely wooded terrain. These bloody Russian forests. One loses the overview of who is a friend and who is an enemy, so we are shooting at ourselves. The 2nd Company was encircled and came back with 55 men. Worse than at Verdun, said Lieutenant Colonel von Lerneisen. This drag on German forward operations, caused by intense Soviet rearward action, was not unique to the large concentrations in the Bialystok-Minsk pocket. The diary of the 3rd Panzer Division, which was surging eastward at the vanguard of Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps, well to the south of the main pocket, noted the danger of sending prisoners of war towards the rear, and instead indicated that prisoners were to be held in forward collection zones and only dispatched to the rear under special guard. The turmoil in the division's rear area was simply too great. A former officer in the division explained how soldiers from headquarters and those ferrying supplies were often forced to fight like infantry, while it even became necessary to station tanks at 50 to 100 metre intervals in the most endangered areas to ensure the safety of unarmed vehicles. Such measures sapped the strength of the forward drive, while the insecurity added a major complication to the already hard-pressed supply columns. The diary of the quartermaster of the 3rd Panzer Division noted on June 28th that supplies were very critical, but that their efforts to alleviate the shortage were hampered by very strong aerial and artillery activity, indicating that bypassed Soviet units still employed heavy weapons, and that the Soviet Air Force was still effective, at least in certain sectors, in spite of its immense losses in the opening days of the war. The diary also mentioned the destruction of many bridges in the rear area, which forced the diversion of the supply columns onto very bad overland roads. As a result, the diary noted, the fluid advance of the division was being impeded. Renegade Soviet units refusing to give up the fight, in spite of finding themselves behind enemy lines and, in many cases, cut off from higher command, were not the only menace confronting the Army Group's rear area. A report from 4th Army on June 29th described road conditions for the greater part of the dual carriageways as being exceptionally bad. In practical terms, this naturally slowed the tempo of the advance, but, more worryingly, it was also having a shattering effect on the Army's horses. Given the almost total reliance of the 4th and 9th Armies on horses for the movement of equipment and supplies, their well-being and good health represented a pivotal concern for maintaining the grueling pace of advance. Although the carnage of winter for the horses of Army Group Centre has long been recognised, the extremes of summer and its grim toll on the Army's horse population have attracted less attention. Operation Barbarossa incorporated 625,000 horses. Of these, 4th Army commanded 130,000, and the smaller 9th Army 87,000. With the time-consuming delay of switching the Soviet Union's rail gauges to the European standard, the war began with the horse bearing the great burden of the German army's push eastward. The operational time constraints and ever-pressing demands of the panzer commanders for greater infantry support led to a punishing routine of exhausting marches that, under the sweltering conditions, rapidly fatigued the horses and drained their strength. General Heinrichi, commanding the 43rd Army Corps, wrote in a letter to his wife on July the 8th, Now we are a long way back from the motorised divisions, marching 30 to 35 kilometres every day. The horses hardly make it along the sand roads, but we must go on. Likewise, in only the second week of the campaign, Heinrich Harper, a doctor in the 9th Army's 6th Infantry Division, described how captured horses were already being used to replace those that had begun the campaign. My ambulance horses had been replaced. Old Westwall, Harper's former personal mount, had dropped dead in the harness, and the other had reached total exhaustion. In the circumstances, long and frequent halts had to be made to water and rest the horses, but this cost precious time and could not always be guaranteed, depending on the immediate demands of the individual unit. Accordingly, 4th Army informed the Army Group Command on June 29th that the horse-drawn vehicles and, in particular, the heavy artillery were reporting heavy losses in horses. It was precisely these larger draft horses that proved most susceptible to the intense climate and rigorous demands of the campaign, but the problem remained a general one. The German army's horses were principally made up of stout breeds raised in the temperate climates of Central Europe and unaccustomed to the searing conditions and dreadful roads of the East. The long hours of work soon took their toll, and the heavy losses created new dilemmas for the army. On the one hand, the infantry divisions typically started the war with a quickly exhausted reserve of only about 150 horses. Since transporting new steeds to their units usually meant marching them long distances to the constantly advancing front, the horses often arrived in correspondingly worn-out condition. Further complications concerned the availability of fodder. The army considered oats to be the best feed for its horses, but such crops were not widely sown in the Soviet Union. The substitute of green fodder, while widely available in the Soviet Union, took time to harvest in the amounts required and proved problematic to obtain on the constant march. Theodor Moga, a non-commissioned artillery officer in the 4th Army, recorded that the tempo of the campaign was a great strain on the horses and, above all, those pulling the artillery. The availability of fodder was also highlighted by Moga. As the army advanced further east, he noted that provisions for the horses could not keep pace, and as supplies of oats soon ran out, the horses were reduced to eating the straw from peasant houses. This, however, was no replacement for their usual diet, especially in the circumstances. On June 30th, Bock noted in his diary, "The horses are tired out. With these roads, they should receive much more oats." The statement echoed Halder's blunt assessment of June 29th. Horses very fatigued. Beyond the harsh physical demands placed on the horses, the extension of the combat zone throughout the rear area presented the additional problem of losing horses in direct engagements with Soviet troops, or in some instances to Soviet aircraft, which proved devastating to the long, strung-out columns. In his memoirs, Hoth proclaimed the closure of the Belostok-Minsk pocket as a battle of annihilation with few precedents in the history of warfare. It is an assessment similar to that presented in Guderian's memoir, and repeated in countless military histories as a glowing example of the triumphant German blitzkrieg waged in the summer of 1941. While there can be no doubt that the encirclement of Pavlov's Western Front represented a calamity for the Red Army, it was by no means the one-sided victory commonly portrayed. The southern flank of the pocket hemorrhaged like an open wound for the Germans, with Kluge unable to close it, and Guderian unwilling even to recognise the problem. In addition, merely creating the vast pocket taxed German strength considerably, a factor that needs to be assessed in the fullness of the German operational plan, and not solely on the tally of encircled Soviet soldiers. The battle was not an end in itself, but rather the first stage of the long march east, for which it was essential that the panzer forces retained their fluid mobility and at least partial infantry support. The strain of maintaining the equilibrium of arms was eased in this first period of the war by the close starting positions of the infantry and panzers. Yet now, as the panzer divisions raced away for their next big objective, leaving the mass of infantry already far behind and with the stubborn remnants of the surrounded Soviet armies to deal with. Army Group Center would split in two and face the dire consequences of this foreboding development. Complicating matters still further, the barely restrained antagonism between the principal commanders reflected their stark differences in operational thinking. This was destined to worsen with the increasing depth of operations and the correspondent thinning of German resources. Threatening to eclipse even this embittered divergence was the pending, although still dormant, strategic pariah of Moscow. Straining the limits. Bock's race to the rivers. With the northern ring of the pocket comparatively secure, Hoth was setting his sights on securing the Dvina River as far down as the Orsha corridor and closing the next big ring at Smolensk. Yet there was concern within his panzer group that its southern counterpart, Panzer Group II, had not fulfilled its assignment of firmly preventing Soviet breakouts to the southeast. The ramifications of this failing were serious. At Hoth's headquarters, it was believed that the mass of Soviet troops opposite their northern ring, that previously had largely failed to break through, were now proceeding south to take advantage of the opening. While in the short term this offered improved security for Hoth's continued advance, it ensured even greater problems for Guderian. These would doubtless slow the latter's advance and ultimately affect Hoth through the delay caused to the right hook of the next operational movement, centred on Smolensk. Yet such distant concerns were secondary to Hoth's immediate goal of resuming the advance as rapidly as possible with the bulk of his forces. To do this, he faced the same battle with higher command that Guderian had been waging. Hoth's sense of urgency was heightened by aerial intelligence that, as early as June 26th, had indicated the massing of Soviet forces in the Orsha region. Officially, however, the further advance of the panzer groups was still prohibited, and only reconnaissance forces were to be sent east over the Beresina and towards the Dnieper. On June 30th, Guderian flew to Hoth's headquarters for discussion of the next stage of their advance. Both commanders were becoming increasingly infuriated at the perceived procrastination of higher command, and it is not outside the realm of possibility that their joint disobedience to the restrictive orders was discussed and even planned. Although it is important to point out that nothing so exact exists among the primary material, subsequent events strongly indicate a degree of coordinated action in blatant defiance of orders. It was also well within the character of each man to interpret their orders in terms of the wider strategic goals of the campaign, and therefore implement actions as they saw fit, conveniently excusing themselves from any meticulous definition of insubordination. This introduces the question of whether a commander's operational freedom, practiced under the concept of Auftragstaktik, mission tactics, was sometimes abused, especially by the panzer commanders. Given the need to reorganize forces for the renewed attack, Halder was not prepared to release the panzer divisions until July the 5th. Subsequent pressure finally brought this forward to July 3rd, although even this represented more of a delay than the panzer commanders would have liked. Agreeing on an exact starting date was in many respects aimed purely at placating higher command, as in practice there were already much more than just reconnaissance forces striking out to the east. From their meeting, both Hoth and Guderian reaffirmed their determination that it was high time for forthright action towards the Dvina and Dnieper rivers, to prevent Soviet forces consolidating their defensive positions. In addition to the obstructions of higher command, they faced sizable obstacles in implementing the next stage of the advance because of the hard-fought battle at Minsk. On June 29th, a tour of inspection by General of Panzer Troops Wilhelm Ritter von Thoma reported that while an extensive halt in operations was not necessary, the 3rd Panzer Group would nevertheless have only 70% of its panzer forces fit for service by July 2nd. Although a sizable number of the 30% shortfall were only broken down and therefore salvageable in the long term, the significance of such a dire rate of attrition in tank numbers was made all the more striking by the fact that it was only the 8th day of the war. A further omen of foreboding consequence, reminiscent of Hitler's obtuse belief that ardent conviction alone could alter fact, appeared in the form of Guderian's baseless confidence in the security of his southern side to the ring. Contrary to intelligence reports and events on the ground, Guderian's belief that no serious threat existed to his rear area was further reinforced by his flight to Hoth's headquarters, which swept over the Puszcza-Nalibotska forested area, and convinced Guderian that, in contrast to the Army Group and Fourth Army, there were no considerable enemy forces in the forest, and that there was, therefore, no danger from this quarter. Although excluded from his memoirs, events would prove otherwise, questioning the merit of Guderian's airborne assessment and the dependence he placed upon it. This was especially true, given his own observation that the Red Army's battle technique, particularly his camouflage, was excellent. At the same time as Guderian and Hoth had been planning the next phase of their operations, Brauchitsch hosted a meeting at his home, attended by Hitler, Halder and Heisinger. Halder began proceedings with a summary of operations, and then Hitler spoke of the importance he attached to securing the Gulf of Finland and eliminating the threat to ore shipments posed by the Soviet fleet. In contrast to Hitler's intentions over the preceding months, Halder's record of the meeting claimed that Hitler was not sure whether additional panzer forces for the rapid seizure of Leningrad would have to be made available by Bock. Conceivably, under pressure from Halder and Brauchitsch, who may only have had to laud the successes of Lieb's progress, Hitler was compelled to waver on the issue of diverting strength from Army Group Centre. The encouraging reports left Hitler in a buoyant mood, giving Heisinger the impression that one was completely free to speak with him, even to the point of telling him things that maybe he wouldn't normally accept. In addition to his discussion of operations in the north, Hitler also expanded on the importance of the Ukraine for its food supply and industry, underlining the importance of economic goals in Hitler's strategic conception. Yet, significantly, the one available record of the meeting, from Halder's diary, includes no indication that Hitler was yet considering an alternative diversion of Bock's panzers to the south. In Hitler's estimation, comparatively little significance was attached to the march on Moscow, which he forecast could only be undertaken by infantry units, at the earliest, in August, once Smolensk had been secured. Only when the northern theatre of operations had been satisfactorily dealt with would Hitler release armoured forces to assist the infantry in the drive on Moscow. Whatever the case, the future employment of Army Group Centre was still undecided following the June 30th meeting, and would not be conclusively settled until Smolensk was in German hands. On the surface, the result of the meeting seemed to offer Halder and Brauchitsch a promising format to end Hitler's opposition to their plans for a continued drive on Moscow with the full force of Army Group Centre. The key would be ensuring Army Group North carried out the drive on Leningrad under its own strength, allaying Hitler's fears of cutting the Soviets off from the Baltic and freeing Bock's panzer forces for a direct thrust on Moscow. Yet Halder and Brauchitsch must also have recognised that there were few certainties in dealing with Hitler, who could be as impetuous as he was stubborn, especially with the ever-changing fortunes of war. Above all, an amicable solution was hoped for, but the army commanders were determined to drive for Moscow. In their view, this was the linchpin of victory against the Soviet Union, and accordingly, a matter of uncompromising importance. If Hitler overruled the army on a matter of such decisive significance, it would constitute a direct challenge to the authority of Halder and Brauchitsch, an issue which had long since become a persistent and tiresome source of irritation for both men. For the moment, however, the external facade of harmonious relations was maintained, with the army commanders hoping anxiously to win Hitler over. Reviewing preparations for the continuation of the advance scheduled for July 3rd, Halder noted the disparity between the 9th Army and Panzer Group III in the north and the 4th Army and Panzer Group II in the south, with the latter two noticeably less prepared. The liquidation of the pocket was dominating all 4th Army's resources, while Panzer Group II, Halder complained, against all orders and with a measure of defiance, has failed to mop up the territory traversed by it, and now has its hands full with local enemy breakthroughs. Personnel losses were another stark indication of the difficulties confronting Guderian in the south, particularly as a result of his exposed left flank. On July 2nd, Hoth's Panzer Group reported officer casualties at 125 men, and all other ranks at 1,644 men. By contrast, Guderian's group, in a casualties report from 2 days earlier, on June 30th, recorded officer losses to be already twice those of Hoth, 246 men, and all other ranks at well over double Hoth's losses, 4,143 men. Guderian, however, remained resolutely undeterred and focused himself entirely on the next big push east. Yet the issue of firmly closing the eastern pocket was again a matter of central importance at Hitler's headquarters on July the 2nd, and Brauchitsch was summoned to see what could be done. By the time Brauchitsch had concluded his report, which was based in some measure on an earlier discussion with Bock that confirmed the pocket was far from hermetically sealed, Hitler's nervous anxiety had reached such heights that he was considering a postponement to the renewed advance of the panzer forces. When Bock was later informed of this possibility, he reacted with exasperation, claiming that the operation had already been delayed too long. Halder, too, was now eager to avoid any delay, and, after receiving a clarification of the situation from Bock and garnering the support of Brauchitsch and Jodl, the Army Chief of Staff visited the Wolf's Lair personally to allay Hitler's fears and assure him that the renewed offensive could proceed as planned. Among the tangible measures Halder took to seal the perimeter of the pocket and restore Hitler's confidence was a particular order to Guderian that units of his panzer group were forbidden from being pulled out of the encircling ring without orders. The order came about as it had become evident Guderian was siphoning off forces from the ring to strengthen his main attack, a circumstance that produced the first open clash between Kluge and Guderian and plainly illustrated the difficulties commanders were having balancing operational demands with available forces. As recently as July the 1st, Guderian had again been specifically ordered by the Army Group Command not to endanger the encirclement of enemy forces west of Minsk by drafting more forces into the upcoming offensive. Attributing such hesitation to another bout of Hitler's over-anxious trepidation, Guderian wrote to his wife on July the 1st, "Everybody is scared of the Führer, and nobody dares say anything. Regrettably, this is what causes a useless waste of blood." Unyielding as always, and contrary to his instructions, Guderian ordered the 17th Panzer Division away from the encircling ring towards Borisov, only to have his order quickly countermanded by Kluge. On the following day, July the 2nd, Guderian visited the 17th Panzer Division, holding the long eastern segment of the pocket front, and, although no record exists of what was said, the 17th Panzer Division subsequently departed for Borisov. When Guderian returned to his headquarters, he dispatched a communiqué to Kluge at 4th Army, claiming that a mishap had occurred in the transmission of orders to the 17th Panzer Division, and that the division had not received the order to remain on the encirclement front, and had instead set off for Borisov. According to Guderian, it was too late to do anything about it. On the same day, a similar mishap had occurred on Hoth's front, causing Kluge to seethe with fury that, on the eve of his ascension to the new command of 4th Panzer Army, which controlled Hoth's and Guderian's panzer groups, he was being confronted by a general's conspiracy. He demanded that Guderian present himself the following morning at 8 a.m., with the intention of having both panzer generals brought before a court-martial for insubordination. When Guderian appeared, he was strongly taken to task for what he subsequently referred to as the accident. But in the end, Guderian was able to convince Kluge that it was indeed only a misunderstanding, and that it would be best to let the matter rest. The escalation in tension between Kluge and his panzer generals highlights the widening disparity in opposing strategic conceptions, brought to the fore so quickly by the headstrong refusal of Guderian to compromise his own plans, or defer to higher authority, even in the face of direct orders. Yet, The overall strategic problem confronting the army group was not a simple one, and certainly presented more of a danger than either of the two panzer generals was aware of or prepared to admit. An untitled memorandum sent to Army Group Centre on July the 3rd outlined the problem categorically, which confirms that the imposing nature of the predicament, as well as its seriousness, was not unknown to the army. The memorandum stated, "The problem, appearing from now on in its full magnitude, which must be the constant worry of all responsible departments of the Army Group commands, is the daily widening of the distance between the panzer groups and the infantry armies. While until now this distance had relatively little effect, the early renewal of the advance by the panzer groups, with an objective over 500 kilometres away, will have the result that 100 to 200 kilometres long stretches behind the panzer groups are more or less empty of German troops. That these extensive areas are traversed by the panzer troops almost entirely on the road means that everywhere there are still strong enemy elements roaming, and a constant danger exists to the supply and communications of the panzer groups." It was precisely this paradoxical method of waging war, whereby the front was extended without actually winning the traversed ground, which caught the attention of Wilhelm Prühler, a non-commissioned officer in a motorised infantry regiment. His diary entry for July the 3rd summed up, in straightforward terms, the wider dilemma. The whole war takes place, more or less, on the road. Without securing the land lying to the right and left of the road, we move along and reach the appointed goals. How many Russians must be cruising around the country still? How many enemy tanks are off the road, hidden in protected positions, waiting for the right opportunity to rush up behind the troops and raise hell? Funny the way this war is being waged. Another soldier, Udo von Alvensleben, noted, "We are advancing without a firm front. The huge area, which the panzers have long since passed through, remains enemy-occupied and must be laboriously cleared." It was this rearward danger that Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps was becoming increasingly concerned with, not just because of its limited ability to deal with the problem, but because of the threat an exposed rear posed to its supply. On July 3rd, the Corps reported to Hoth's Panzer Group 3, "In the rear area, there are unknown numbers of Russians lurking in the woods, who cannot be captured by the Corps with its present manpower, but who pose a serious threat to supply convoys." Indeed, the German army was attempting something unique in modern military history, advancing a major element of their supply apparatus ahead of the bulk of the army into what was essentially still hostile territory. Inevitably, losses would be heavy. Clearly, with the next stage of the advance beginning, the warning signs were evident that the panzer and motorised forces, already hard-pressed by the preceding days, were about to face a much greater challenge in their race to the Dnieper. The supply columns of the panzer spearheads would be principally threatened. These were in any case struggling to keep pace with demands, especially over the dreadful network of roads. A report from Panzer Group 3 on July 3rd informed Kluge's 4th Panzer Army that the roads and byways used in the advance were becoming even worse the further they travelled east, with the result that numerous losses were being suffered in trucks. On the previous day, July 2nd, the Quartermaster General's war diary for Panzer Group 2 noted that panzer losses were beginning to mount due to the shortage in replacement parts of all kinds. Furthermore, as a result of the constant advance and the absence of rear area security troops, the securing of captured foodstuffs and oil was noted to be impossible, and the subsequent loss of these resources by the plundering of the local population was deemed unavoidable. In the town of Pukovici, half of the military supplies were pillaged in a single day by the local population. As a German report noted, this amounted to an average per family of 200 kilos of sugar, 200 kilos of fats, almost 350 kilos of grits, and a quantity of fish, individual rations, and vegetable oils. The population had not seen such opulence for a long time. To supplement their inadequate supply, and sustain their momentum, the panzer groups themselves undertook widespread looting and pillaging among the civil population. The methodical exploitation of the population had already been incorporated into the pre-war planning for the campaign, with a distinction supposedly to be made between organised requisitioning under the orders of an officer and wild plundering by the men. In practice, however, the latter was a frequent occurrence, resulting from the many shortages experienced by the army and the common perception, backed by the ideologically driven official declarations, that the Slavic peoples of the Soviet Union were simply subhumans, Untermenschen. The pillaging of the Soviet population began from the very beginning of the German invasion. One German general mockingly wrote, "Everywhere our people search for draft horses and take them from the farmers. In the villages, scenes of great commotion and despair. In this way, the population is being liberated." A report from the 47th Panzer Corps in early July pointed out that the wild requisitions of cattle and poultry from the impoverished inhabitants cause extraordinary bitterness among the villagers. Similarly, a later report by the 255th Infantry Division noted that the practice of routine looting embitters the population and practically drives it into the arms of the partisans. Ernst Kern, who arrived on the Eastern Front in the late summer of 1941, reported, "Some of our veterans returned back from the village loaded with milk, eggs and fruit. They had scrounged these provisions." The personal diary of a pastor in the German army recorded what he saw in peasant homes after German soldiers had passed through them. "Now everything in these dwellings is lying topsy-turvy. All cupboards, drawers and chests have been pried open, their contents scattered all over the floor. The locks are knocked out of the doors, which is no doubt not the handiwork of the Russians. I know as a fact that many musical instruments were smashed by our soldiers just out of sheer mischief. The blonde beast creates the best impression at a distance of 10 yards. Such ruthless actions and the callous disregard for the civilian population were bound to vilify the German army, underlining again the necessity of a rapid end to large-scale military operations in order to forestall or at least weaken the beginnings of a vigorous partisan war spreading throughout the occupied territories. Reading between the lines of the Army's daily reports and communiques, it appears that the confident expectation of a great triumph at Minsk is overshadowed by the undercurrent of intractable difficulties steadily mounting in a campaign far from won. At the OKH and OKW, however, the great confidence of the pre-war period seemed entirely vindicated, and the impending victory over the Soviet Western Front reinforced a rash optimism oblivious to any looming obstacles. To Halder, it appeared that the main bulk of the Red Army facing Bock and Lieb had been destroyed before the Dnieper-Dvina line, as called for by the operational plan. According to his own calculations, backed by figures from the Intelligence Department, Foreign Armies East, Halder concluded that just 15 to 20 Soviet infantry divisions and about 6 armoured divisions remained north of the Pripyat marshes. With Soviet resistance apparently crumbling, Halder brashly wrote on July the 3rd, "On the whole, one can already now say that the objective to destroy the mass of the Russian army in front of the Dvina and Dnieper rivers has been accomplished. I do not doubt that eastwards of the Dvina and Dnieper we would only have to contend with partial enemy forces, not strong enough to hinder realization of the German operational plan. Thus, it is probably not too much to say when I claim that the campaign against Russia was won within 14 days. Naturally, it is not yet over. The wide open spaces and the stubborn resistance, conducted with all means, will still claim our efforts for many more weeks to come. Once we are across the Dvina and Dnieper, it will have less to do with the destruction of enemy forces than with taking from the enemy his centres of production, and thereby preventing him from raising a new army from his enormous industrial potential and inexhaustible reserves of manpower." Halder's buoyant outlook was also shared at the Wolf's Lair, where Bellow later reported, "The month of July found most in an optimistic frame of mind at FHQ. Führer headquarters. Hitler saw himself confirmed in his judgment. Neither Brauchitsch and Halder nor Keitel and Jodl had a word to say to the contrary. Although Joseph Goebbels evinced an equally unshaken confidence in the final outcome of the campaign, he at least sounded a more realistic tone in reviewing the demands of the fighting and difficulties that were being encountered. On July 2nd, he observed, "In total, the fighting is very hard and bitter. The Red regime has mobilized the people. Plus, there is the proverbial stubbornness of the Russians. Our soldiers have their hands full." If Goebbels was closer to the mark than many of those in the high command, he was still a long way off from understanding the men at the front, and the looming danger of fighting on into the endless East. Siegfried Knapp, a lieutenant in the 9th Army's 87th Infantry Division, recounted the following exchange with Major General von Studnitz on the march to Minsk. "How do you think the campaign has gone so far?" he asked. "Great," I said enthusiastically. "Everything seems to be going according to plan." He did not respond for a moment, his thoughts seeming to be far away. "I was in Russia during the last war," he said finally. "I have experienced the Russian winter. It is savage, like nothing we have ever experienced. It will come, and it will come soon. We are just in this little part of Russia. We have a vast, empty country ahead of us, and if we do not take Moscow before the weather turns bitter cold, I worry about what will happen." He was clearly not optimistic. I was amazed, but I knew he was intelligent, experienced, and capable, and I began to tone down my own optimism after that. From the Soviet point of view, the next stage of operations had many advantages over the initial border battles. First, the disaster which befell Pavlov's forces was in considerable part a result of their appalling strategic deployment deep into the Belostok salient, half encircled by the Germans before the invasion got underway. Second, there could no longer be any question of strategic surprise, which played an equally important role in deciding Pavlov's fate, especially with communications so badly disrupted. The encirclement of Pavlov's armies west of Minsk was not, however, the end of the Soviet Western Front, as the German generals were inclined to believe. Soviet pre-war planning called for a first strategic echelon, deployed between 20 and 100 kilometers from the border, intended to counterattack and stop the enemy advance, in order to facilitate a general Soviet offensive carried out by a second strategic echelon located well back from the frontier, between 100 and 400 kilometers away. With the first strategic echelon doomed to defeat, Pavlov was ordered back to Moscow and shortly thereafter tried and shot on Stalin's orders. His replacement was the strong-willed Marshal Simon Timoshenko, who, upon his arrival at Western Front headquarters, promptly undertook the vital task of defending the Dnieper River line, using all means provided by the second strategic echelon, as well as the mobilization of the civilian population for constructing defensive works. Beyond the immediate measures implemented at Timoshenko's Western Front, the Soviet Union as a whole, in contrast to Germany, was fully mobilizing for a long and grueling war. On June 22, 1941, the Supreme Soviet drafted most of its reservists born between 1905 and 1918 into the ranks of the Red Army, while an emergency labour decree conscripted all able-bodied men aged between 18 and 45, and women between 18 and 40, who were not already working, to build defences. On June 24th, martial law was declared throughout the western part of the Soviet Union, and on June 26th, mandatory overtime of up to 3 hours a day was placed at the discretion of factory managers, while all leave and holidays were suspended. For the western regions, already overrun by the Germans, Stalin's first public address on July 3rd called on the occupied Soviet people to foment partisan warfare everywhere, to blow up bridges and roads, damage telephone and telegraph lines, and to set fire to forests, stores and transport. conditions in the occupied regions must be made unbearable for the enemy and all of his accomplices. On July 3rd, when Guderian and Hoth's panzer groups officially continued their thrust for the Dnieper and Dvina, Germany clearly held the strategic initiative. It was not enough, however, just to dictate the course of the ongoing battles. The advantage had to be turned into a final victory capable of ending the war. To achieve this, Halder had no recourse to substantial reserves of manpower or equipment, and the intangible factor of time was equally irreplaceable. With the Soviet Union rapidly mobilizing every aspect of its enormous military potential, Army Group Center had to deliver on the hopes of its leaders and crush the remaining Soviet resistance in the second phase of its operations. As the renewed offensive got underway on July 3rd, orders for Hoth's panzer groups directed Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps towards Vitebsk and Kuntzen's 57th Panzer Corps to Disna on the Dvina. To the south, Guderian's advance was already in motion, and on this day, July 3rd, Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps penetrated as far as the Dnieper at Rogachev. The other two Panzer Corps advanced on a broad front to the north, with Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps heading towards the Dnieper at Mogilev and Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps to Orsha. As they set out eastward once again, the panzer and motorized divisions found themselves delayed more by the elements and the miserable Soviet infrastructure than the Red Army. Wilhelm Prula noted in his diary, "It's raining again. The rain is especially bad for us, an armoured division, because we can barely get through the bottomless mud of Russia." In a report to the 4th Panzer Army, Panzer Group 3 stated that, on account of the awful roads, speeds were seldom above 10 kilometers per hour. The bad weather and road conditions occasioned Timoshenko a short window of opportunity in which space could be traded for time to build defences and summon reinforcements. The Red Air Force also attacked German bridges across the Beresina River, with some success, and, according to one Soviet pilot, destroyed 9 bridges and delayed the advance of some German motorized units for up to 3 days. West of the Dvina and Beresina rivers, Panzer Group 3 also reported countless individual enemy strongpoints, which would have to be dealt with later by the following infantry. Just as in the advance to Minsk, the Panzer Group's newly won rear area would have to remain a treacherous war zone, which was especially problematic, given that the vast Belarusian countryside was still far from pacified. As Bock noted on July 3rd, there is still shooting everywhere in the rear. The lack of control in the rear areas contests the oversimplified representation in much of the secondary literature that shows the extent of the German advance in the summer of 1941 by depicting the deepest points of the German penetration along the length of the Eastern Front, with simple north-south lines on the map. In addition to disguising the war still to be won behind the main front, the use of such lines to portray the early weeks of Barbarossa also gives the false impression that the German advance was an uninterrupted north-south sweep through the Soviet Union, undertaken on a broad, unbroken front. In fact, great swathes of land were entirely bypassed as the German armies advanced largely between or around the great forests and swamps of the Western Soviet Union, leaving much work to be done in the rear area and slowing the advance considerably as the distances grew greater. While the euphoria of an expected victory pervaded the halls of the OKH and OKW, the precise road to that victory was still unclear, and it was this question that occupied discussion at the Wolf's Lair on July the 3rd. The future advance of Army Group Center's 2 armoured groups beyond Smolensk was identified as the key decision for the defeat of the Soviet Union, and centred on 3 possibilities. An advance to the northeast, towards Leningrad, a further push eastwards on Moscow, or for the first time, there was discussion of a drive southeast to the Sea of Azov. Hitler's role in this discussion is not specifically stated by the document, but the new consideration for a drive to the southeast was almost certainly his idea, and was made dependent on the success of Kleist's 1st Panzer Group seizing Zhytomyr. If that is not the case, a push on Moscow by weaker forces and an advance to the southeast by Kluge's panzer army would be the best method of annihilation. It was also added, however, that the great distance from Smolensk to the Sea of Azov, 1,150 kilometers, made an advance by Kluge's forces questionable. On the following day, July 4th, Hitler reaffirmed his confidence in victory, informing his staff, "I constantly try to put myself in the position of the enemy. He has practically already lost this war." Hitler then again raised the question of what should be done once the so-called Stalin Line on the Dvina and Dnieper rivers had been broken through. Turn to the north or to the south? This might be the most difficult decision of this war. Significantly, Hitler made no mention of a further advance to the east, and there is no indication that Halder or Brauchitsch received word of the new developments in Hitler's evolving strategic conception. To their minds, Hitler's fixation was with Leningrad, and this was to be kept in check by the strong advance of Army Group North, which they hoped would dispel the dictator's desire to divert Bock's forces away from Moscow as the principal objective. Until now, however, there had been no indication that Hitler would consider a diversion to the south. On July 3rd, the Belostok pocket, the smaller of the two main encirclements in Belorussia, was finally eliminated by elements of Strauss's 9th Army and Reich's 2nd Army. The following day, these forces were again marching east to support the panzer groups, but as Halder noted, the distance has grown so great, particularly behind Guderian, that special measures will have to be taken to bridge the gap. General Heinrici noted on July 8th that the motorized divisions were 200 kilometers ahead of his infantry divisions. For the infantrymen, this meant forced marches of punishing duration with little time for sleep or rest. The strain this caused the men was described by Heinrici on July the 11th. Yesterday, one regiment marched 54, another 47 kilometers. To do that once is possible. To do that having already had numerous marches of 30 to 40 kilometers with more to come, that is something else. It makes it tremendous. To do it, no one gets to sleep at night. Rather, it starts at 2 or 3 a.m. and lasts until the evening, sometimes 10 p.m. The individual accounts of the soldiers forced to endure this torment are even more explicit. On June 30th, infantryman Bernhard Ritter wrote that substantive rest periods were no longer to be had, which, after strenuous battles, he declared were urgently necessary. On the same day, another soldier, Harold Henry, wrote home that in one day he had undergone a march of 44 kilometers, fighting a battle in the middle of it, in which he was ordered to carry a 14-kilogram ammunition box cross-country for almost 3 hours. "I was completely worn out," he wrote, "exhausted to the last reserve." 4 days later, Henry wrote home again of the terrible strain he was under after another march of 45 kilometers. "We're wet through all over. Sweat is running down our faces in wide streams. Not just sweat, but sometimes tears too. Tears of helpless rage, desperation, and pain, squeezed out of us by this inhuman effort. No one can tell me that someone who isn't an infantryman can possibly imagine what we're going through here." Alexander Korsz wrote in his diary on July 1st that the demands of the march that day had led to the loss of 3 men in his company, one of whom died. Korsz explained that the men were lost, not as a consequence of battle, but from exhaustion resulting from the exertions. Korsz then related the physical and mental rigours of the march, concluding, "Towards the end, when one is fighting painfully against collapse, one occasionally hears words of suicide." Helmut Pabst complained that this marching is more strenuous than action. Another infantryman marching with Army Group North talked of falling into what he called a quasi-sleepwalk. Watching the steady rhythm of marching boots in front of him, he entered into a state of semi-consciousness, waking only briefly whenever I stumbled into the body ahead of me. The adjutant to the divisional commander of the 7th Panzer Division recalled after the war that in the initial weeks of Barbarossa, the inhuman hardships of the infantry made us feel sorry for them. Heinrich Harper vividly described the conditions of the march. With dry, cracked lips, red eyes, and dust-covered faces, the men marched eastwards with only one wish: to lie down for a few hours' rest. But the march continued relentlessly over roads and tracks, through woods and open fields. Each man's war at this stage was circumscribed by the next few steps he would take: the hardness of the road, the soreness of his feet, the dryness of his tongue, and the weight of his equipment. Beckoning him on was the thought of the next halt. Just to stop, to have no need to put one foot in front of the other for a few hours, was the dream of every man. While marching constituted its own torments, Harper also alluded to a worse fate for the infantrymen, the so-called push commandos. 2 or 3 sections of each company were selected for this purpose and were detailed to accompany their heaviest wagons. As Harper explained, as soon as a wagon slowed down, the men would spring forward, grab the spokes, and throw their weight forward to keep the wheels moving. The men stripped off their tunics and shirts. Sweat ran down their backs. The red dust settled on them and caked hard. One squad would be relieved from its push commando duties by another, and would find blessed relief in marching. Even as the infantry divisions struggled desperately forward, they could hardly be expected to close the gap on the motorised units that were also pressing forward with all speed. Still, while the panzer commanders gave little thought to the slow and cumbersome infantry, the 9th and 2nd Armies were in fact the backbone of the army group and would be urgently needed in a sustained contest with the Red Army. As Alexander Stahlberg, an officer in the 12th Panzer Division, later observed, ultimately, even in 1941, the marching troops dictated our speed. On the evening of July 3rd, Kluge spoke with his 2 new subordinates in the 4th Panzer Army, Hoth and Guderian, about the continuation of operations. Guderian, as might be expected, used the opportunity to press again for the release of all elements of his panzer group still engaged in reducing the remaining pocket west of Minsk. His request was backed by Hoth, who added that the enemy had been observed retreating eastwards. Ultimately, Kluge agreed to a limited release of panzers from the 17th Panzer Division, but, probably with a view to the earlier mix-up, made it clear that the rest of the division could only be relieved of its duties with his express permission. As the 2 panzer groups set their sights on forging crossings over the Dvina and Dnieper rivers, they both reported on July 4th innovative new tactics on behalf of the Red Army. Instead of launching reckless, headlong counterattacks or obstinately attempting to hold every metre of ground, Soviet forces west of the Dnieper and south of the Dvina were primarily fighting rearguard actions while withdrawing to their fortified river crossings. In addition to hindering the German advance, the Soviet delaying actions won precious time to build up defences and assemble forces at the rivers, which, as the War Diary of Panzer Group II noted, were gaining strength from day to day. At Panzer Group III, a similar development was reported to 4th Panzer Army. The enemy fights delaying actions while evading us en route to the Dvina. There, in strong battle groups, he prepares to defend the Dvina crossings. Although Timoshenko's Western Front was still threatened by a grave crisis, a learning curve in strategic direction was already establishing itself, even if the cost had been great. The main problem for Timoshenko was rebuilding his shattered front along the river line, and to this end, Stalin transferred 4 of the 5 armies from the reserve front, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, to his command. These forces, like much of the Red Army, exhibited numerous command and control failings and suffered shortages in a number of critical areas. But the German command was almost totally unaware of their existence and soon to be surprised at their strength. On July 4th, in spite of its hardships, Hoth's panzer group secured a small bridgehead across the Dvina near Dizna, and Guderian another in the vicinity of Rogachev. Recognizing the danger, these bridgeheads were the subject of intense Soviet counterattacks, which, in concert with stubborn resistance along the length of Panzer Group III's front, brought its advance to a complete standstill by July the 5th. Guderian's attack was faring little better, and he reported to Brauchitsch and Kluge at a conference in Minsk on July 5th that, as a result of personnel and material losses, the momentum of the attacks by 3rd and 18th Panzer Divisions has been lost. These two divisions were spearheading his advance, and Guderian maintained that, to restore the offensive, reinforcements had to be brought forward, either from the encirclement front near Minsk or by the infantry relieving his forces from security and guard duties in the area. Hoth's attack was facing the same difficulties, not only because of the tenacious resistance he was meeting, but from the cumulative loss of panzers he had suffered since the beginning of the campaign. On July 4th, after merely 13 days of action, Hoth reported that the overall number of combat-ready tanks in his panzer group had fallen to the alarming figure of just 50%, while the uninterrupted march tempo and bad roads were claiming constant losses in trucks. In addition, the findings of General Trommer's recent inspection tour of Panzer Group 3 noted that the German Mark I tank, far from assisting the German advance, was proving such a burden to the panzer troops that he recommended they all be pulled out of the line and returned to Germany. At Army Group Centre, Bock, too, was taking stock of the toll the advance was taking on his forces. His diary for July 5th reads, "Casualties have in places been serious. Equipment, too, has suffered considerably from the uninterrupted fighting and the hair-raising roads. Among the infantry divisions, it is the heavy horses which are suffering the worst." Expanding on this problem, a former officer of the 6th Infantry Division recalled in his memoir, "It had taken only 12 days of the campaign to show how completely unsuited was our transport to this type of country. The wagons were far too heavy for moving on these incredibly bad roads and tracks. Our beautiful, well-bred horses were altogether too food-conscious and were not acclimatized. Our German horses needed long rest periods, heavy meals, and food for them was rarely obtainable in quantity. They had been ideal for France, but were a hindrance for this campaign." While touring the 9th and 12th Army Corps, Bock added that the march conditions for the men were made especially strenuous by the dust and heat and the frightful roads. Just as Napoleon's Grande Armée of 450,000 men withered on its march to Moscow, even without sustained contact with the enemy, so too was Army Group Centre to lament the tyranny of distance and suffer its own rapid demise. Surveying the inordinate effort expended by Army Group Centre to traverse such great distances hastily, with all the articles of war necessary for supplying and equipping well over 1 million men, one is struck by the enormous dissipation of strength resulting from advancing across such a vast and inhospitable landscape. With many hundreds of kilometres still remaining in the advance, and an enemy by no means as badly beaten as the German command anticipated, winning the campaign was not only a race against time, but also a race against the German army's own exhaustion. For good reason, the German operational plans had mandated the destruction of the bulk of the Red Army between the border and the great rivers. The consequences of this failure were compounded by the fact that the German command, from Hitler to his generals, scarcely recognized the rapid overextension of their forces, as well as the growing threat posed by the second echelon of the Red Army. The numerous expressions of optimism in this stage in the campaign reveal the seriously ill-informed judgment of the German High Command, and should not be uncritically accepted by historians as proof of the Wehrmacht's success in the early period of Barbarossa. Chapter 6. The Perilous Advance to the East. Forging across the Dvina and Dnieper. The Threshold to Demise. As Army Group Centre heaved its way forward in the centre of Germany's long eastern front, there was a steadily emerging concern for its southern flank. Throughout June, Rundstedt's Army Group South had struggled to advance against vigorous Soviet counterstrokes, and by early July, its rapid forward movement was further hindered by the primitive Soviet infrastructure and intermittent downpours, which turned the roads to seas of mud. The operations officer at OKH, responsible for Army Group South, Major Karl Tilo, noted in his diary on July the 7th that the tanks suffocate in the mud of the Ukrainian Chermozem, Black Earth. The following day, he recorded the situation estimate by Army Group South's High Command. Enemy well commanded. At first, defensive operations close to the border. Then, withdrawal to the Stalin Line with heavy counterattacks against our armoured wedge. Operational breakthrough by Panzer Group I still not achieved. Tilo also noted that the Army Group was still sizably outnumbered with 61 major Soviet units versus 46 German and Allied formations. Contemplating the further advance of Army Group Centre on July the 5th, Brauchitsch raised the difficulty of screening Bock's right flank, pointing out the emerging problem that Army Group South's 6th Army and 1st Panzer Group are still quite far back. On Army Group Centre's northern flank, Lieb's Army Group North was making better progress. But, as the renowned General Manstein, commander of the 56th Panzer Corps, would later observe, the enemy, though pushed back to the east, was still not destroyed, as was very soon to become apparent. After the capture of the Latvian capital, Riga, Lieb was compelled to continue his drive to the east to support Bock's left flank, but also had to support a major offensive northwards up into Estonia in order to cover his own left flank. Accordingly, the army group's width of front was rapidly expanding, which, as the smallest of the 3 German army groups, would soon heavily tax its offensive momentum. The commander of Army Group North's Panzer Group 4, Colonel General Erich Höppner, wrote to his wife on July the 16th of his dissatisfaction with the halted drive on Leningrad. The deciding cause remains our weakness. The number of divisions is as inadequate as their equipment. The men are tired, the losses increase, the fallout rate of vehicles rises. At Army Group Centre, the tussle over the allocation of forces between Kluge and Guderian was again embittering relations within 4th Panzer Army. Guderian desperately wanted to continue his offensive onto the eastern bank of the Dnieper, but on July the 5th, a surprise attack by the 3rd and 4th Panzer Divisions failed to break through the strong enemy resistance. Guderian preferred to blame Kluge's intransigence about releasing forces from the rapidly shrinking encirclement near Minsk, and Bock noted the visible dissatisfaction in Panzer Group II with being under the command of Kluge's headquarters 4th Army, as was characteristic of his intractable nature, and in spite of the acrimonious confrontation with Kluge on July the 3rd, where the Panzer General had been threatened with dismissal, Guderian issued repeated orders to his forces to break off from the encirclement front and drive east. The result, Guderian observed in his memoir, was that Kluge was simultaneously issuing contradictory orders by which all units were to remain in position about the encircled Russians, and the advance eastwards was not to be resumed until further instructions were received. The idiocy of this state of affairs reflected the irreconcilable strategic divergence between Kluge and Guderian, which, beyond the negligent liability of both commanders for failing to ensure unified direction, also reflected the lack of clear strategic direction from above. The ongoing dispute exposed the unworkable command structure of 4th Panzer Army, for which Guderian, and, to a lesser extent, Hoth, showed little respect, and left Kluge virtually powerless to assert his authority. Apart from rescinding Guderian's orders, Kluge probably knew, as did Guderian, that he did not really have the authority to replace the Panzer Group commander, even though he was his nominal superior. Beyond the harmful message such an action would send, Guderian simply enjoyed too much support from above, not least from Hitler himself. On the evening of July the 5th, Halder met with Brauchitsch, who was returning from a visit to Bock's army group, and told of the difficulties being experienced in the large occupied area. In addition to the widespread insecurity, the population was taking to the roads in large numbers, and the enormous number of Soviet POWs was creating serious problems. On the following day, Bock wrote that one of his staff officers had encountered many thousands of Soviet POWs marching on the road south of Minsk unarmed, but also completely unsupervised. Under such lax conditions, it was hardly surprising that the dense forests of Belorussia were teeming with hostile enemy troops, a good number of whom had conceivably already been captured at some point. Reluctantly, Bock concluded, "We have no choice but to leave divisions behind to clear and watch over the rear areas." In practical terms, this meant that, apart from the 3 security divisions already designated for this purpose, a further 2 active service divisions were to be withheld for these duties. Yet difficulties for German occupation forces behind the front were not just limited to rounding up stray Soviet soldiers and fighting off clandestine attacks. 2 weeks after the invasion, the 45th Infantry Division was still heavily engaged at Brest, clearing the border fortress of its resilient defenders. Indeed, the Soviet garrison continued to hold out under the most extreme conditions until the last pocket of resistance was finally extinguished on July 24th, more than a month after the launch of Barbarossa. Scrawled on the walls of the bunkers around Brest are solemn declarations by many of the fortress's defenders. These might be taken as a collective epithet dedicated to its faithful garrison. Inscriptions read, "Things are difficult, but we are not losing courage. We die confidently. July 1941. We die, but we defended ourselves. I am dying, but I do not surrender. Farewell, motherland." The fervent resistance at Brest is only the best-known example of many valiant last stands, which tied down German troops and inflicted a hefty toll in casualties. On July the 6th, Halder received the Army's overall casualty figures, spanning the period June 22nd to July 3rd. Illustrative of the intense fighting, in these first 11 days of the war, the Army's total casualties numbered 54,000 men, to which Halder added an additional 54,000 German soldiers who were listed as sick. Losses to the field army stemmed from 3 sources. First, those resulting from enemy action, killed and wounded. Second, men missing in action, including men taken prisoner, and third, those listed as sick. The problem is that most German casualty reports list statistics only for the first 2 categories, and the number of sick is simply ignored. Depending on local conditions and the time of the year, the number of sick men could exceed the numbers of casualties caused by the enemy by a sizable margin. Reports from the summer of 1941 very seldom made references to the number of sick men, disguising a hidden loss, repeatedly overlooked in assessments of combat strength. By early July, Barbarossa had already cost more soldiers than the total number of killed and missing men sustained throughout the 6 weeks of the 1940 Western Campaign, 49,000. Furthermore, in comparison to the Polish and Western campaigns, Halder noted a rising percentage of casualties among officers. Up to this point, officer casualties constituted 6.6% of the total killed, 3.8% of the wounded, and 1.7% of the missing. With personnel losses already spiralling, and the war only in its earliest phase, the importance of ending the war rapidly was again conspicuously underlined. In many ways, the first 10 days of July 1941 constituted a race to the Dwina and Dnieper rivers, as both Bock and Tymoshenko struggled to bring up enough strength to meet the opposing force. The rapid collapse of the Soviet Western Front in June, and the ensuing chaos among his scattered and makeshift forces, put Tymoshenko on the back foot in this race, but the German blitzkrieg was also rapidly losing its momentum. The Soviet roads were the main impediment, accounting for far more destruction among the panzer and motorized divisions than the Red Army. Supporting the German advance into the Soviet Union were large numbers of civilian vehicles, trucks as well as motorcars, pressed into service to offset the lack of motorization within the army. Yet these did not have the ground clearance for such conditions, and frequently bottomed out on the rutted and uneven roads, causing irreparable damage to the transmission and oil sumps. Civilian vehicles also had much weaker suspension that was prone to snap, quickly leaving a trail of wreckage behind the German advance. Yet even the military vehicles suffered. Assigned to a panzer division, Alexander Korsz gave a striking description of the perilous roads his unit traversed on July the 5th. After referring to very bad roads full of holes, his diary continued. Some vehicles tipped over. Luckily, none in our company. After 18 kilometres of marching on foot, I sat on an armoured vehicle. It tipped so much that it balanced on 2 wheels, while the other 2 temporarily stood in the air. Still, it did not tip over. Along the way was a moor, where the vehicles had to make a big detour. One by one, vehicles got stuck or even turned over, resulting in brakes and a slow tempo. On July the 6th, General Heinrici, commanding 3 infantry divisions, wrote to his wife, "The compression of the troops onto narrow avenues of advance makes forward progress slower than we would like. To this must be added the unbelievable roads, which increase the difficulties. Lord God, this is a primitive country north of the Pripet marshes. Forest, everywhere forest. Between them, kilometre-wide swamps, where one can sink in up to the knee. Alongside the inhospitable terrain, vast distances and dreadful roads as of early July, bad weather created a new obstacle for the advancing German armies. As a result of rainfall, a report from Kluge's 4th Panzer Army on July the 6th noted that the roads over the vast Beresina swamplands extending from the west of Minsk to the Dnieper were exceptionally bad, and often bottomless. The report continued that the motorized units were being greatly slowed, and that as many engineers and as much building strength be urgently brought forward. As Hans von Luck of the 7th Panzer Division described, after brief downpours of rain, the roads, turned into muddy tracks, which were only passable in some places after engineers or offloaded grenadiers had felled trees to make a wooden runway with the trunks. It was not so much our opponents that held up our advance as the catastrophic roads. Field Marshal Kesselring, the commander of Army Group Centre's Air Fleet 2, observed that the intermittent rain made the primitive roads much worse and revealed the real face of the Russian theatre. Summing up the difficulty of movement in the east, Kesselring concluded, even the fully tracked vehicles, including tanks, and most of all the supply services, had to rely on the arterial roads, which helped to warn the troops of difficulties ahead. On July 7th, Bock added, "It has been raining on 4th Panzer Army for 2 days. This has made conditions on the roads frightful and placed an unusually heavy strain on men and material." At one point, the sunken roads caused the 7th Panzer Division to struggle for 2 days to advance 90 kilometres. While the summer downpours caused many roads to simply disappear into the swamps, in other areas the thick mud quickly reverted to the army's other great encumbrance, dust. On July the 6th, Wilhelm Prüller wrote in his diary, "The advance goes very slowly. Numerous obstacles keep slowing down our charge. You can't really call what we're on a road. It's better than this in the tiniest hamlet in Germany, and we're marching on a main road. The shoulders of the road are all muddy from the previous rain. You sink up to your knees, but in the middle of the road there's dust already. Each vehicle is surrounded by an impenetrable cloud of dust." The same remarkable spectacle was observed by 4th Panzer Army's Chief of Staff, Major General Gunther Blumentritt, who wrote after the war, "A vivid picture, which remains of those first weeks, is the great clouds of yellow dust. The heat was tremendous, though interspersed with sudden showers, which quickly turned the roads to mud before the sun reappeared and as quickly baked them into crumbling clay once again." The commander of the 43rd Army Corps wrote on only the 2nd day of the war, "Every step, every vehicle sends up an impenetrable cloud of dust. The march routes are marked by a yellow-brown cloud, which hangs for a long time like mist before the sky. For man, machine, and beast, the dust proved a torment for the German advance. It was ironic that the very roads upon which the rapid German blitzkrieg depended were also a primary factor in slowing their drive to the east. For the infantry, one soldier wrote of the summer advance, "Our feet sank into the sand and dirt, puffing dust into the air so that it rose and clung to us. The horses coughing in the dust produced a pungent odour. The loose sand was nearly as tiring for the horses as the deep mud would have been. The men marched in silence, coated with dust, with dry throats and lips. In the early days of the campaign, the fine dust of the Soviet Union proved more deadly to the German panzer and motorized divisions than the Red Army's counterattacks. The dust soon overwhelmed the inadequate air filters and then infiltrated the engines, initially greatly increasing oil consumption and ultimately immobilizing the engines altogether. Yet, for all the danger the dust posed to the German mechanized forces, it remained as unavoidable as it was pervasive. Klaus Hansmann wrote that his motorized column drove as if in a sandstorm, and he observed how the wheels churned up fountains of sand that blackened out the sun. The dust burnt in our nose and throat. Not surprisingly, the fallout rate among vehicles of every kind soon began to rise alarmingly. In Guderian's panzer group, figures for the number of combat-ready tanks in his divisions vary rather widely, although all denote a striking rate of attrition, which was eroding force strengths to critical levels. Even the most optimistic assessment recorded on July the 7th in the War Diary of the Panzer Group classed the tanks in the 18th and 3rd Panzer Divisions as being at just 35% combat readiness. The 4th and 17th Panzer Divisions were said to be at 60% combat readiness, while the 10th Panzer Division was strongest at 80%. Yet, as an example of the difference in figures, the Quartermaster's War Diary for the Panzer Group claimed on the same day that the 18th Panzer Division was at only 25% strength, and the 17th Panzer Division at 50%. 2 days earlier, July the 5th, the War Diary of the 47th Panzer Corps, to which both divisions belonged, claimed the 18th Panzer Division was at 30% strength, and the 17th Panzer Division at 33% of its starting total. Obviously, there was some confusion regarding the precise figures, possibly stemming from definitions of what constituted combat ready. But what remains clear is the toll the first 2 weeks of operations took on the German panzers. Without question, the bad roads and dust accounted for most of the high fallout, though reports show that the use of captured Soviet low-octane fuel stocks proved highly destructive to German engines, and accounted for a further noteworthy share of losses. Although a sizable percentage of Army Group Centre's panzer fleet was out of commission by the time they reached the Great Rivers, the majority of these were not irreparably damaged, and therefore not total losses. The process of undertaking repairs, however, was complicated by the inadequate supply of spare parts, and the insufficient resources of field maintenance companies. Facilities for major overhauls in the field were practically non-existent because they had not been necessary for past blitzkrieg campaigns in Poland, France and the Balkans. In each of these cases, a victorious end to hostilities was rapidly achieved, allowing for the trouble-free return of tanks to German factories for major overhauls and rebuilding. In the Soviet Union, such measures were impractical, not only because the Red Army remained unbeaten in the field, but because the railways still lagged far behind the advanced panzer groups. The panzer troops were discovering what would soon become the scourge of the whole German army in the east, that their support basis was thoroughly inadequate, and that maintaining effective force levels required desperate ingenuity and improvisation. In addition to the high fallout of tanks for technical reasons, combat losses, or total losses, represented, according to Guderian's Panzer Group on July the 7th, 10% of his whole panzer fleet. While this is a low figure in comparison with the number of Soviet tanks already destroyed, seen in the light of the small German domestic production and the excessive operational demands placed by Barbarossa on the panzer groups, even low combat losses pushed the remote chance of a blitzkrieg victory further from realization. In the summer of 1941, the tank represented a finite resource to the army's striking power, which was steadily eroded in the early weeks of the campaign. This erosion crippled the central instrument required for achieving the strategic plan. Accordingly, even minor Soviet victories over the German panzer arm, like the destruction of 22 German tanks in an ambush north of Zlobin on July the 6th, assume disproportionate significance for depleting Germany's powerful but very limited mechanized weapons. Referring to the previous ambush, one German officer noted on July the 7th, "Our panzers have heavy losses. One company has just one tank, which is still serviceable." It was not only the loss of tanks in the panzer divisions that was impairing their performance. On July the 6th, the 18th Panzer Division was deemed no longer fully combat ready because of numerous losses in men and material during the 2-week uninterrupted march. 3 days later, the divisional war diary observed, "The troops make an exasperated impression. They are missing rest, and the high officer losses are noticeable. Combat strength greatly constricted. Weapons in need of overhauling." Perhaps the most insightful comment came from the divisional commander, Major General Walter Nering, who, even at this early stage, cautioned, "This situation and its consequences will become unbearable in the future, if we do not want to be destroyed by winning." Another observer, commenting on the men in the 12th Panzer Division, stated, "Not one of them dared to express a doubt or his own opinion about the war in which they were all involved, even though day after day the corpses of their fellow soldiers, bullet-riddled and torn by shrapnel, became more numerous." As Bock's forces were still moving up to the great rivers, the Soviet High Command, Stavka, insisted Timoshenko launch an offensive with his 20th Army towards Lieple. Spearheading the advance were to be the newly arrived 5th and 7th Mechanized Corps, fielding about 1,420 tanks between them, but lacking vital infantry support, anti-aircraft guns, and air cover. The counterstroke was launched on July the 6th, and initially gained some success, with the 7th Panzer Division being pushed out of Seno, but the cumulative effects of poor concentration, inadequate support, and the 7th Panzer Division's skilled anti-tank defense quickly halted the drive. Successive Soviet counterattacks failed to break the German lines, and effectively decimated the 2 mechanized corps. On July the 8th, the Germans retook Seno with few panzer losses, but heavy losses in the dead and wounded. The Lieple counterattack was clearly a wasteful failure for the Red Army, but its significance should also be seen in the extent to which the battle impacted on the German command, who simply didn't realize Timoshenko possessed the strength for anything so audacious. Before the attack on July the 6th, Bock acknowledged that his forces were too widely scattered and that now a fist has to be made somewhere. Yet on the following day, in the wake of widespread Soviet attacks west of the Dnieper, Bock's plan to redeploy Vietinghoff's 46th Corps northwards to create a powerful fist in the centre of the front, together with Lemelson's 47th and Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps, was judged by Bock to be no longer feasible. As a result, the Field Marshal resolved to continue the attack on a broad front, which, in spite of his intentions to regroup his forces once the western bank of the Dnieper was fully secured, never materialized. The dangerous consequence of continuing east on a broad front would become evident in the long drive beyond the Dnieper. While Timoshenko expended his available strength in attempting to force the Germans back in the centre of his front, his forces along the Dvina were left dangerously thin. Holding the long front against Hoth's panzer group was Western Front's 22nd Army, which had been unable to eliminate Kunzen's small bridgehead at Disna, and was now about to face a concerted attack by Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps at Ulla. Unlike Guderian's broad advance, Hoth now stripped Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps of the 12th Panzer Division and the 18th Motorized Division, leaving him only the 19th Panzer Division at Disna, and directed them to follow Schmidt's attack in order to exploit the breakthrough. On July the 7th, the 20th Panzer Division, supported by the 20th Motorized Division, successfully forced a crossing at Ulla, and then proceeded east to Vitebsk, which was taken on July 9th. Hoth's success effectively broke Timoshenko's left flank, and rendered the Soviet defensive position anchored on the Dvina hopeless. With Soviet forces outmaneuvered and the operational freedom to exploit the breakthrough, Hoth seemed set for another deep penetration of Soviet lines. Yet the immediate operational opportunities and the seriousness of Western Front strategic position disguised the fatigue of Hoth's armoured group, which was rapidly exhausting itself and struggling to remain mobile. On July the 8th, the Panzer Group's war diary stated that its battles over the past few days had resulted in substantial losses in men and material, including panzers. Consequently, it noted, the resulting losses in officers, panzers and vehicles had to be taken into account, although the mobile divisions would desperately miss them in a further push towards Moscow. The gravity of the problem was clearly detailed in a report compiled by the Panzer Group and sent to 4th Panzer Army and Box Army Group Command on July the 8th. The document began by pointing out that the daily radio transmissions could not adequately convey to higher command many of the underlying problems slowing down operations and causing difficulties. The report therefore listed 8 points of fundamental concern to the Panzer Group, for which it concluded, the danger therefore exists that in the future, mobile units will be expected to perform duties which they cannot fulfill. Point 1 discussed the unsuitability of civilian vehicles, captured French buses and motorcycles, which made up the great majority of 3rd Panzer Group's wheeled transport, for service in the east. They were not robust enough for the roads and conditions, resulting in high fallout rates and constant traffic jams. The section ended, the fluid advance suffers. Point 2 referred to the extensive problems brought about by the poor roads, which were so sandy and marshy that a march tempo of maximum 10 km per hour is attainable. Every time estimate is questionable. The report cited an example where on one stretch 17 hours were needed to drive 110 kilometres. Further delays were caused by having to almost always strengthen bridges over the streams and tributaries that dotted the landscape. It was also stated that overtaking and two-way traffic were often only possible with great difficulty. The third point emphasised the problem of conducting operations on a solitary road, with troops stretched out in a long column. This limited the breadth of the advance and the capability of getting specialised units, such as engineers or anti-aircraft guns, to the front quickly. The fourth point stated, the troops, in particular the drivers, are very tired after 14 days of advance. The report continued that the bad roads had cost the army its planned rest period, and, as a result, a sufficient respite could not be granted. Point 5 highlighted the difference in quality between the motorised and panzer divisions, with experience in past campaigns, and those newly formed in the spring of 1941. The new divisions were said to have less experience in the movement of large columns, and also less driving skill. The example of the new 18th Motorised Division was cited, that, the report stated, was being expected to perform duties even the experienced units would have great difficulty conducting. The sixth point noted the Panzer Group's relatively high losses among officers, particularly among the more experienced and eager officers. A more hesitant approach to the conduct of operations was therefore sometimes evident. The seventh point referred to the menacing activity of the Soviet Air Force, which was causing sporadic halts to the advance through the revival of aerial attacks. The eighth and final point concerned the nature of opposition the 3rd Panzer Group was meeting from Soviet soldiers. The report stated, the Russian fights tough and fiercely, attacks continually, is very skilled in defence, and on the Dvina is apparently well commanded. Resistance in the countryside constantly resurges. Often the Russian waits, well camouflaged, and only when the distance is short does he then open fire. The report concluded that while these issues did not halt the advance of the Panzer Group, they did slow all movement. While Hoth's Panzer Group was breaching Soviet defences on the Dvina, to the south, Guderian's forces were still closing upon the Dnieper, slowed by sabotaged bridges, sporadic enemy encounters, and the usual terrain difficulties. In addition, Guderian conceded that the panzer divisions, after 16 days of uninterrupted fighting, are somewhat exhausted. Nevertheless, the Panzer General was pushing his men as hard as ever, determined to force a crossing of the Dnieper, which he complained on July the 8th could have been achieved about 3 days earlier against weaker resistance if Kluge had not withheld elements of his panzer group near Minsk. The vexing frustration existing between the two commanders was not alleviated by the elimination of the Minsk pocket and the release of all Guderian's remaining forces. As the panzer and motorized divisions assembled along the western bank of the Dnieper on July the 9th, Guderian ordered arrangements for immediate crossings along the length of the front. Kluge's opinion was neither asked for nor desired, and when he appeared at Guderian's headquarters, the resulting clash was, according to Guderian, exceptionally heated. Kluge insisted that any attempt to cross the Dnieper must be supported by infantry, and that Guderian must therefore await the arrival of Weich's Second Army. Guderian, however, would have none of this. According to his own testimony, he believed that crossing the Dnieper would decide the campaign in 1941, and after failing to convince Kluge of the need for an immediate attack, he simply stated that offensive preparations had gone too far to be cancelled. In the face of Guderian's inexorable obstinacy, Kluge was again reminded that his authority over him was largely token, and thus, presented with a fait accompli, he grudgingly accepted Guderian's plan, with the solemn warning, "Your operations always hang by a thread." Kluge was not the only one to have reservations about 2nd Panzer Group's crossing of the Dnieper. Nor was this just an example of a panzer-minded general in opposition to an infantry commander. Within Panzer Group 2, strong differences were beginning to emerge that stemmed from the constant demands being placed on the increasingly worn-out troops and equipment. Geyer von Schweppenberg, the commander of the 24th Panzer Corps, asked Guderian to delay the attempt to cross the Dnieper until at least some of the infantry divisions could reach the river and support the attack, but Guderian dismissed the idea. Meanwhile, the commander of the 3rd Panzer Division, Lieutenant General Walter Model, had earlier had to disappoint his subordinates who were pleading for a 24-hour rest to regroup and refit. Model, who was later to rise to the rank of Field Marshal and develop a fearsome reputation as a ruthless commander, explained his decision in grave terms. "Every minute that we lose will cost us great losses later that we will not be able to afford. We must push forward now, otherwise we risk everything." On July the 9th, Bock ordered 4th Panzer Army to direct Guderian's rearward units towards the north to pass through the crossing made by Hoth. Guderian, however, remained a law unto himself, and Bock's attempts to direct the course of operations within the Panzer Group were no more successful in disrupting Guderian's own plan than Kluge's had been. Ultimately, Guderian's boldness would largely pay off, with assaults across the river successfully conducted on July the 10th, to the north and south of Mogilev. Yet the accomplishment was a qualified one. A direct assault by elements of 3rd Panzer Division on Mogilev proved a costly failure, and the 17th Panzer Division's attack near Orsha was repulsed. Beyond these immediate setbacks, Guderian's success in pushing through on the weaker sectors of the front still left behind powerful enemy strongpoints that would cause havoc in the rear areas and further delay the infantry who would eventually have to deal with them. Outstanding among these was the fanatical resistance offered at Mogilev, drawing parallels with the Soviet garrison at Brest, and ultimately earning the Soviet Union's exalted distinction of Hero City. Such fortresses of the rear further exacerbated the drain on resources, as the increasingly exposed southern flank of the army group was now to be greatly extended. If there was an especially dark cloud on the German horizon, it was caused by the German command's willful overextension. On July the 8th, as Hoth was exploiting his breakthrough on the Dvina, and Guderian's 3 corps were still advancing on the Dnieper, Army Group Center announced the end of the fighting near Minsk. The remaining pockets around Novogrodok had been eliminated by the infantry of Strauss's 9th Army and Weich's 2nd Army. However, even the official declaration to the troops hailing the success admitted that of the 32 Soviet rifle divisions encircled, 1/3 had escaped, albeit with a reduction in their fighting strength. The fact that these forces were now moving east as disparate mobile bubbles into the vulnerable rear area of the panzer groups, or holding up in the forests of Belorussia, appears to have been inconsequential to claiming a great success. Huizinga was representative of the OKH at the time in viewing the battle as a decisive blow in deciding the campaign. Yet, as Major General Blumentritt, the 4th Panzer Army's Chief of Staff, wrote after the war, there were not enough German troops available completely to seal off a huge encirclement such as that of Belostok-Slonim. Our motorized forces fought on or near to the roads. In the great trackless spaces between them, the Russians were left largely unmolested. This was why the Russians were not infrequently to break out of our encirclements, whole columns moving by night through the forests that stretched away eastwards. They always attempted to break out to the east, so that the eastern side of each encirclement had to be held by our strongest troops, usually panzer troops. Nevertheless, our encirclements were seldom entirely successful. In Army Group Centre's official proclamation on July the 8th, the total number of prisoners captured was put at 287,704 men, with 2,585 tanks destroyed or captured, and 1,449 guns taken. Time and again, historians have quoted these figures to underscore the tremendous success of the German blitzkrieg in the summer of 1941. And while on the surface they do represent an impressive booty, it does not follow that the Soviet Union was on the brink of collapse. Indeed, far from it. While German offensive strength was increasingly waning, the Soviet Union was enacting the most remarkable mobilization program in military history. For much of the 1920s and 1930s, the Red Army had developed an extensive system of cadre forces, which consisted of small numbers of active duty soldiers in peacetime, but could be rapidly expanded by reservists in wartime. To support this system, the 1938 Universal Military Service Law extended the age of those obligated to serve in the Army Reserves to 50, and created many new military schools to accommodate the influx. By the eve of the German invasion, the Red Army possessed a mobilization base of 14 million men. By the end of June, 5.3 million reservists have been called up, with further mobilizations following in succession. The cadre system allowed for an unheard-of rate of force generation, which completely outwitted German intelligence estimates and disguised the real strength of the Soviet state. In July 1941, no less than 13 new field armies appeared, and in August, another 14 came into service. These new reserve armies were not as well equipped or as well trained as the professional armies they replaced, but as the German mobile forces weakened, more and more of the front settled down to positional warfare, allowing the new armies time to improve both. Thus, without attempting to trivialize the scale of the Western Front's military disaster in Belorussia, the fact remains that the Soviet Union's force generation scheme was able to replace its losses quickly and then dramatically expand the size of the Red Army. On June 22, 1941, the Red Army numbered 5,373,000 men. By August 31st, in spite of its losses, it had grown to 6,889,000, and by December 31st, 1941, the army had reached an estimated 8 million men. After the war, Blumentritt also acknowledged the fundamental problem of latent Soviet military strength. Recalling the German offensive plans to cut off and destroy the Red Army before the Dnieper and Dvina rivers, Blumentritt posed the rhetorical question, but what if armies, millions strong, had not yet even been mobilized, and only parts of the Red Army were in Western Russia? The Soviet loss of tanks was more deeply felt, as they were harder to replace, and this added further strain to Soviet attempts to stop the German advance. Although here, too, it has proved tempting for historians